I got a cheat ability in another world, and became extraordinary in the real world. Volume 3. Prologue. With a new family called Night, my life on Earth began to be more fulfilling, but in the other world, I was supposed to head to the royal castle to fulfill my promise to Lexia-san and the others, but we were interrupted by a mysterious attacker. And that mysterious attacker was the one who trained in this great devil's nest together with me, albeit for a short amount of time. Luna. Why Luna attacked Lexia-san, I don't know the reason behind it. But now that she attacked Lexia-san, the princess, she would be treated as a felon. Even though it was to save Lexia-san, I attacked and defeated Luna, and I told Lexia-san that I wanted to at least take care of her at home until her wounds were healed without handing her over immediately. And to my surprise, she followed me straight to my house. Once I shook off the fact that Owen-san was chasing after us, I had no choice but to allow Lexia-san to take care of Luna at home as well, and so, Yuuya-sama. I vaguely understood the relationship between Yuuya-sama and this girl. Then what is the magic that moved us to this house in an instant just now? When I was sitting near the bed where Luna was sleeping for a little while to see how she was doing, Lexia-san, who had a somewhat serious expression on her face, asked me that. What can I say? It's a new magic I created for transportation. You created it? Why, yes. Huh? Did I say something strange? Yuuya-sama? Do you have any idea how amazing that was? Speaking of teleportation magic, it's the kind of magic that can only be described in legends. Is that so? Yes. Therefore, your magic is a historic achievement. Everything will be fundamentally overturned. Despite her serious expression, Lexia-san is closing in on me as if she can't control her excitement. With Yuuya-sama's magic, you can limit the damage of bandits and monsters when moving through the city and, more than anything else, you're able to rush to the actual scene in case of an emergency. It's a magic that only existed in fairy tales. Until Yuuya-sama used it before, to go that far. For me, I created it because I needed it at the time for field study, and other than that, I just thought it was useful magic that made it easier to explore the Great Devil's Nest. However, you can't show this to the public. Why? I told you before, right? Everything is going to be turned upside down. And that includes war. If I think about it carefully, Lexia-san is right. Even on Earth, if there is a power like mine, it can be abused in any number of ways. And that's also the case in this world. Rather, why didn't I think of that possibility? I'm afraid of my own optimism. As I realize the dangers of teleport magic after all this time, my face turns blue, but Lexia-san's eyes shine in spite of such a look on my face. Well, all I have to do is to keep my mouth shut, and it must be more convenient than anything else. As I expected of Yuuya-sama. That was light? Are you sure you want to be that light? It's fine. But, Yuuya-sama, you should not tell people about that magic unless you're sure about it, okay? Oh, of course. Okay, then. Well, I don't think anyone would be able to use it even if you taught them. Why? When I asked that straightforwardly, on the contrary, Lexia-san gave me a strange look. Why, you ask? It's because teleportation magic is a legendary level of magic, a magic that's packed with all kinds of complicated and esoteric magic theories. At least, not even the best magician today would be able to do that. As expected of Sage-san. I really did create and use magic unconsciously, but the Sage-san's magic circuit is so different. In fact, if it weren't for Sage-san's magic circuit, I wouldn't have been able to use a single magic like I imagined. Well, besides magic theory, my transfer magic includes ideas unique to Earth, such as taking pictures and recording the location, so even if I had to teach it to people in this other world might not understand it in that way. So, how long will you continue to pretend to be asleep? Gay. As we were having this conversation, Lexia-san suddenly called out to Luna, who was sleeping in the bed. When I looked at the bed in surprise, Luna slowly got up with an awkward expression on her face. How long have you been aware of me? From the beginning. You were already awake when we arrived at this house, weren't you? Was she awake? From the moment we arrived at this house? When I was unable to hide my surprise at the unexpected fact, Luna's cheeks twitched. Why you knew that much, but why didn't you point it out? Of course, it's because I wanted to have a private conversation with Yuuya-sama. But since Yuuya-sama is so kind, I pretended not to notice and kept an eye on you in this room. She didn't point out that Luna was awake for that reason? You were attacked, you know. And I didn't even notice it. Woof. Foo-foo. With night around, I guess I couldn't have been alone with Yuuya-sama anyway, woof. I was appalled, but when Night barked cutely at me, Lexia-san stroked Night gently. But is it time for you to explain why you attacked me? Do you think I'm going to be honest with you about that? Ara, why do you think you have the option not to talk to me about it? What is this atmosphere? Is this a psychological warfare being played out like a movie or a story? I don't understand. As I was surprised by the exchange between Lexia-san and Luna, eventually Luna let out a small sigh. Humph. Even if I tell you, the fact that I attacked you won't change anyway. Just kill me. Right. It doesn't change the fact that you attacked me. But I want to know about you. What would be the point of you knowing it? I don't know. But you couldn't kill me. You had already lost at that point. And since you lost, you will obey me, the winner. Luna's eyes widened as she looked overwhelmed by Lexia-san, who told her that with a chest full of royal dignity. And then, I'm jealous of you, eh? Smiling yet somewhat sadly, Luna dropped her gaze. What? It's not much of a story. It's a boring story that can be found lying around everywhere. Do you still want to hear it? Yeah. I want to get to know Luna too. It wasn't just Lexia-san. I myself didn't know anything about Luna, even though we had trained together for a short time. That's why I wanted to know about Luna. The two of you beat me to it. As I said, it's not much of a story. I was an orphan, struggling to get through the day. Scavenging trash, drinking muddy water, and stealing. Fortunately, I managed to live with that, so I didn't have to sell myself. Well, no one would have bought the dirty me at that time anyway. In addition to living that life, I also developed my own powers to protect myself. Then one day, I was picked up by someone. That person was the master of the assassination business who apparently sensed something in my thieving movements and the power I had acquired in my own way, and then he trained me. From then on, I worked with him as my master. He taught me a variety of knowledge and skills. And many of those skills were mainly assassination related. Well, that was the way the master worked. The Dark Guild, huh? Dark Guild? I tilted my head at the unfamiliar words, and then Luna informed me about it. The Dark Guild is, well, to put it bluntly, it's a group of criminals. Theft, fraud, drugs, murder. It's a place where you're not tied to a specific job, and you take every possible criminal activity as a request. Basically, they're a group of bad people, but just like everything can't be done on a clean slate, there's not a few relationships between the Dark Guild and aristocratic society. Well, I suppose that's the connection that resulted in me being attacked anyway, said Lexia-san. The aristocratic society is scary. You can't spend your time in peace. No, I thought it was a murky world even when I studied history and such, but it's even more so when I hear such stories from a real princess. As the princess said, I belong to the Dark Guild just like my master, but one day, my master broke the rules of the Dark Guild, and I was chosen to deal with it. I killed the man who raised me. In spite of all the conflicts I had to face, my master passed away with a relieved look on his face the moment he was killed by me. That's because he believed that I would be able to live in this dark world. From there, I decided to take over my master's work and live in the dark world. And as I worked in the Dark Guild in my own way, I ended up being called the headhunter, or something like that before long. The headhunter, you said? I heard about you. Aren't you a brilliant assassin? Were you really that person? I don't quite understand what they're talking about, but it seems that Luna was an amazing person in her field. Hey, Knight. Did you know that? Woof. It sounds like you knew something. Maybe he didn't actually know that Luna was a terrific assassin. Still, Knight was more alert to Luna from the beginning than anything. He must have sensed something, after all. As expected of my Knight. He's cute. Anyway, as the princess said, I was sent by a nobleman to kill her. The result is this. Luna mocked herself as it concluded. But then she turned her gaze towards Lexia-san with a somewhat clear expression. Now I have told you everything. Do what you want. Do what I want, you said. Yuuya. You know what I'm talking about, right? The moment I attack the princess, and you prevent me from killing her, I have no choice but to die. In the Dark Guild, one mistake can lead to death. If you overlook me here, the Dark Guild will send assassins to silence me to keep my mouth shut. No way. I know in my head that when Luna attacked the princess, Lexia-san, it was already irreversible. But still, I can't dismiss it so easily. When Luna saw my face, she smiled bitterly. Hey, Yuuya. Are you worried about me like this? We only trained together in a short amount of time. That's all there is to it. It's nothing more or less than that, so there's no need to be worried about it. How could it not be? Huh? Luna laughed as if she had given up on everything, and I was spontaneously burning in anger. Why do you say such tragic things? I enjoyed my time training with Luna, and I already think of you as a friend. I was too embarrassed to say it out loud, but Luna and I had naturally become very close friends since we had been training together. That's because, in the course of our training, we entrusted our lives to each other and laughed at the little things we did with the monsters. Unlike Lexia-san and Owen-san, I felt that I had made friends as equals for the first time in the other world, like Rio and the others on Earth. Woof. Woof. Knight? Knight jumped on the bed and gently licked Luna's cheek as he quietly approached her. Knight, even though he was wary, in his heart, he wanted to get along with Luna, too. Hey, Luna. Do you really think that Knight and I are just mere people who train together with you? Luna didn't answer my question. Yuuya. Regardless of what you say, the future can't be changed anymore. Therefore. Hey, can you just stop putting me on the sideline? Huh? Suddenly, Lexia-san said that while puffing out her cheeks. On the contrary to the dark atmosphere of Luna and I was unconsciously taken aback by the somewhat comical atmosphere of Lexia-san. Can you not flirt with Yuuya-sama without my permission? I will be the one to flirt with Yuuya-sama. Is that what the whole conversation sounded like? I think it was a pretty serious conversation. Luna and I had felt that way, but apparently, it was different for Lexia-san. And that's not fair. Even though Yuuya-sama had also called me his friend. And yet you still address me with an honorific. That's. Sorry. As I thought, against royalty is. It's okay. I'll make sure you get rid of the honorific one day. What an amazing positivity. Lexia-san's world is in full swing everywhere, and I'm caught up in her atmosphere. Then, with a self-mocking laugh, Luna asked Lexia-san. Did you see my interaction with Yuuya like that? Unfortunately, even if it looks like that, I'm pretty sure I'm going to die since the moment I failed to attack you. You can rest easy and go after Yuuya. You see, why do you have to assume you're going to die? Huh? Not only Luna, but I was also taken aback by Lexia-san's words. What do you mean by that? I attacked you, a royalty. Isn't that a definite death sentence? Yes. But no one except Yuuya-sama and I know that you attacked me. Owen didn't see your true face. Do you think you can overlook it? As I said before, the assassins will go over. No. Now that you're here, you're going to serve me. Huh? A dumb voice came out of my dumb face for I don't know how many times today. That's why I'm hiring you as my escort. Do you know what you are talking about? I'm a murderer. That's what I am, a criminal who's killed a lot of people. God, you're so detailed. I know you're good at what you do, so why don't you work for me? Then you can protect us from the assassins of the Dark Guild, and Owen, who is also my guard, is very strong as well. Luna was just frozen, thinking about Lexia-san's words. As expected of royalty. The way she thinks and the size of her capacity is different from a small citizen like me. I'm still cringing because I don't know what's going to happen, but Knight seemed relieved, and now he began to sleep at my feet. Is this okay? Does he feel like Luna is safe? Princess. The Dark Guild is stronger than you think. Besides, I am too dirty to stand next to a light like you. With my hands, I have killed and defiled many people. Even if I killed someone for the sake of the country. What are you talking about? You have beautiful hands. Ha! Lexia-san took Luna's hand without any hesitation. And after looking at that hand for a bit, her eyebrows furrowed. It's really beautiful. What did you do to make it so smooth? That's because of Yuuya's bath. Wait, no. That's not what I'm trying to say. Shut up, shut you up. Shut up and obey me. Lexia-san said as she stood on the bed and pouted. Besides, you might get Yuuya-sama. Anyway. You are my guard now. It's been decided. Perhaps because Lexia-san's momentum was too great, Luna spontaneously nodded her head. Cool. Lexia-sama, Lexia-sama ah. By the time Lexia had succeeded in convincing Luna, Owen was desperately trying to get to the depths of the Great Devil's Nest in order to get to Lexia in a hurry. It's no good, Commander. The monsters are too strong. Did we actually come back through this place? No, it wasn't because of us. It was because of that young man. We can't do it anyway. However, the monsters in the Great Devil's Nest were overwhelming, and they were driven to the vicinity of the entrance while desperately fighting against a group of goblin elites. Ah, damn it. It's because His Majesty spoiled her that she became such a stubborn tomboy. When we return to the royal capital, I will definitely tell His Majesty. When the hard-working Owen made that decision, he had no choice but to retreat from the Great Devil's Nest temporarily. Chapter 1, Luna and Lexia. Part 1. Luna was pushed by Lexia's vigor to serve her. Are you really sure? Geez, you're such a worrywart. I said it would be fine, right? And also, I'm going to call you Luna, too. You can call me Lexia. This is my decision too. What a tyrannical princess you are. I can't say it directly, but... Owen-san, thank you for your hard work all this time. As I was sincerely thanking Owen-san in my heart, Lexia-san snapped at Luna as if she had remembered something. Right. Earlier, when I mentioned Luna's smooth skin, didn't Yuuya-sama's name come up for a moment? What on earth does that mean? Yui? I wasn't expecting to be talked about, so I was completely caught off guard, and I couldn't help but let out a weird voice. Then, instead of me, Luna starts talking proudly. Listen and be surprised. Yuuya has obtained and possesses a bath drop item from this Great Devil's Nest's monster. If you take a bath in it, you'll be able to get rid of your fatigue, your magic power recovers, and as you can see, it even has some beauty effect. What is that? That's not fair. Let me in too. Yuuya-sama, is that okay? All right. Yay. Luna, let's go in together. What? It's okay, it's okay. As I was about to take the bath set out of the item box as Lexia-san told me to, she asked me, "Oh, do you want to come in with us too, Yuuya-sama?" Huh? Hey, Lexia. Yuuya is a man, you know. And why you're a princess. You need to have some self-control. Luna. You said that, and yet you also came in while I was bathing, didn't you? For some reason, Lexia-san just tilted her head curiously at Luna as she said that while shelving her own affairs. It's fine. We're going to get married anyway. Wait. Are you marrying Yuuya? Stop talking nonsense. It's not a problem, you know. I've made up my mind. You are so insistent, you little princess. Looking at Luna with her hand holding her head, I gave Owen-san one more round of applause. Really, thank you for all your hard work. And Lexia-san, I thought I had refused the marriage proposal once too. Well, I'll refrain from it. I smiled bitterly and took out the bath set. Too bad. Well then, Luna, let's get in quickly. As she said that, Lexia-san pulled Luna's hand and went straight to the dressing room. Wow. This is the bath that Yuuya-sama has? This can't be compared to the one in the royal castle. I'm not sure if Yuuya's bath is better than the one in the royal castle. It's becoming more and more of a mystery. Lexia and Luna entered the bath Yuuya had prepared for them, and then went straight to enjoying a relaxing bath. It feels so good. As I thought, Yuuya's bath is the best after all. It feels really good. And Luna's right, I feel like my magic power is being revitalized. Lexia was amazed at the effects of Yuuya's bath, but she surrendered herself to the pleasantness of it. So, does Luna like Yuuya-sama? Bah. Luna gushed at the two abrupt words and turned to Lexia with a red face. What are you talking about? As I said before, Yuuya and I are, well, friends. Are you sure about that? I didn't really see it that way, you know. I felt a faint fondness during your exchange with Yuuya-sama. Well, I'm not sure if Yuuya-sama is aware of that. It's probably just your imagination. Besides, it's normal to like your friends. Is that so? Then it won't matter if I marry Yuuya-sama. That's no good. Huh? Luna hurriedly held her mouth after she said that, but it was too late for any of that. If you're just a friend, it wouldn't matter if Yuuya-sama and I got married, right? And that refusal of yours. You don't need to tell me that, do you? Luna twitched her mouth to say something for a while, but eventually let out a loud sigh, as if she had given up. Well, I honestly don't know what to say. I've really spent time with Yuuya as a training partner. But before I attacked you, I certainly valued my time with Yuuya. I knew deep down in my heart that that time was precious. Is that so? Lexia gave a small nod to Luna's words, then fell silent. And then, I've decided. Suddenly, Lexia stood up from the bathtub and pointed her finger at Luna. I'm declaring war on you. Declare war? Yes. You don't realize it, but if you're even a little bit attracted to Yuuya-sama, that means you're in love with him. And I'm in love with Yuuya-sama too. What do you mean by love? Luna can deny that she's not in love, but I believe that Luna is in love with Yuuya-sama. And after this, let's make our move, shall we? What do you mean by love? I mean, I'm going to do my best to not lose to Luna and to make Yuuya-sama look at me. I'm not going to give up, no matter what Luna says. Of course, if I can marry Yuuya-sama, then I'll be the winner. Wah. Now what do you want to do? Do you want me to take Yuuya-sama away from you? Lexia stared straight at Luna. Her gaze pressured Luna, and she imagined Lexia and Yuuya getting married. And for some reason, that imagination made Luna want to cry, and she uttered her one emotion clearly. I don't want to. I don't want that. Yuuya is. He's mine. Right now, Luna still didn't know the name of the emotions that had arisen in her mind. Still, she knew clearly that she didn't want to let Yuuya just be taken by someone else. Does that mean you're going to accept my declaration of war? Bring it on. Lexia smiles at Luna's gaze, which is filled with a clear will, unlike before they took a bath. Right. Well then, from now on you will be my guard and my rival. All right. Don't cry when you lose later, okay? In this way, Luna and Lexia were able to move away from the relationship between the attacker and the target in a true sense. Lexia-san and Luna got out of the bath, and I decided to discuss the future with them. Lexia-san. Now that Luna has woken up like this, how about we go back to Owen-san for the time being? I was here with the momentum, and also with the two people, Luna, the attacker, and Lexia-san, the princess, but as expected, we did not explain it too thoroughly. From Owen-san and the others' point of view, they would be worried, and more importantly, I want to discuss the matter of going to the royal capital. No. I'm staying here. Besides, Luna's strength hasn't fully recovered either, right? Ma? That's not. Shut up, Luna. Luna was completely confused by Lexia-san's unreasonable words. No, isn't that indeed too unreasonable? However, Lexia-san has a point. Even if complete recovery herb juice can heal wounds and illnesses, it can't restore strength to the original state. I thought about it for a bit, but Lexia-san's gaze defeated me as she stared at me. Sigh. I understand. But in return, it's just for today, okay? Oh, and make sure you explain it to Owen-san later. Of course. We did it, Luna. Why yeah. Woof. Knight was also happy to be with Luna and barked adorably while wagging his tail. Well then, I'll prepare a meal for Luna so that she can regain her strength as soon as possible. As I said that, Lexia-san raised her hand with a glint in her eye when I was about to head to the kitchen in this other world home. Yes. Yuuya-sama. Huh? What's wrong? Let me cook. Not only me, but even Luna makes a dumb voice at Lexia-san's words. However, in spite of us, Lexia-san was full of enthusiasm. If I show my cooking skills here, Yuuya-sama will be madly in love with me. I think you're leaking your thoughts. Regardless of the reason, I've already given up because Lexia-san said she would make it and wouldn't listen to me. As expected, I can't complain to a royal persona. Huh? Wouldn't it be more impolite to have royalty cook? I think about this and that, but I don't know what's common in this world, so I decided to let Lexia-san cook for us, just this once. Then I led her to the kitchen and prepared the seasonings, ingredients and cooking utensils. You can use whatever things are in here. Oh my. As expected, it's not as big as the kitchen in the castle, but it's so beautiful. Even though it's Sage-san's house, I don't think it can be compared to a castle. After checking the ingredients and utensils, Lexia-san took the potatoes and put them on the cutting board as it was, and grabbed a knife, and then she swung it down with great force. Ara? I missed my target. It's harder than I thought. Lexia-san? Lexia-san? I called out Lexia-san's name over and over again in a cold sweat, but Lexia-san didn't notice my voice and just kept fighting with the potatoes. Geez. Why can't I hit it? Ara? Hi. The knife that Lexia-san swung at had slipped completely out of her hand, passed over my cheeks, and went straight and stuck to the wall. Scary. Hey, Yuuya. Are you sure it's safe to leave the cooking to Lexia? It can make us die, you know. Luna, who had gotten up from the bed and was watching Lexia-san's cooking scene just like me, told me that while twitching her cheeks. I'll take it back. As one would expect, I hurriedly retrieved the knife stuck in the wall and went to persuade Lexia-san. Lexia-san. Lexia-san, do you have any experience in cooking? This is my first time. Why? Okay, you're out. I should have asked her first. It's my fault. Lexia-san, I'm very sorry, but would you mind letting me cook for you today? Why? That. I want to serve the food quickly for Luna to recover her strength, and since the ingredients for the food are all from this great devil's nest, I thought it would be quicker for me, who is used to it, to finish it. I'm starving. I can't wait to eat. Luna nodded at my words as best she could and followed me, reading my intention. Is that so? Well then, I guess it can't be helped. Lexia-san couldn't ignore Luna's words, which were not as perfect as expected, and although she seemed reluctant to say it, she passed the torch to me. But I'll cook next time. You two should look forward to it. Why yes, Well, we were saved for now, but it seems that the princess will kill us the next time. What a pity. Don't say that. Look, if she learns from a chef in the castle or something, we'll probably be fine. While exchanging the unavoidable promise with Lexia-san, I quickly started cooking. I'm very careful with the ingredients, such as using orc king meat so that it will be easier to recover the strength. Lexia-san and Luna kept watching me cooking like that. Yuuya-sama, you're even good at cooking. I understand Yuuya less and less. How is he able to do everything? Is he really the same species of human as us? I'm not used to cooking with people looking at me like I did on the field trip. It makes me nervous. Is there something wrong with it? Anyway, I wanted the two of them to eat something delicious, so I made it while making full use of my cooking skills. After I managed to finish making it, despite being even more nervous than usual, I put the food in front of the two of them and Knight. Now then, let's eat. Woof. It looks really good. Yeah. I'm so hungry now. Thankfully, they both seemed to enjoy my food, and I was relieved to see that they were looking forward to my cooking. Tilda. This is really good. As expected from my Yuuya-sama. Yui? As she said that, Lexia-san suddenly hugged my arm. Lexia-san? Hey, Lexia. Get away from Yuuya. In place of my sudden freezing, Luna pulled Lexia-san out of my arms. Really? Lexia-san is so bold. Well. I'm glad if it suited your taste. At any rate, I thought I could make it well, but I'm glad to actually hear that. As I was smiling at Lexia-san's words, Luna was looking at the food with a thoughtful face. Luna, what's wrong? I call out to her, but Luna doesn't respond and mumbles a little something. I have to prevent Lexia from taking Yuuya. Yuuya. Why yes. Luna suddenly called my name loudly, and I couldn't help but respond by straightening my posture. Lexia-san is also surprised as she tries to bring the food to her mouth. Yuuya. Can you feed me? Huh? Hey, Luna. I haven't regained my strength yet. I'm too weak to do anything. You're lying. It's not like eating has anything to do with physical strength or anything else. That's not true. If I move too much, my wound might open up. Yeah, it can't be helped. You can't blame me for this, it's a matter of course that Yuuya feeds me. No, Luna-san. I believe you were moving just fine before, right? You moved more than just eating. As I thought that while twitching my cheeks, Luna-san looked up at me. Is that no good? I don't know if it's a no-no, or... Well, if she really can't even afford to eat, then it's because it was I who did the damage to Luna. Fine, here, open your mouth. Yuan. Arg. Lexia-san was screaming next to Luna, but I didn't have time to turn my attention to that because of the embarrassment. How's it? It's good, this is. Very delicious. Luna, who was enjoying the food, swallowed once and turned her gaze to Lexia-san. Fufu. Muki-ai. Yuuya-sama. Me too, I want you to feed me like Luna. But. Lexia-san isn't injured. It's a princess order. Royalty is scary. Political power is impossible. No matter how hard I try, I can't go against it. I'm just a minor citizen. I had no choice but to do the same to Lexia-san as well as Luna, and this time Luna prompted me again. I didn't have time to eat my own food. Why does it have to be like this? I managed to get them both to eat all the food, and I was finally ready to start on my own food. It's okay now, isn't it? I'm going to eat now, just wait. No, Yuuya-sama. Now we'll be the ones to feed you, Yuuya-sama. Huh? That's right, Yuuya, it's our thanks for earlier. I couldn't keep my mouth open at these two's remarks. I mean, Luna-san. If you had the strength to feed me, why didn't you just eat it yourself? Despite my astonishment, they each offered me the food in my bowl. Yes, come on, eat up. Yes. I will only say one thing. I'm very tired of eating today. Part 2. After the meal, there was some struggle over what to do with the bed and so on, but as I was mentally exhausted, I managed to get through it, and I was able to go to bed safely. And the next day, I found out that Luna's physical condition was okay now, after having rested for a day, so we once again decided to go to the place where we left Owen-san and the others. It would be quicker if we moved with teleport magic, but since Luna wanted to move her body as well as rehabilitate, we're moving on foot. Honestly, I took Lexia-san and Luna, the attacker, without explaining anything to Owen-san. So it's complicated for me to face him, but I can only apologize honestly. I'm the one who's to blame. And there's no guarantee that Owen-san and the others are still in that place. Truly, Yuuya and Knight are just ridiculous. To think that you can proceed in battle with an advantage against the monsters of this great devil's nest. Woof. Luna says that with a somewhat distant look in her eyes, but I still haven't gone that far into the depths of this great devil's nest, and to be honest, given the fact that I know of the existence of Sage-san, I think I still need to train. Well, the sage warned me not to go too far in possessing too much power, though. Although, I do want to be strong enough to protect Knight and my friends at least. Oh, that's the entrance. When the entrance of the forest finally came into view, Lexia-san pointed happily and told us that. Along the way, we encountered a group of goblin elites, but there were no monsters near the exit, and we were able to pass through the great devil's nest safely. Then. Commander, look over there. Huh? Lexia-sama. I heard a voice and turned my gaze toward it, and I saw Owen-san and the others, just as they were when I first met them. Apparently, they'd been waiting here all day long. When Owen-san saw us, he rushed over to us. Lexia-san just smiled, looking at Owen-san. Owen. Good day. Don't just good day me like there's nothing. Please refrain from acting arbitrarily. We are your guards. As expected, Lexia-san felt bad about this situation, and she bowed her head obediently. I'm sorry. Owen-san. I'm sorry for bringing Lexia-san along with me. When I think about it calmly, it's like some kind of kidnapping, isn't it? Is that okay? I wonder if I'm still going to be charged for a crime. When I looked at Owen-san's face with anxiety, Owen-san was about to say something for a second, but he let out a big sigh. There are a lot of things I want to say, but considering Lexia-sama's position and Yuuya Dono's position, it would have been difficult to go against what Lexia-sama said. No. It wasn't Lexia-san's fault, it was just that I got swept away in the moment. Owen-san and I were both apologizing to each other, but we cut off the conversation once we knew it wasn't going to progress at this point. So, Lexia-sama. I've been wondering since earlier, who's that woman over there? And I also heard that the little wolf at your feet is Yuuya Dono's companion, but... Oh, come to think of it, I didn't introduce him properly. This little boy is my family, and his name is Knight. Woof. After being introduced by me, Knight dexterously raised his paw and responded. You seem to be a very clever wolf. Knight Dono, thank you for saving Lexia-sama at that time. Woof. Knight barked as if to say, don't mind it. Well, You're really clever, aren't you? And what about that woman over there? Yeah, she is. The moment I was about to speak about Luna, Lexia-san, for some reason, puffed out her chest and answered on my behalf. She's Luna, the assassin who attacked me. And now she's my new bodyguard. What? Hey, Yuuya. Is this woman an idiot? I can only return a drawn-out smile to Luna, who says that while holding her head. Nah, I didn't expect her to be that honest. Owen-san's expression froze at Lexia-san's words, but he immediately jumped back with Lexia-san in his arms and drew his sword when he got a distance away from Luna. Taking that as a cue, the other soldiers also draw their swords and point their blades at Luna. Hey, Owen. Why do you keep pointing your sword at Luna? Put it down now. What do you mean, Lexia-sama? This woman is the assassin who attacked you, isn't she? Yes, she was. Therefore, I've hired her as my bodyguard. It's too unclear how we arrived at that therefore. Lexia-san, you're leaving out too many explanations. Owen-san is really having a hard time with this, isn't he? I can't say anything about it because I'm involved with one of them this time. Luna herself, whose sword was pointed at her, raised her hands in a bitter smile, showing her non-resistance. Lexia. Do something about them. Geez, it's too much trouble. Can't you just go ahead and do it yourself? What? Are you an idiot? What does that mean? When Lexia-san's mouth suggested an unexpected physical solution, Luna half-idly clicked her tongue at that. Owen-san. As for Luna, Lexia-san was right, she is now Lexia-san's bodyguard, so she is no longer dangerous. Are you expecting me to just believe in your word? If that's what the assassins are after, then Lexia-sama is in danger. I really don't have anything to say about this overly sane opinion. It's pitiful, but as a proper bodyguard, Owen-san's words are correct. As I was thinking desperately about what I should say to make him believe me, Luna let out a sigh. Sigh. I can't blame you for not trusting me, but if I wanted to kill Lexia, I could have done it yesterday. That's exactly what I could have done while we were sleeping together. Lexia-sama. What? We were staying at Yuuya-sama's home together, so it's only natural that we slept together, right? Yuuya Dono? I'm sorry. All I can do is apologize. Really, I'm sorry. Owen-san wanted to say a lot of things, but when he looked at me, Lexia-san's face, and Luna, he let out another sigh and put his sword back down. Sigh. I still can't completely trust you, but I'll just stop pointing my sword at you. See, Commander? Are you sure? It can't be helped. In fact, if you looked at her skill during the first attack, she could have killed Lexia-sama when she went to bed with her. It was either because of Yuuya Dono's power that she didn't do that, or, it is as Lexia-sama said. Maybe it's because she's now Lexia-sama's guard. Whatever it is, we can't judge it now. Geez, you're so specific with every single detail. Luna is now my guard, so you should just be obedient and delighted. She's still a brilliant assassin. That was too much. Owen-san, who looked completely drained of his poisonous energy, looked at Lexia-sama with a dumbfounded face and then immediately looked at Luna with a serious expression. Well then, assuming I believe Lexia-sama's words that you have become her guard, would you like to tell me about the person who asked you to assassinate Lexia-sama? I don't mind. Luna spoke honestly about the details of the request as if she was no longer completely wary of the Dark Guild. However, most people who make a request to the Dark Guild hide their identity. But this time, it was definitely a request from a noble of the kingdom. Apparently, it was also to curry favor with the first prince. What? No way. Why? I'm completely an outsider, and I don't know the situation in their country, so it's hard to say, but Lexia-san, who was so innocent until now, made a shocked face. The first prince means Lexia-san's big brother or younger brother. No, but royalty is kind of complicated, so it's not just like the common sibling. However, As for the first prince's favors, it's a matter of speculation. In the underground world, stories about the first prince often come up, but that story has not been completely confirmed. Story about what? That is, of course, about the first prince hating the first princess. That is to say, he hates Lexia. Lexia-san's expression grew tense as Luna informed her of the fact that her brother might hate her. Night approaches Lexia, seemingly worried, and slips closer to her leg. Noticing Night, Lexia-san holds him in her arms. Night. Woof. Woof. Thank you. Although she wouldn't be able to understand what Night was saying, Lexia-san smiled gently, knowing that Night was worried about her. Nonetheless, well, let's continue the story. Anyway, I received a request for Lexia's assassination, and in the request, it also included the information about Yuuya. Huh? Me? I thought it was completely unrelated to me, so I suddenly became nervous when I was brought up. Yeah. However, the existence of Yuuya is not completely known, it's just vague information that says someone in the Great Devil's Nest. Even so, why would anyone want to know my information? For some reason, Luna replied to my words with a dumbfounded look. You know what, Yuuya? Lexia was attacked once, before I attacked her. It seems that some professionals had been sent at that time, but then Lexia escaped to the Great Devil's Nest. Well, their mistake back there was that they drove her deep into the Great Devil's Nest, and as expected, those who were sent to do it never came back, yes, except for Lexia herself. Did you notice? If monsters killed the attackers, then it would be strange if Lexia wasn't attacked as well. Who else would have the skills to hide in the Great Devil's Nest? Yeah, there's none other than Yuuya and Night. That isn't normal when Lexia just returned normally like that. Is that a roundabout way of saying I'm not normal? If Lexia is the only survivor, and the skilled assassin is dead, the only conceivable possibility is that someone saved her. She ignored me. They're going to assassinate the princess. The assassins must have planned it carefully, so they must be thinking that the assassins separated Lexia and Owen and the other guards. That would force them to consider the existence of a third party. They could think of it as a monster attack. But then, as I said in the beginning, it's unlikely that only Lexia would be lucky enough to survive. After all those skilled assassins are dead. Moo. Owen-san snorted at Luna's explanation. I feel like I want to hold my head up myself. What Luna says about the assassins she's talking about is probably from the first time I met Lexia-san. I didn't understand it at the time, but there was definitely blood and flesh splattered around the goblin general. In other words, that was. Thinking up to that point, I felt a sudden rush of blood. Woof. Yuuya-sama. I'm sorry. It's okay. Night and Lexia noticed that I was acting strangely and called out to me in concern. I'm not going to say that life weighs differently because they're humans or anything like that, but it's still something that comes to my mind. It's not something I can say after taking the lives of monsters so many times. That's what I thought, and while the shock still hasn't left me, I managed to recover. I knew that someday people would discover Yuuya Dono's existence, but it was sooner than I expected. For that reason, I would like Yuuya Dono to meet His Majesty. That. Owen-san's words reminded me that I had another purpose other than to send Lexia-san and Luna here, and I cut his words off with trepidation. I'm sorry, if we had left yesterday, it would have been fine. Why you're not gonna? I feel even more guilty as I see Owen-san's face turned pale as he looks at me. I'm sorry. Can I have an audience with the king at another time? I have a schedule to keep. Yuuya-sama, you won't come to the royal capital with me? Lexia-san shouted in surprise, but once this golden week is over, the school will start as usual. I'm really sorry. I don't know when the next opportunity will come. But I will definitely be coming over. I know it's rude, but all I can do is apologize. In response to me, Owen-san gave me a look as if his soul had been drained. Is that so? Ha ha, ha ha ha. If you have other plans, it can't be helped, right? Hey, Lexia. Is this guy really okay? He looks like he's going to die. It's okay. It happens all the time. What does that mean? Luna looks at Owen-san with an indescribable expression. No, I'm very sorry for piling up your anxiety. After I desperately apologized, Owen-san corrected his posture as if to regain his composure. Humph. Then when do you think we will meet next? It's hard to say because my schedule is still very uncertain. I'm still trying to figure out what the school's events are going to be, too. In my old high school, I could have predicted it to some extent, but in my current high school, that prediction can't be relied upon. I see. Then I would like you to come to the royal capital at a convenient time for Yuuya Dono. Are you sure? What about the king's convenience? I can't hide my surprise at the statement that said I could go whenever I want. I mean, how can I meet with the head of a country without making an appointment? It may be difficult to say you have to come as soon as possible, but the next time will certainly give you more time, right? There are no major conflicts these days, and diplomatic and domestic politics have settled down. Well, there's also the first prince, but that's a matter of speculation, as she says. Why, yes. Is it really okay? However, it is also true that it helps me. Well, I'm really sorry, but I'll visit at my convenience for the next time. That's fine. If you go straight down the street right there, you'll find the city. And if you follow the single road that continues beyond that, you'll be able to reach the royal capital. Unfortunately, I can't arrange for a carriage or anything like that, but don't mind it. I'm really sorry and thank you very much. There was indeed a single paved road leading in the direction that Owen-san pointed to. If it's a single road, then I won't get lost. Well, I guess we should be leaving now. There's a lot more we have to investigate now. Leave it to me to deal with those who are in the same profession as me and to be vigilant. I've been hired to do that. I'll be expecting you for that. I was worried about how Luna would be treated, but I was relieved to see that they didn't seem to be concerned with anything more than caution. Yuuya-sama, are you sure you can't come? Sorry, next time, I'll go to the royal capital myself. Well, it would be a nuisance to Yuuya-sama if I kept him too long. Fine, I'll give up this time. But you'll definitely come to the royal capital, won't you? Can you promise it? Yes, I promise. Lexia-san nodded with satisfaction at my words, and then went straight to the luxurious carriage that had been prepared for her. As Knight and I watched that scene, Luna approached me with nervousness. Yuuya. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you. That's not really a bother. I was confused and really worried about a lot of things, but I'm just relieved that Luna was able to be safe like this. Yuuya. Woof, woof. Knight, too. I see. You were worried about me. Luna muttered that softly as if holding her words. Then, as they got ready to return, Lexia-san called out to Luna from inside the carriage. Luna. We're going to move, so get in the carriage now. Yeah, I'm coming. It's a short exchange, but that's enough to make me feel like she'll be able to get along with Lexia-san, and I couldn't help but smile looking at them. I hope they will get to know each other better and better over time. Luna was about to chase the carriage that began to go slowly, but then she suddenly stopped and ran towards Knight and me. And then Luna kissed me on the cheek. Yuuya. I heard Lexia-san scream from the advancing carriage, but I could not understand it for what it was exactly for at this point. While I froze in surprise to that extent, Luna blushed and said, This kiss is a way of expressing gratitude and a declaration of war. What? I don't know. Figure it out for yourself. As soon as Luna said that, She ran off towards the carriage with great speed. Hey, Owen! Stop the carriage now. I'm going to kiss Yuuya summer, too. Yeah, the weather is so great. Owen! Apart from Lexia's loud voice, Owen-san said that in a heartfelt, soothing voice. Stop. Please stop it.
I want to kiss Yuuya summer too.
Lexia-san leaned out of the carriage and desperately reached out her hand. While watching the scene in a daze, I unintentionally touched my cheek as if to confirm the feeling I had just experienced. Chapter 2, Akatsuki. Part 1. Today, after I parted from Luna and the others, and the Golden Week has ended, I was still thinking about the meaning of Luna's actions. What the heck was that? And that declaration of war? I don't know. I have no idea. I had no idea what a girl was thinking, and all I could do was hold my head in my hands. And no matter how long it went on, that scene kept popping up in my head, and to be honest, I was in constant agony, so I woke up early in the morning and took a little walk in the other world to clear my mind. Then. Whoa. Woof. Both Knight and I marveled at the scene in front of us. A part of the forest was opened up as if a hole had been made in it, and a lake that glistened in the morning sun was spread out. Wow. I didn't know there was a place like this. Woof. Knight and I unexpectedly forgot to be cautious and approached the lake. I looked into the water of the lake and saw that it was surprisingly clear and visible all the way to the bottom. As I recall, I'd heard that clear water is devoid of nutrients, but the water plants were vibrant, and we could see fish swimming gracefully in the lake. Since it's a relatively large lake, I wondered if there were aquatic monsters or something like that, but I couldn't see anything like that in both the range of visibility and my presence detection skill. Ah, yes. Knight, do you want to take a bath here today? It's not every day that we get to experience a bath with a view like this. Woof. Once I got Knight's approval, I brought out my bath set. I just wanted to take a bath to get rid of my sweat from the walk. The atmosphere seemed more Western than Japanese, so I decided to go with the jacuzzi this time. As soon as I got into the bath and enjoyed the scene in front of me, I couldn't help but think how luxurious it was. Ha! What nice warm water. Woof tilde. Fugo tilde, I heard an unfamiliar voice, so I involuntarily looked up at what was next to me. And there was a little piggy that I had never seen before enjoying the bath as much as we did. You. Where did you come from? Buoy? I lifted the strange little piggy that had been in the bath for some time, and we made eye contact, but the little piggy is adorable, and all he was doing was tilting his head. No, I'm the one who wants to tilt my head here. If I can think of it, was he already near the bath set when I took out the bath set and hid his appearance? When I looked at the little piggy again, he was covered in short red fur, and his eyes were black and just stared at me without any hostility. The fur felt different and silky to the touch than Knight's. I do not really understand, but do you want to take a bath with us just like this? Buoy. When I said that, the little piggy settled down at my feet. What's with this guy? He's so cute. While petting the little pig together with the approaching Knight, I activated the appraisal skill on the little pig. Muju level 490. Magic 60,000. Attack 5,000. Defense 5,000. Agility 3,000. Intelligence 10,000. Luck 10,000. Muju? T/N, I'm not so sure if it's right, but I found it as a name of a myth pig monster in China. The name is Mengwai in Chinese. Please let me know if someone got a better idea of this, and this is the kanji. Buoy? I tilted my head at the name of a race I'd never heard of. No, we're in a different world, and it's only natural that there are monsters of a race I don't know. But I get the feeling that it has a Chinese background in terms of atmosphere. But still, the stats are pretty unbalanced as well. His attack power and defense are too low for his level, and instead, his magic power is outstandingly high. You're an odd one, aren't you? Bui tilde. No, that's not a compliment, you know? The little piglet dexterously made a head-scratching gesture with its paws. Well, it's okay because it was cute. As I was pondering that, a message unexpectedly appeared in front of me. The skill, appraisal, has met a certain level of proficiency. It has changed to identification. Muju has been successfully tamed. What? How could I have possibly tamed this guy? We're just taking a bath together. Does that mean it's because we've had a naked relationship? Not that it bothers me at all, this guy is cute, and I'm more than happy to welcome him, but… Hey, you're supposed to be tamed by me, but is that okay? Fugo? Bui? You didn't even notice it. The little pig looked very surprised, but eventually, he nodded and turned to me. Bui. Bua bui. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't understand the details of what this guy is talking about, but somehow this guy seems to have agreed to stay with us. Is that okay with him? He's so wild. Or rather, it's the same with Knight, the language comprehension skill isn't working. Somehow, it's not something that has been properly verbalized, and in the first place, Knight and the others aren't communicating with their own kind with their cries as a language, they are communicating and signaling with their instincts, so I guess that's why the language comprehension skill isn't working. Instead, although I don't understand the language clearly, I can understand that they are saying something like that to me. As we were exchanging these words, Knight looked up at me. Woof. Yeah, this guy just became one of us. Get along with him, okay? Woof. Knight and I have a certain amount of communication with each other rather than with the little piggy. Well, whatever. It's not like Knight can completely understand what I'm saying either. And since I've known Knight longer than him, it's only natural that I would understand. The little piggy will eventually get used to it and learn to understand. For now, since we are now friends. No, we're family, I'll have to give you a name. Woof. Buiyi. What would be good? In the first place, I've never heard of Muju before. I look at the little piggy again while thinking of a name. And just like with Knight, I decided on a name based on the appearance. Yup. Your name is Akatsuki. From his red fur and black eyes, I vaguely imagined the sky before the dawn, so I decided to give him the name Akatsuki. I won't accept any complaints since it's already completely a matter of my senses. After being named, Akatsuki let out a cheerful voice. Bui. Bua bui. Oh, you're happy, huh? That's good. I was trying not to give him a weird name, but I'm glad he's happy with it. Knight and Akatsuki immediately discussed something with each other and began to enjoy the bath from a little distance from me. Now, what exactly is identification? I neglected it once, but now that I've decided on Akatsuki's name, it's time to think about it in regards to this skill. Looking at the description of the message, my constant use of appraisal has led to some proficiency. I've heard that the change is because it has reached a certain level. But what's the difference? And if there's this change, it means that maybe other skills might change as well, right? Since it's already come to this point, let's just look into this identification with the identification itself. I immediately activated the skill, and it displayed like this. Identification. This is a higher level skill of appraisal. You can examine the target in more detail than appraisal, and you can also look at the target's skill structure. I don't really understand it, but it's become very convenient, right? I would have more impressions and surprises, but for me, this was the best I could think of. For now, being able to see the skill structure of the target means that I'll be able to see the enemy's skill structure, which I hadn't been able to see before. That's very gratifying. It's because it allows us to avoid even more danger. But what about seeing the status and skills of a human or the like? I guess it's like one's personal information, and it's not a good idea to use it implicitly. I still don't know exactly how to use the skill, so I'll keep it to monsters for now. So, I decided to take a look at the skill structure of Knight and Akatsuki. Hey, Knight, Akatsuki. Can I check out your skills? It's weird to ask for confirmation just here, even though I can look at their status on my own, but I asked anyway. Woof. Booey. Once I got permission from these two, I decided to look at it from Knight's skill structure. Knight Bite Attack Technique, 10, Claw Technique, 10, Magic Control, Chantless, Presence Detection, Dodge, Weakness Detection, Super Senses, Divine Authority of the Night God Wolf currently unavailable. You're so ridiculous. Woof. Knight only tilted his head adorably at might succor me. No, what's with all these blown-up skills? He has learned Chantless before I knew it, and his claws and biting attacks are at the maximum level of proficiency, and most importantly, what's that, Divine Authority of the Night God Wolf? Though, it doesn't look like it can be used right now. Knight, you're going to be a big shot one day. I'm sure of it. Woof. Canyon. I pet his head and Knight rubs his body against mine. He's going to be a big shot in the future, but right now he's so spoiled and cute. Since he's so cute, I don't care for anything else. Okay, how about Akatsuki? Booey, looking at Akatsuki's skill structure. Akatsuki Magic Control, Exorcism, Curse Removal, Sanctuary. Looks like you're just the same as Knight, huh? Booey? I don't know if these skills are all usable in battle or not, but Sanctuary is a strange one to think about. Hey, Akatsuki. Can you try out this Sanctuary skill? Fugo. To be honest, I had no idea what kind of skill it was, but when I asked Akatsuki that, he activated the skill without any hesitation. And then... Ooh. Woof. With Akatsuki in the center, some kind of warm light flooded out and spread throughout the forest. And the lake that received that light emitted a pale gleam, and the trees, plants and flowers changed to a more vibrant state. Could this be a restorative skill? Booey. Akatsuki nodded adorably as if to say that my thoughts were correct. But to be honest, this Sanctuary skill seems to have more effect. While it was beautiful, so was the fact that the otherwise normal lake was glowing faintly, but the entire area around it felt purified. I felt somewhat refreshed. I couldn't look into it any further now, but for now, I thought that Akatsuki would be able to play a significant role in recovery and support, rather than a battle type like Knight. Anyways, it turns out that you're so great as well. Booey tilde. There were a lot of things going on, like new skills and Akatsuki becoming a family member, but none of them was bad, so that's fine. I'm enjoying a full bath while petting Akatsuki and Knight when Knight suddenly jumps out of the bath and runs towards the house. Knight. I go to chase after Knight, but remembering that I'm not dressed, I hurry to put on my clothes, and Knight comes back with something in his mouth. Woof. What on earth are you doing? You just ran out of the blue. You startled me, you know? Woof. Woof. This is? Knight brought me a watch, and he placed it skillfully in front of me and tapped it with his foot in a cute manner. I looked closely at it and saw that it was the time, which is when I usually start getting dressed for school. Is it time already? The fact that the Golden Week is over means that classes will start normally, and I hurry to get ready. I'm sorry. Knight. Thanks. I'm sorry, Akatsuki, but I'm leaving right now. Woof tilde. Booey. I hurriedly used the teleport magic to get home, and after quickly finishing dressing, I had a light breakfast and ran out of the house without further ado. And by that time, I had a clear head, and as a result, I succeeded in changing my mood. Part 2. Alright, let's start the homeroom. Sawada-sensei announced that in her usual unmotivated voice and lightly talked about today's program. After announcing the program, Sawada-sensei suddenly seemed to remember something and smiled unpleasantly. Oh, come to think of it. It's almost time for the ball game tournament. As I tilted my head at Sawada-sensei's words, The rest of my classmates were filled with motivation. Yeah. Let's get a good result here and get more budget for the school festival. The ball games are a great opportunity to get more budget. Apparently, the school festival budget changes depending on the ranking of the ball game, just like in the field study, or rather, does the difference in the budget change the stalls that much? As I was wondering, Sawada-sensei noticed my expression and told me. I think I explained the school festival lightly during the field trip the other day. Oh, so you don't understand its scale, huh? Yes. I see. To make a long story short, our school festival is on a completely different scale from other festivals. The television station comes to cover the festival every year, and there are live performances by famous artists. It's already in a different dimension. It is not much different from other high schools to have a stall with a minimal budget. We borrowed desks from other classrooms and set up our stall. Well, isn't that what every high school is like? As I thought that, Sawada-sensei grinned. But you know what? The extravagant part of our school festival is that we can hire a vendor to make all the stalls for us. If it's a haunted house, you can use the interior design and mechanism for professional purposes. If you're putting on a drama, you can use gorgeous costumes and outsource all the scenery and lighting equipment with the budget you've got. Is this really a school festival? This is quite different than what I was expecting. When I was immensely impressed by the sheer scale of the event, Sawada-sensei nodded with satisfaction. It seems you understand how great our school festival is now. Then, based on that, I'll tell you, the events will begin to increase now. The first event is the ball game tournament, but as you know, the results of this event will be reflected in the school festival, so do your best. All of them are essential events. However, I was filled with the feeling that I was looking forward to it now. Everyone else seems to be looking forward to it as well. All right, then, do your best for the rest of the day. Sawada-sensei ended her homeroom with that final word. In preparation for the ball game tournament that Sawada-sensei mentioned during homeroom, the PE class we're about to attend now will be devoted to practicing in advance for the tournament. It appears that each student will be asked to choose one of the following sports: soccer, basketball, dodgeball, tennis, table tennis, and so on, to select a team for the class. The first place winner of each sport will receive 10 points, the second place winner will receive 5 points, the third place winner will receive 3 points, and the rest of the teams will be scored with 1 point. Now, today, we will play soccer. The teams have been selected at random so that you will play with that team. The positions and so on are to be decided by the team. And also, if I tell you in advance that you'll be playing basketball in the next PE class, consider it as such. Yes, said the students in unison. Everyone responded energetically to the words of Oiwa-sensei, who was in charge of the PE class. Looking at the team division announced by Oiwa-sensei, I was placed on the same team as Ryo and Shingo-kun, but Akira was on the enemy's team. Besides, if I looked carefully, it seemed that the ball game tournament was a mixed team competition for men and women, and Cade, Rin, and even Yukine were also named in our team. Yahoo, everyone! We're on the same team. So let's do our best. With Ryo here, it will be a relief. You're right. I not be much help to everyone, but I'll try my best, said Shingo-kun. I've never played football properly, to begin with. I had soccer classes in elementary and junior high school, but they never explained the rules to me in detail. Well, it was like there were no rules at all. Moreover, the school assumes that I have been playing soccer or baseball since I was a child, but I've never really played football or baseball before, and I have no idea of the detailed rules. Maybe I should look them up, but I wasn't really interested in them. And that made me look like a total idiot. As I looked far away from them, Ryo and the others widened their eyes at my remarks. Yuuya, you really haven't played soccer before? Yeah. Well, I haven't played outside for a long time, and I never learned the rules in school either, I see. Then, do you know what a keeper is? You could stand in front of the goal and take the ball that the opponent kicked, but... Oh, I know that. But somehow, I don't know where I should use my hands or any of that. The keeper can't just take the ball, and I heard that there are cases where you shouldn't take it with your hands, depending on the position. Well, I'm not sure. Then Rio kindly moved to the field and pointed to a certain line. You can use your hands within this line. So, if you don't really understand the detailed rules, why don't you participate as a goalkeeper this time? You sure you want to let me be the keeper? Yeah. I can't say it's all perfect, but I'll try to keep them as far away from the goal as possible. Yes, yes. Besides, if it's Yuuya-kun, I'm sure you can protect it. Rio laughed, showing his white teeth, and Cade smiled as well. Well then, I guess I'll play as a keeper this time. I'll be around, and I'll explain the rules when I get a chance, said Shingo-kun. Really? Thank you. Oya, you're quite reluctant, aren't you? Well, maybe this time, it's a good idea to teach Yuuya the rules. Also, with the strategy. I know that Shingo is not good at sports, so he was standing near the goal the last time they played soccer. That's why he's willing to teach me the rules when he has time. I'm really grateful. Moreover, this time, with Rio on my side, I can go to the PE class with a lot of peace of mind. As I was confirming the positions and movements of others, the game finally began. As expected, as soon as Rio kept possession of the ball, he rushed into the enemy line with tremendous speed. Seriously, Rio is too strong. I'll absolutely stop him here. He's gone. He passed me so quickly. As expected of Rio-kun. As I thought, I'm glad to be on the same team as him. The girls also supported Rio nicely, so as not to lose to the boys. Rio continued his rapid attack, but on the way, he was surrounded by almost all of the opponents and was unable to move. I cannot move in this situation. Ha. What do you think? This is my footwork as the young noble of this Uzai Gakuen. No, Akira. It's fine to aim at Rio's ball, but that move was quite disturbing even for us on the same team. It's quite a distance, but thanks to my leveled up eyesight in another world, I could see Rio and the others fighting intensely for the ball. However, as expected of Rio, when he sees an opening in the opponents, he passes the ball to a nearby teammate and begins to attack at once. He passed the ball to one of the teammates to confuse them, and then the ball was given back to him, and he scored a goal. Yeah. Damn it. Rio is too strong. It's fine because we're on the same side at the ball game, but when it comes to the enemy, he will be too annoying. It's true that we're all on the same team in terms of the ball game, so there couldn't have been a more encouraging ally. After that, just as he said at the beginning, Rio did not let the opponents get close to the goal I was defending, and he took more and more shots. Oh. Really, Rio is a fighter. Ha. It seemed that some of the other classes and seniors are just as good or better than Rio-kun, though. For real? Yeah. Our soccer team is always in the national championships, you know? The fact that there might be more than Rio who continues to be a warrior right in front of me just now simply astonishes me. I was aware that the Uzai Gakuen was a place for elites to go to, but I didn't know that it was also that strong in sports. Nevertheless, our opponent's team gradually got better at coordinating to stop Rio's movements, and they got the ball more often than before. Then, I saw some kind of wicked smile on Rin's face, and she went up to Cade. Yeah, Cade. I've come up with a good plan, do you want to try it? Good plan? Yeah. What? It's not that hard, you know. You just have to jump. Jump? They were conversing fluently even though they were in the middle of a game, but suddenly Cade started jumping on the spot. Like this? Bah. At that moment, Cade's chest shook significantly. Both Shingo-kun and I gushed and hurriedly removed our gaze from her, but the boys, who were engaged in a fierce battle on the field, stared at Cade as if to devour her. New. It's shaking. It's shaking. There's an Eden in the middle of nowhere. How about we quit soccer and do a little observation? Are you crazy? You know we're in a game right now. Rio was perplexed by the boys stretching their noses out underneath their opponents, and the girls had a dumbfounded look on their faces. I didn't expect it to be this effective. Hey, Rin-chan. What the heck did you mean by that? Why did everyone suddenly burst out? I think Cade is a bit too defenseless. That's right. You. Walking OP weapon. Rin-chan, aren't you being too cruel? What? Boo-ah-ah. At that moment, Rin rubbed Cade's chest as if it was a prank, and almost all of the boys who were watching the scene fell down with their noses bleeding. I made full use of my leveled-up physical abilities and looked away, so I didn't suffer any damage. Well, my face is so red. Shingo-kun, like all the other boys, had seen the fascinating scene, and it seemed that he had seen it all before, and he looked away with his face turning red. Apparently, it seems that Rin was aiming for this situation. What a frightening girl. In a field that has become a pandemonium, Rio, whose face is also reddening, covers his cheeks. Shall we attack now? Then Rio took a shot for what seemed to be the umpteenth time. As expected of Cade. Aren't the boys almost all wiped out? What a nightmare. I wonder if this could be used for the ball game? Maybe we can win it. Rin-chan. I'm sorry. Look, why don't we just support the boys for now? How am I supposed to support them? I'm so embarrassed. But, maybe, they'll probably keep looking at your breasts for the rest of the game. No. Cade and the others were also very excited. Yeah. I'm glad they're enjoying themselves. Even though a number of boys were sacrificed. No. In this case, isn't Cade the biggest victim? When the game resumes once again, the boys who had fallen down stand up, despite being dizzy. Foo, I can see that. The great swinging Shangri-La. The power that comes with it. At this rate, I won't be able to follow Rio's footsteps anymore. It was undeniable, there was a fierce fighting spirit in the boys' eyes as they remembered the scene earlier. I don't know if that's a good thing or not since it's not a friend or foe thing, but at the very least, they have a lot of fighting spirit, even though the reason is impure. Pure in a roundabout way, though. In general, everyone was moving better than ever before, and Akira, who had been moving particularly well, finally took the ball away from Rio. That's bad. Ha. How about that? I couldn't show you any more of my clumsiness. I'm invincible from here on out. The reasoning is absurd, but in reality, Akira uses his tremendous ball handling skills to dodge my teammates' attacks and get closer and closer to the goal. Take this, Yuuya. My shot, which was touted as the young noble of soccer. In the previous class, Akira kicked the ball in the wrong direction, but this time, he fired a powerful shot at my goal that I was protecting. Moreover, he shot at me at a speed that would be difficult for a normal person to catch. Wawawa. I'm sorry, Yuuya-kun. It was impossible for me. It was too fast for Shingo-kun to keep up with, and no one was standing in front of me, the keeper. Furthermore, the ball took a sharp curve and was heading towards the goal post. While everyone watching was convinced of the goal, I reacted to the ball in an instant and snatched it up. Hey. Did you see his movement before? Then it seems that the others did not follow my movements with their eyes, and I seem to have moved at a moment's notice. Anyway, I asked Rio, who was also stunned. What am I supposed to do with the ball when I get it? Oh. Just pass it to one of us, and you'll be fine. Or, throw or kick it as hard as you can near the opponent's goal, and one of us will pick up the assist. Is that okay? Oh, if it's come to this, why don't you go ahead and throw it? Okay. Rio told me that much and left with Akira. All I need to do is just send it away for now, right? Okay, let's try to fly it as far away as possible. While being careful not to go out of the line taught by Rio, I held the ball. And since I always throw the absolute spear, I threw it while being mindful of it. Who? The air shuddered. Gya. Huh? The tremendous speed of the ball sent out a shock wave of sorts, and as it passed by, the boys nearby were blown away. In the midst of everyone's amazement, the ball I threw finally engulfed the opposing goalkeeper and shook the goal net as it was. Is this a goal? Is that what you're wondering now? They all told me that in unison. After experiencing a whole range of sports in the PE class, a certain tension was floating around in my class. Now, let's pick the team members for the ball game. The voices of both men and women were raised. In fact, a meeting was being held to determine the participants for each sport in the upcoming ball game tournament. The moderator of the meeting was a member of the school committee, Toru Kageno-kun. Toru-kun is a serious-looking student, with black bangs trimmed and glasses that suit him well. Normally he's a calm, smart and very gentle person, but in an event like this, he's also gotten fired up just like everyone else. There aren't many students like him, so I'm really impressed. Since then, we've been able to experience the main sports in the PE class, so each of us can choose what we're good at, but I was anxious about it. I'm still not very good at controlling my power, so when I kicked the ball, just like last time, everyone around me was harmed. If that happens, it's not even a game anymore. The rest of the events were similar, so in the end, whichever one I end up in, I'll be fine. Rather than get in trouble. The best thing to do is to do nothing, and then I'll end up with no trouble. But this is a school event, and there's nothing I can do about it. I want to participate in this event too. The meeting is going on even as I'm struggling to think about it, and before I know it, each of my classmates, except me, has decided which event to compete in. And when they all looked at me at once, they all groaned with complicated expressions. Yuuya will. Yu-umu. I feel sorry about it. Somehow, it wasn't just me, everyone else seemed to be wondering where to put me, and I couldn't help but apologize. Don't worry about it. Rather, it's more of a luxury concern, you know. That's right. Yuuya-kun seems to be able to play well wherever you are placed. And that's why we are having trouble with it. Is that right? Rio and Shingo-kun's words helped me. I'm really sorry, my body has become a troublemaker. I'm usually saved by it, but this time, it has become a problem. Then, as everyone was scratching their heads, Cade raised her hand. Yes. Well then, okay, let's pick a leader for each category, and that leader will do rock paper scissors with each other, and whoever wins will be the one who can bring in Yuuya-kun. Yuuya-kun originally seemed to be able to play anywhere, so I think this kind of decision would be better. That's it, said everyone. Cade's idea seemed to have been accepted, and they immediately decided on a leader for each category and began to play rock paper scissors. The rock paper scissors had an odd atmosphere, and they all had serious expressions on their faces. If we win this, we can get Yuuya. If we get Yuuya, then we have a better chance of winning the match. That means the girls will be there to cheer us on as we win. Then, this is a game we can't afford to lose, said all of the leaders. Isn't your motive too impure? Rio couldn't help but succumbing at their enthusiasm for rock paper scissors. Well, whatever the reason, I'm delighted that they need me like this. I used to be treated as a hindrance, dragging them down no matter what I did, so I'm glad to be in a situation where they rely on me. I had to be a little more careful than everyone else, but I wanted to do my best as much as I could in any category. Look. With this hand, I'll get Yuuya. Phew. I've already done the calculations to win this rock paper scissors. What do you mean? This, rock paper scissors young noble, of course, will win it. Rock paper scissors, the victory was instantaneous. there was only one person who won the game. That's I won. It was Shingo-kun. While everyone else was putting out scissors, only Shingo-kun was putting out the rock. Gwa. Well, I lost. And it was supposed to be a perfect calculation. Should I start calling myself an unfortunate young noble now? As Shingo-kun looked on helplessly as the defeated men were crushed, Toru-kun, who was calm as usual, nodded his head. Okay. Since Shingo-kun is in the ping-pong team, Yuuya-kun, I'll also put you on the ping-pong team. Is it okay with you? Yes. Thus, it was decided that the ball game I would play would be table tennis. Well, what can I say? This is the most unexpected part. Is that so? Why, yeah. It's not something I can say after I won, but I just thought Yuuya-kun would be able to play an active role in basketball or dodgeball or such. After school, while coming home with Rio and the others, we discussed the details of today's meeting. I think Rio and the others in soccer are more amazing than me, you know? They were all so active in class. And Akira, who competes in basketball, even called himself a young noble of basketball, so I guess he's amazing, but his young noble thing is ready for anything, you know. It's true, Akira calls himself a young noble in every way possible. As long as he keeps quiet, he really looks like a young noble, I guess. Even though I think it's weird to be called a young noble. But maybe he'll get a chance to really be called a young noble, who knows. To be honest, I don't know what to say about table tennis, but I'll do my best. I have never played ping pong in class, so I don't know how far I can go. Nevertheless, I wanted to do my best so that I could meet the expectations of my classmates who have high hopes for me like this. Sorry, are you Yuuya Tenjou-san? Yes? As I walked along in such a conversation with Rio and the others, I was unexpectedly approached from behind. When I turned my head towards the voice, I saw a man in a black suit and a woman standing there. Yes, but how did you know my name? When I asked that, the man held out a business card. My name is Kurosawa, and I work at an entertainment agency. Entertainment agency? Not only me, but Rio and the others also widened their eyes at the man in front of us at Kurosawa-san's words. Then Kurosawa-san ignored us and continued on with his words. Yuuya Tenjou-san. Are you interested in the entertainment industry? Chapter 3, Scout. No wait, interested in the entertainment world, you said. I can only be left dumbfounded by Kurosawa-san's two sudden words. Why me in the first place? I know I got carried away earlier, but if they knew my name, then they must have been looking for me from the beginning. I didn't know how the people at the entertainment agency knew who I was. Then, as if sensing my feelings, Kurosawa-san continued with a blank expression on his face. As a matter of fact, the agency I work for has Miyu, who did a photoshoot with Yuuya-san in the past, and also the photographer, Hikari. And when the director heard about Yuuya-san from them, she said she wanted you to join us. The one behind me is the director. To my surprise, it seems that the conversation came about because of the connection between me, Miyu-san, and Hikari-san. This was a big surprise to me because I thought I would no longer have anything to do with modeling sessions. I almost let it slide, but the person behind Kurosawa-san is the director of the company? She hasn't said a word to me since a while ago, but the boss herself came to me. But sure, she's got her arms crossed the whole time, and she looks like a big shot with some sense of comfort. Maybe it's just a prejudice. Isn't that amazing, Yuuya? It's the entertainment world, you know? That's right, Yuuya-kun. You were really cool in that picture. Rio and the others, who were just as surprised as I was, came back to their senses and said so with excitement. Well, Yuuya has a different aura, you know. I thought you would definitely enter the entertainment world one day, but it's rather amazing that you've made it this far in obscurity. Oh, indeed. I've never heard of a guy like Yuuya before. Even though the high school and junior high school that Yuuya went to before was in a neighborhood close to my junior high school. I didn't get the kind of story Rio was talking about because I only recently got this look in the first place, and it's not like it can't be helped or anything. More than that, I didn't know there was a fresh and cool boy like Rio either, so I guess there's not as much talk of such people in the area as people think. As I was convinced by myself, Kurosawa-san, still expressionless as ever, asked me nonchalantly. So, Yuuya-san, what do you think? Are you interested in the entertainment industry? Well, I'm sorry. I'm happy to hear about it, but it was too sudden. I can't decide so easily. I'm sorry. When I said that and bowed my head, Kurosawa-san's eyebrows moved for a moment, and Rio and the others widened their eyes. When I looked closely, I could see that the director, who was standing behind Kurosawa-san with her arms crossed, was also surprised. Yuuya. Are you sure? It's the entertainment industry, you know? Why, you might even get to know some of the idols and voice actors on TV, you know? If that happens, please introduce them to me. Aren't you being too hasty, Shingo-kun? I don't know much about idols and voice acting, but it's rare to see Shingo-kun getting excited like that. Rio is also slightly surprised. Then the director, who had been silent until now, looked a little impatient and opened her mouth for the first time. Hey. Are you really going to turn this down? The entertainment industry that everyone dreams about. Moreover, our agency has been doing great business lately, and it's got a lot of potential. It's true that as Rio, Shingo-kun, and you said, the entertainment industry may be everyone's dream, but I haven't found what I want to do in the future yet. I at least think that I want to do something that I can say, this is it. From the bottom of my heart, and I'm here now with my friends. I'm happy to be able to spend time in high school in a normal way. I'm hoping to enjoy these times more. Well, most importantly, I don't think I'm going to do better if I go into the entertainment industry. I've been able to level up in another world and enjoy my life now. Maybe you might say that I should challenge myself because I haven't decided what I want to do yet, but I don't think I can say I'm going to quit irresponsibly once I've started. I don't know how I'll be spending my time in the future, but I just want to think about it a little bit more. Now that I've got the time to do it this way, I need to carefully think about it. Receiving my words, Rio and the others gave a bitter smile. I think Yuuya will succeed for sure, but... Well, it's true that once you're in the entertainment industry, you won't be able to go back to the carefree Yuuya like this, and we will miss you as well, and above all, I think it's best for you to do what you want to do. It seems like a waste, but if that's what you think, Yuuya-kun, then we'll respect that. It was really nice to hear what Rio and the others had to say because all my life has been in denial until now. I was delighted to hear your story. But I can't think about being in the entertainment industry right now or anything like that. I'm sorry. Then I bowed to Kurosawa-san and the director. The director then looked dismayed and pulled Kurosawa-san a little further away and began to consult with him. Hey, wait, Kurosawa. This is so wrong. Director. What's wrong? Isn't this scouting thing, the director started saying? Shut up. Just do something about it. Yes. Having decided enough with the consultation, Kurosawa-san came to me again and told me nonchalantly with a blank expression. Then, I'll give up on scouting. Hey, Kurosawa. The director is appalled behind Kurosawa-san, but Kurosawa-san doesn't seem to be paying any attention to her. What is it? Oh, no, I was admitted so quickly, too. Maybe Kurosawa-san and the others aren't looking for me as much as Rio and the others are making a fuss about. After all, if it's the kind of person they really want, they're likely to try to do more to get the job done. But the director-san has been saying something to Kurosawa-san all the time, but is it okay? Anyway, Kurosawa-san's reaction made me feel embarrassed that I was thinking so seriously. I'm so self-conscious, aren't I? While I was blushing involuntarily, Kurosawa-san told me without hesitation. There's nothing assertive about it. I was told by the director to make contact with you, not about bringing you into the entertainment industry without fail. But I belong to an entertainment agency myself, so I just scouted you out. Don't be such a sophism. If I told you to make contact, it's just normal for you to scout him as well. The words of Kurosawa-san that I didn't expect were appalling to me. No, I think the words of the director of the company are normal. Still, Kurosawa-san is amazing to say something like that. Director. Please think about it carefully. If you were forcing him to enter the entertainment industry, and people found out about it, they would blame you. Every agency is trying to kick other agencies out after all. I don't think it's a good idea to give them an opening like that here. But it's the entertainment industry, you know? What kind of a young boy wouldn't jump at that? Isn't it because he's not like a normal boy that we just got rejected? Eh? Did he just say I'm not normal? Appalled by Kurosawa-san's nonchalant words, the director's face twisted in frustration as if she couldn't give up. Then a woman approached from behind the director-san and Kurosawa-san. Director, please don't force Yuuya-san to do too much. Miyu-san? To my surprise, the person who interceded with Kurosawa-san and the others was Miyu-san, who belongs to the director's agency. Hey, even Miyu, too. You are the one who asked for Yuuya-kun to be scouted, aren't you? That may be so, but I don't think it's a good idea to force Yuuya-san to join us now that he's clearly refused us. Gun on you. Kurosawa-san nodded at Miyu-san's opinion, and the director groaned. Amazing. Even the popular model Miyu-san is here for Yuuya. Why yeah, I know they were together in the previous photo shoot, but I can't believe I got to see the real one. Apart from the director, Ryo and the others were impressed with Miyu-san. It seems that Miyu-san is a very famous model, so she's not someone who would normally have had her picture taken with someone like me. I'm really lucky to work with someone like that. As I was silently feeling that way, the director showed me that she had come up with something. That's right. How about a magazine feature project then? What? Feature? What made me wonder how such an alternative came about? Ryo and Shingo-kun looked at each other and tilted their heads, just as I did. Despite our bewilderment, the director continued with a proud face. You had your picture taken with my Miyu before, and it was published in a magazine. You may not be a member of any agency, but you've already stepped into the entertainment industry. However, you're still a civilian. So I'm going to change the concept a bit. I do not understand your story at all. What does it all mean exactly? How does this go hand in hand with the idea of a feature? You're students of the Uzai Gakuen, right? Why yes. Speaking of Uzai Gakuen, the school puts a lot of effort into school festivals, athletic festivals, and various other events. Isn't there going to be a ball game tournament soon? Yes. But how did you know that? It's only natural to look into things when you're scouting, right? Is that how it was? What about my privacy? This is a bit of a digression, but since it's a special feature on the Uzai Gakuen, I thought I'd do a big feature on that ball game for the magazine. A big sneak into the ball game of the super prestigious school, Uzai Gakuen. What do you think of the article? I kind of understand the theory, but... Excuse me, but you're from the entertainment agency, right? Can you do a feature on a magazine like that? Then Ryo, who had been listening to us, said one question. Surely. Ara, don't make fun of us. These days, idols, voice actors, video games, and almost anything else in the industry can be turned into magazines. Besides, my office has a messenger to publishers, of course. I can use that to get as many features as I want. We're going to have to negotiate for that, though. It's your job. Kurosawa-san said that with a somewhat puzzled look on his face, but the director didn't seem to be bothered at all. So, what do you think? This way, We can take you on regardless of the entertainment industry or anything like that, right? I don't know if it's fair to say that I was scouted in the first place. I wonder if I can just say no to that and then just feature it. Maybe it's not something I can properly decide, though. And I'm sorry that they came all this way for me and ended up with me refusing. I mean, no, I can't. I'm so indecisive. Nevertheless, I honestly told the director how I felt right now. Well, about the feature, if it has nothing to do with the entertainment industry, I'll do my best to cooperate with you. It's just that it's a school matter, and I'm not the one who can decide. I don't know how far she got the message, but when I told her how I felt, the director's eyes lit up. That's all I need to hear. Kurosawa. Yes. Make an appointment with the Uzai Gakuen director right now. It's too much trouble for me. Why can't the president do it herself? Isn't it about time you had to get to work? I'm your boss, after all. Anyway, the director of that school is a very understanding person, so if you tell him that Yuuya-kun is cooperating with us, he will probably give his permission. Okay. I understand. Kurosawa-san walks towards the school with a really uncomfortable expression on his face. The appointment isn't with a phone call, they're instead heading to the school directly. Yuuya-kun. Why, yes. Now, if the school director allows it, you'll cooperate, right? Yes, but, as I said before, I'm not going into the entertainment industry. I'm an amateur at being photographed, so I don't know anything about that. Is it okay with you? You don't need to worry about that. As a matter of fact, we're going to make it a special feature on the Uzai Gakuen. It's not a good idea to take a strangely conscious picture, well, but once we get it in our place, we can do whatever we want with it later on. No? This is just our story. In the meantime, I'm waiting for the director's approval, so I'll withdraw this time. The director said that much and turned her back on us. Well, I'll see you later. She left just like that. Then Miyu-san gave me an apologetic look. Yuuya-san, I'm sorry for getting you into trouble. The director really wanted to know about Yuuya-san. No, don't worry about it. Besides, maybe this will change some of my own feelings about things again. I said that sincerely, and Miyu-san smiled as if she was relieved. I'm grateful to hear you say that. Miyu-san said and left in the same direction as the director. Looking after that figure, Ryo, Shingo-kun, and I looked at each other. Well, it's kind of a big talk, huh? That's right. For starters, it goes from just Yuuya-kun to the entire school. I'm sorry about that, okay? No need to apologize. I'm rather excited to see how they're going to take my picture. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. It's gotten a lot bigger for me personally, but Ryo and the others laughed and even said they were looking forward to it. What remains to be decided is what the school director will do. The rest is up to the board director, Tsukasa-san, if he wants to cooperate with them, and Kurosawa-san's agency will officially come to take pictures at the ball game tournament. Chapter 4, Mr. Rabbit. Part 1. Kisa-a. Night, it's coming in your direction. Woof. Gah. We are currently fighting a monster called a wraith in another world. It looks like a skeletal ghost, and although horror isn't my forte, it's not so bad that would make me sit up and just watch. I was able to fight it. Since it was called a ghost, its body was transparent and physical attacks couldn't get through at all. Knight's claw attacks and biting were nullified entirely. However, the Omni Sword and Absolute Spear that Sage-san left behind were able to deal damage without regard to the spirit body, so it wasn't so much of a disadvantage to us. Besides, the strategy of using the newly increased magic was also effective against the Wraith, so Knight was also actively participating in the attack. Even now, Knight makes compressed water appear in his mouth and shoots it at the Wraith like a laser. But the Wraith also knew that it would take damage from magic, so it dodged the attack just in time. Your opponent isn't just Knight alone. Kisha. I approached the wraith, who showed an opening after dodging Knight's attack, and swung my Omni Sword out at its neck joint. The Omni Sword slashes the wraith's head off without feeling any resistance. And the wraith disappeared as a particle of light. Phew. I still can't get used to fighting while using magic effectively. Woof. This time, Knight was using magic all the time when he found out that physical attacks didn't work. Hence, it wasn't a problem for him, but I was overwhelmingly inexperienced enough to fight with a mixture of Omni Sword attacks and magic attacks. I would inevitably continue to use only one method of fighting. Well, I'll make sure to reflect on it at home or some other calm place. Then I went to pick up the drop items, but there was only one S-ranked magic stone that had fallen out. Even though we defeated it with great effort, the one thing we got is only a magic stone. Well, I guess it's weird that a ghost will hold something, but I'm still a little shocked. Woof. Feeling disappointed, I looked up at the sky. Currently, I was trying to gain a lot of battle experience in this other world, just like I did in the Wraith battle earlier. On Earth, preparations are underway for the ball games, but I have to go to the royal capital as soon as possible in this other world as well, so I'm training in case of an emergency. I have gotten much more used to fighting using Omni Sword and Absolute Spear compared to the beginning. However, I still have a lot more to do with mixing it up well with magic, so I'm fighting together with Knight with that in mind. After finishing school today, I also completed my prep and review at home and took a walk. Then I was holed up in another world the whole time, so I noticed that the sky was dark and full of stars. The sky is so clean in this world. To be able to see the stars so close together. Woof. It may be a familiar night sky for Knight, but it's a wonderful thing that is not so familiar for me because there are certain things that humanity has lost in exchange for development on Earth. While looking up at the sky, I suddenly think back to the battles we've had so far. Can I become even stronger on my own any further? Woof. Knight tilted his head at my muttering. I was able to deal damage in today's battle against the Wraith only with magic, but I do not properly know the combination of magic and weapons in battle. In addition to the fact that I only inherited the magic from Sage-san, I'm also doing my own style of weaponry by reading books. Perhaps I should take a proper lesson from somewhere. While thinking about this, since I have school tomorrow, I decided to continue exploring a bit more before going home. So we began the exploration again. I've been thinking about this ever since I left Lexia-san and the others, but since it's been confirmed that I'm going to the royal castle in the future, I thought I had to be even more prepared, so I started doing more fighting and basic physical and muscular training in order to protect Knight and Akatsuki so that we could stay anywhere without any problems. And next time I see Lexia-san and Luna again, I want to show them how much I've grown, even if it's just a little bit. Since I'm delaying the visit to the royal capital for that reason, I want to do my best on that. And since I can't expect to grow near my home these days, I decided to take Knight and Akatsuki and go deeper into the forest. Oh! Somehow the atmosphere has changed. Woof! When we left the house and went deeper into the forest, the atmosphere around us suddenly changed. Rather, the trees growing around us suddenly changed in appearance. They used to be ordinary trees, but now the trees growing around us are somehow darkened, with completely black leaves. What's with these trees? When I unintentionally activated the identification skill and looked at it, it displayed as follows. Black hard tree, an extremely hard black tree. A mere attack or impact wouldn't break it or even scratch it. The vegetation area is shrouded in mystery, and as an extremely valuable material, it can fetch a tremendous amount of money at auctions. It is impossible to cut down or process it without using the elves, spirit magic, or the dwarves' secret techniques. It was some kind of amazing tree. Rather, the vegetation area is shrouded in mystery, and it says it's valuable, but there's so much right in front of me, you know. What's with this situation? Well, the people who can come casually to this deepest part of the forest are probably only at the level of Sage-san, so it's not surprising that they are unknown. Considering the level of danger of the monsters we encountered so far, I don't think it's worth it to come and collect them. One could indeed build a house out of solid wood, but it doesn't have to be this wood to build a great house. And the elves? And dwarves? It seems that the only way to cut and process it is with their technique, and that makes it even more difficult to handle it. Night, Akatsuki. Although we've been cautious up until now, it's only going to get more dangerous from here on out, so let's be more careful. Woof. Fugo. They didn't talk too loudly, both of them responded in small voices. I can't cut them down myself, but these trees are quite troubling. I have no idea how it will affect me in a battle. But, assuming I get attacked, blown up, and slammed into this tree, I'd still likely take a lot of damage. As I proceeded cautiously while activating the assimilation skill for a while, I found the first monster of the day. If I'm going to describe that fellow, perhaps wild boar is the right word to use, but it was about the size of a medium-sized truck, with two sharp tusks extending from its lower jaw. In addition, its body was glowing silvery white, and there was nothing that looked like body hair. It looks like a wild boar, but what is it? This guy. I immediately activated the identification skill. Mithril boar. Level 10. Magic 1000. Attack 40,000. Defense 50,000. Agility 30,000. Intelligence 2,000. Luck 500. Skills: Charge, Iron Wall, Magic Reflection, Super Sense of Smell. Wait a minute. What's with that status? Why is it that it's at level 10 with 50,000 defense and 40,000 attack power? Moreover, the Magic Reflection skill. Doesn't that mean that magic attacks will not work? I'm also curious about the word mithril in its name. What is it, really? As I was surprised at its messed up status, the mithril boar suddenly began to move its nose restlessly. As we tilt our heads, the mithril boar, who supposedly hadn't noticed us before, suddenly turned its gaze in our direction. How did it find us? Could it be that it's because of that skill called Super Sense of Smell? Woof. Booey. We were surprised by the sudden revelation of our presence, and then a shock beyond that assaulted us. The mithril boar took a step forward and charged at us at high speed. Even though it wasn't running from a long distance, the charge was so intense that it was far beyond my ability to recognize it. By the time I felt it had charged at us, it was already right in front of me. As a result, I couldn't avoid it, and I was blown away by the tremendous momentum. With that momentum, I hit the black hard tree with my back and was eventually unable to move. Gaha. Woof. Fugo. D don't come. Knight and Akatsuki tried to rush over to me as I was blown away, but I stopped them. Because. Booey. The squeal was so loud and powerful that it couldn't be compared to Akatsuki. And once again, my body was easily blown away by the mithril boar. Although I managed to take a defensive stance on the second attack, its power was tremendous. Even if I was wearing armor, an immense impact hit my entire body. I managed to take a momentary gap and hurriedly drank the complete recovery herbal juice, but I couldn't stop sweating cold. The reason is, I still can't see the mithril boar's attack. By the time I noticed, I was blown away. It's okay because I can manage to defend against it now and still have the complete recovery herbal juice, but even that isn't infinite. If I miss a little bit of defense or are not given time to recover, I'll be struck immediately. Indeed, I was able to fight around the house without any problems. But I didn't expect to find an opponent this dangerous. I thought on my own that I could defeat an S-class monster and that I would be fine, but that was just my hubris and ridiculous arrogance. There is not a single part of my current status that exceeds 10,000. And yet I felt as if I was being reminded firsthand that I was able to cross over with an S-class monster because of Sage San's weapons. If it keeps going like this. Night, Akatsuki. Run away from here now. Woof. Booey. Both Knight and Akatsuki shake their heads in surprise at my words. But I can't bring those two into this situation. This is the result of me being unconsciously arrogant and misjudging the difference in strength. Still, in order to let these two escape, I can't just die immediately. And while holding a strong mind that was about to be broken and desperately looking at the mithril boar. I will help you. Eh? The air's vibrations spread around me with a loud bang, echoing in the depths of my stomach. And then I happened to catch the identity of the sound with my eyes. Something as cleanly white as Knight's black fur and Akatsuki's red fur blew the mithril boar right from the side. That white being that appeared out of nowhere, charged at the mithril boar with an unbelievable speed, spun several times in the air, and landed brilliantly. The true identity is a rabbit? Yes, a rabbit. What a cute little rabbit it was. The rabbit, which was covered in pure white body hair, took one look at the surprised us and immediately turned its attention back to the mithril boar. When I also looked at the mithril boar spewed blood from its large nose and mouth and was outraged. Bubby. Huh? However, the rabbit in front of me stared at it undaunted and dexterously stood on its tiptoe with one foot and slowly raised its other foot. And then, "You're so noisy." Again, the entire forest air shook with a loud bang. I didn't know what was going on, but the place where the mithril boar had been a moment ago was splattered with red blood and flesh, and there was nothing else. Besides, the black hard tree, which was supposed to have been explained as unable to be damaged by an ordinary attack or impact, was snapped a dozen or so meters away and sent flying, and where it had taken root, the ground had been scraped away as if it had been gouged out by something. Knight, Akatsuki and I watched that scene in a daze. What a small fry. Unlike us, the rabbit was standing on both feet normally, snorting in a boring manner. Part 2. Well. Ha! The white rabbit turned his gaze towards us. I mean, why do I hear the white rabbit's voice as a subsidiary voice? There is a very stern voice that overlaps with the typical animal cry and is not associated with how it looks. No, it's a really nice voice, of course. There are so many mysteries, but I, together with Knight, looked at the white rabbit with caution. Is this rabbit an enemy? If he's an enemy, there is no way we can win. This is especially so since it's the kind of guy who would instantly kill the mithril boar that I couldn't even handle. In contrast to the rabbit, who has plenty of room to spare everywhere, Knight, Akatsuki, and I stared back with maximum caution. And as I wanted to get as much information as possible, I activated the identification skill. You have acquired the field guide skill. The skill, identification, has been upgraded. Whoa. The moment I activated the skill, a message appeared in front of me, and I couldn't help but shout out. Not good. I hurriedly pressed my mouth down, but the rabbit only tilted his head in wonder and didn't attack me. Well, from the way he's taking down the mithril boar, even if I'm on guard, I'm going to be killed by an attack that exceeds my reflex speed. I'd like to check on my newly acquired skill upgrade and such, but I can't do that right now. Swallowing my amazement at the unexpected message, I once again checked the status of the rabbit. Kick rabbit. Level 4. Magic 10. Attack 500,000. Defense 10. Agility 500,000. Intelligence 500,000. Luck 500,000. Racial skills. Rabbit kicking technique R. M. Rabbit ear technique R. M. Unique skills. Kicking sacred art U. M. Ear sacred art U. M. Martial arts skills. Magic combat art SSR M. Biting N greater than physical attack N greater than. Normal skill. Charm A greater than presence detection, A greater than magic detection, Senior greater than mind's eye, Senior greater than. Title. Holy Kick Holy Ear 2 Heavenly Saint Wandering Rabbit Comforting Shinigami. This is so hard. I mean, I can see a lot of things all of a sudden. Is this the result of the upgrade? More importantly, this rabbit has a lot of questionable things. How could he have a status of 500,000 other than the magic and defense? And yet his level is 4. I can't understand it at all. The skills are too blown away, but there's a lot of things I want to ask about the title also. While I was stunned, Rabbit-san turned his gaze to me as he began to adjust his own fur in a carefree manner. Huh? Could it be that he knows I'm using my skill to check on him? For some reason, he doesn't seem to be leaving the place, as if to say he just wants to wait for me and let me do it. I don't know what he wants from us, but thankfully there's nothing for now, so I went over the various things that had been added. First of all, the identification skill upgrade is now more detailed, as can be seen when I check the rabbit in front of me. As a result, the skills have been subdivided and even added a rarity level. This rarity is apparently determined by the difficulty of learning the skill and the rate at which it's learned. Rabbit-san possesses the highest level of rarity, U, among the skills. Furthermore, the letter M next to the martial arts skill indicates that he can now fully use it in its true meaning. That is how the upgrade was confirmed, but as for my newly added skill called Field Guide, it was also a useful thing. It registers the drop items I have, the things I've collected, and the monsters I've defeated. It also records in detail the habitat and which monsters I need to defeat to get the drop items. Moreover, even if I've never fought a monster before, if I find the existence of the monster in a book or something, it seems that it will be added to the database. The more knowledge I acquire of the monster's characteristics and weaknesses, the more advantageous it will be for me to fight and collect, which is a really great skill. Now, the more I know about the skills, the better. And so, I decided to take a look at the rabbit's skills and titles I'm interested in. Actually, it's dangerous to stay in a place like this for a long time. But, I felt some kind of creature leaving in a hurry when Rabbit-san occasionally looked into the forest or deep in the bushes. Hence, I guess it's safe here as long as Rabbit-san is here. Rabbit-san, you're so amazing. Rabbit kicking technique, a martial art that is mainly based on kicking that is mastered by monsters and races of rabbit lineage. Rabbit ear technique, a martial art using the ears mastered by monsters and races of rabbit lineage. Kicking sacred art, a technique that only those who have mastered the kick are allowed to handle. That kick shatters the stars. Ear sacred art, a technique that only those who have mastered the ear are allowed to use. That ear hears everything. Magic combat art, a martial arts technique that coats and strengthens the body with magical power. This is a skill that can only be attained by becoming a master. Presence detection, the ability to detect the presences. Magic detection, the ability to perceive the flow of magic. Mind's eye, this is the ultimate version of the foresight skill. It can even detect the activation of the opponent's skills. I don't understand it a bit. I got dizzy from the many skills that are beyond the scope of my understanding. However, I can only agree for now that the only reason I was exposed to using identification was that he had the mind's eye skill. Other than that, I don't know anymore. It's out of control. Holy Kick, the title is given to those who have mastered the art of kicking and have reached the pinnacle of the art. That kick has reached the divine realm. Holy Ear, the title is given to those who have mastered the ear and have reached the pinnacle of the art. That ear has reached the divine realm. 2 Heavenly Saint, a person who has obtained 2 holy titles. A person who has stepped into the divine realm in 2 fields. Wandering Rabbit, a rabbit that continues his journey of warrior training. Comforting Shinigami, unlike his lovable appearance, he brings death to his opponents. Somehow I feel my stomach is so full after seeing it. What's with this Rabbit-san? Mastering the art of kicking. Well, after seeing his kick to the monster before, that's very understandable. But it says he's reached divine realm. Eh? So this, holy, is equivalent to God? Isn't this crazy already? And I was ignoring it until now, but not only the kick, the ear is also incredible. Wait, so that means that when he beat the mithril ball before, he only used one of his abilities? That means that when he's serious, he can use his ears, too, right? Who can beat this rabbit then? In the first place, what is an ear that has reached the divine realm? As I was thinking like that, a message suddenly appeared with Rabbit-san's Kick Rabbit biology written on it. Apparently, the field guide skill was activated. Kick Rabbit, a mutant breed of the fighter rabbit, which is a fighting race. The only individual who has mastered kicking and reached the top. It's not only a kick, but also a tremendous battle using the ears, but few enemies are capable of doing so. Yes, it's fine already. I gave up thinking at the explanation, which was so full of combat race feeling like something out of a manga. I don't care anymore. Anyway, it took me a while, but I finished confirming what I wanted to confirm, and as I called out to Rabbit-san again, he said, "Are you done?" While tilting his head, so I nodded. Then Rabbit-san suddenly stood up and pointed at me with his ears dexterously. "Hey, you! Show me your kick." There are a lot of questionable things, but for some reason, Rabbit-san seems to want to see my kick. I just learned that he had mastered the art of kicking, and I was confused with being asked to show my kick to such an individual. Then Akatsuki, who had been silent until now, suddenly stepped forward. Akatsuki-san? Bui. Bui. You're going to do it? Well, go ahead. Instead of treating Akatsuki, who suddenly stepped forward, with malice, Rabbit-san interestedly instructed Akatsuki to try a kick. Then Akatsuki cutely moved his short legs. Bui. You're out of the question. Bui-I? The word simply told, and Akatsuki was shocked and fell into a depression on the spot. Don't mind it. Woof. Woof, woof. It's your turn, huh? Okay, let me see it. Woof. Then, this time Knight seemed to take up the challenge as well, and unlike Akatsuki, he performed a sharp kick. Looking at such a kick from Knight, Rabbit-san nodded with satisfaction. It's not quite there yet, but it has some highlights. For some reason, Knight seems to have been approved. Don't mind it, Akatsuki. More importantly, what's the situation here? Akatsuki and Knight have both had their kicks watched and judged. Does this mean my kick will be judged in a similar way? I have no idea why, but he stares at me like it's my turn to show off my kick. And since the kicking specialist says he's going to watch me, I'll accept his offer. Hiya! As for me, I think I was able to do a good kick, and Rabbit-san nodded a few times. I see. It's not that good at this point, but you're showing glimpses of talent. Rabbit-san used his ears to make a thinking gesture and pointed at me with his ears once more, and then slowly raised his foot. As if to tell me to observe. Phew! Such a bursting sound echoed around me. Upon closer look, there was a single, tiny hole in the trunk of the black hard tree that Rabbit-san had kicked at. Moreover, that hole wasn't just in one tree but also penetrated through about dozens of trees lined up in a straight line behind it. What exactly happened? All I could recognize was Rabbit-san raising his foot. By the time I noticed it, there was a hole in the black hard tree with a loud, sharp bursting sound. Do it. While I was stunned, Rabbit-san urged me with his chin. I tried to think of a way to get as sharp as Rabbit-san's kick, which I couldn't refer to, but it was all judged by him. However, from halfway through, if my leg came up wrong or my kicking was strange, he would use his white ears to correct me dexterously. Moreover, Rabbit-san also went out of his way to show me extremely slow kicks other than the one he showed me at the beginning, and little by little, my kicks grew sharper and sharper. As we continued to do what looked like practice, some monsters attacked us, but Rabbit-san literally kicked them all away so I could focus on practicing my kicks in peace. Knight and Akatsuki also follow suit, and each practice kicking, but Akatsuki is the only one who is told by Rabbit-san, "Stop already, you can't do it," and he cried quietly after that, Akatsuki. Your skill structure is not suitable for close combat. So, don't worry about it, okay? As I continued to practice kicking for a few hours with physical sensation, Rabbit-san nodded once. All right, then it's time for you to kick that tree. Eh? No, as expected, I don't think it's going to produce results that quickly. Just do it. Being urged by Rabbit-san, I released a kick to the black hard tree with all my might while being aware of what I had been taught at first. Then, the black hard tree was snapped. Are you serious? Of course, you can do that. In contrast to me, who was stunned in front of the broken black hard tree, Rabbit-san nodded with satisfaction. All right, from here on out, we'll have an actual battle. Hair. I didn't immediately understand the meaning of what Rabbit-san was saying. Actual battle? An actual battle, you said. No way. I have a bad feeling about this, but then I asked Rabbit-san. That actual battle opponent is? Me, of course, right. I mean, isn't that impossible? How could I, who had finally managed to break a single black hard tree, be able to compete properly against Rabbit-san, who could penetrate dozens of black hard trees altogether? In response to my inner cry, Rabbit-san told me mercilessly. It's not impossible. You have to do it. If I could manage it with willpower alone, I wouldn't have a hard time. Stop complaining about it and move now. Let's go. Wait. Ignoring the panicked me, Rabbit-san rushed into me at a tremendous speed. That speed is not something that is easy to grasp, even for me, who has leveled up in this other world. The rushing Rabbit-san spun around with his momentum and let loose a kick. I hadn't prepared any weapons in response to that attack, but I succeeded in blocking the attack with a kick immediately. But even so, Rabbit-san's attack was so strong that it made my legs scream. Hi-yi. Humph, you did an excellent job of blocking it with your kick. Try attacking at the same pace. As he says that, I kicked back at Rabbit-san with my opposite foot from the position where I managed to prevent his kick. I will go all out. That's good, that's the way it should be. This is how my kick really got judged in real battles and was also corrected in real battles. Woof tilde. Fugo tilde. The battle between Rabbit-san and me was watched by Akatsuki in a daze, while Knight was watching intently, trying to steal Rabbit-san's every movement as much as possible. This kind of instructional combat took place for a while, but it finally came to an end. The moment it ended, I didn't think anything of it because I was too desperate during the battle, but all at once, fatigue overwhelmed me, and I sat down on the spot. It was the first time I was this tired since I leveled up in this other world, and to be honest, I was very surprised and felt fresh at the same time. Seeing my exhaustion, Rabbit-san nodded in satisfaction. Well, that's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow at your house, so don't forget. His ears pointed at me sternly. No way. We're going to do it again tomorrow? I've already had my fill for today alone. Despite my surprise, Rabbit-san seemed to really plan to come to my house and looked like it was only natural. Is it for real? And then, goodbye. As he said that, Rabbit-san kicked the ground lightly. And he jumped up several dozen meters from the spot, and an even more unbelievable sight came into view. Phew. It was a surprise that Rabbit-san jumped away from the spot at an extraordinary speed, using the empty air as a foothold. The impact of flying away from the foothold in the air was so tremendous that the entire forest was violently shaken by the shock wave, which hit us as well. When I managed to withstand the intense wind pressure, Rabbit-san was no longer in the air. As I was stunned by the stormy Rabbit-san from beginning to end, a message appeared. The title, Disciple of the Kicking Saint, has been acquired. It appears that Rabbit-san has become my master. T/N, master equals Shishu. Shall we go home? Woof. Booey. What can I say? I was tired of a lot of things today. Part 3. I'm coming. He's really coming. The next day after I got a master named Usagi-san, He came to my house as if it were natural. What's more, he even came into my garden. Up until now, not a single monster had ever tried to break into Sage-san's house, but Usagi-san had no trouble getting in. Could it be that Master Usagi is not a monster? Or did he simply get in because he has no hostility towards us? Woof, woof. Booey. There are a lot of things I don't understand, but Knight looked excited about Master Usagi, who came over, and Akatsuki looked pale as if he was about to vomit. Akatsuki-san. You don't have to be that uncomfortable. While I was hushing Akatsuki, Master Usagi looked around Sage-san's house and garden curiously. This place. What is it? This is using even more magic than that magic saint guy? Well, whatever. Today. You I couldn't help but call out to him as the training was about to begin again. Why are you teaching us about kicking? Can you tell me about it? I didn't understand that point, so I decided to ask him honestly. Then Master Usagi gave an answer that was completely different from what I expected. It's because I chose you as my successor. Your successor? And I was chosen? I didn't even know I was being considered as a successor, you know? Well, he just made me his apprentice out of the blue, so it's a bit late for that, isn't it? That's right. We who bear the name Holy are obligated to nurture their successors. That's why I chose you, who happen to be in this dangerous forest, as that successor. Holy? And the obligation to raise a successor. It's getting more and more confusing to me. Woof. Fugo. Both Knight and Akatsuki tilted their heads, not really understanding what Master Usagi meant. Then Master Usagi showed a dumbfounded look. You guys. You really don't know about Holy? Why, yes. Woof. Booey. Seriously. People usually call animals bearing the word holy as divine beasts in respect. Then, of course, you don't know about the evil, do you? Evil? All right now. Master Usagi let out one sigh and began to speak with a serious expression. There are several people in the world who bear the title holy like me. That's the title this planet bestows on those who have mastered their field. A title was given by the planet? Aren't titles something the world gives to you on its own? A new question comes to mind, but now that I hear about holy, I silently encourage him to continue. Then why does the planet give the title holy? Take it as the self-purification process of this planet. Self-purification? Yeah. Against evil. This evil is an existence where the negative side of the creatures of this world crystallized and came to life. The negative side? What a fantasy and conceptual story. I can't follow the story at all. I'm beginning to get a headache from this story that would be unthinkable on Earth. Evil means the negative crystallization of us. That's why it's only harmful to us. In order to protect other living beings from such evil, there are beings that bear the name holy. Ooh. So does that mean that Master Usagi is a hero of justice? I don't have a better analogy for it, so it's hard to say, but for now, do you understand what I am? Kinda. Except that you wanted me to be your successor, but is that something I can't say no to? You can always refuse. Oh, I can, huh? I thought it was a non-vetoable thing, so I was a little disappointed. No, I'm grateful, though. I don't even know what it means, and even if I'm just given the responsibility, I can't do anything. As you can see from the flow of the story, once you obtain the title of holy, you will be obligated to fight against the evil. It will be an extremely fierce battle. And if you challenge such a battle with a half-hearted ability and feeling, you'll immediately die, which is obvious. I've chosen you as my successor candidate because you have a latent ability that even I can't see the bottom of. You would be able to resist evil. I see. So, when one receives the holy title, is there anything good that comes with it other than the obligation to fight an opponent who has the evil title? I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but only when fighting the evil, our holy status will be doubled or more. Also, this is rather bad, but those who have the title of holy are at the pinnacle of their field of expertise. And since the world has decided that this power should be used in the battle against evil, that means that if we are fighting against creatures other than evil, we usually fight with our status reduced by half. Well, even so, most enemies won't be a match for us. Woof. Buiai. Master Usagi literally told me the difference in status, and I froze in surprise. So. The status I saw with my identification skill is in a state where it's been halved. And yet he killed the mithril boar in such a state. This is exactly what it means by jaw-dropping. I could not help but be stunned by Master Usagi's extraordinary character. Well, I've talked on at length, but I'm not forcing you to take over the title of holy. Even so, the more I train you, the stronger you'll be, and the less unnecessary blood will be spilled. There's also the hope that you might be able to take care of things that we saints can't reach. I still don't know what the opponent with the title of evil looks like and what kind of abilities they have, but if Master Usagi is right, those who have the title of holy will be fighting against the evil together. Well, even if some kind of ability of the evil influences the people around me, even if I don't inherit the title of holy, I will still help the people around me with my power. So, what would you do? Will you inherit this holy? Well, I'll pass. I can't take over such a position of great responsibility, no matter how hard I try. Moreover, since I'm originally from Earth, if by any chance I can't come to this world, there will be that much less power to fight, so I can't even look at it. Phew. I see. Oh well, it doesn't change the fact that I'm going to give you practice. But why me? I told you. With your high potential, the rest is at your whim. If that's the case, I can't afford to have you teach me for nothing. Which is exactly why I think you should find someone more deserving and devote your time to that person. Sigh. Even though I'm saying I'm fine with it. You're a stupid, honest guy. At my words, Master Usagi let out a sigh of amazement and looked around the house as lightly as he did when he visited my house. Okay. What? If you don't want me to teach you something for nothing, then you should teach me magic too. Once again, as I froze at the unexpected request, Master Usagi continued. I was surprised when I came here. I've never seen such a ridiculous barrier before. This time, I didn't have any particular hostile or harmful intentions, so I entered it as is, but this barrier, if I tried to act hostile in the slightest, I would be flung out of the barrier in an instant, and no matter how much I attacked, I wouldn't be able to scratch it. Honestly, I didn't think there was a being that could create such an extraordinary barrier. That would be an evil class of monster, but I can't even sense a sign of evil from you, and I know you're not. As I thought, Sage-san was so amazing. Although the title of holy usually has half the status or is at the pinnacle of their path, Master Usagi, who holds 2 of them, is surprised this much. It must be quite a feat. Of course, there's also the magic saint who is the pinnacle of magic, but rather, until I checked you, I thought that he was the one who stands at the top in magic. That instantly fell apart. I'm rather surprised that you've remained unknown until now. That's because I'm from a different world. I usually live on Earth. Anyway, enough of the jumbled up details. If you don't want to be taught by me one-sidedly, then you can teach me this super magic. That way, we can teach each other, so all will be well. To begin with, can Master Usagi use magic? I think I saw the skills, but I can't use them at all. Even though you're so strong. It seems that he has excellent ears and feet, but he is incredibly bad at understanding and activating magic. More importantly, can I teach him? I just happened to find a book that looked like Sage-san's diary. I only inherited the magic circuit and magic theory from it. That's why I'm not in a position to teach others so proudly. Even so, Master Usagi's kicks are very appealing. Just yesterday, I encountered mithril boar in the depths of the great devil's nest, and it was like I couldn't stand up to it. The more ways there are to fight against them, even a little, the better. I nodded and offered my hand to Master Usagi. Then, I don't know how far I can teach you, but I'll do my best. Umu. In the meantime, I don't understand magic theory myself, but I can teach it, so it won't be as miserable as I thought. Even so, it feels weird to be a master as well as my disciple, doesn't it? Sure. I wasn't really aware of it, but it seems that I became a disciple and master of Master Usagi, the divine beast. Well, this is how we became each other's masters and disciples. I don't have a name, but tell me your names. Oh, I'm Yuuya. And this is Knight and Akatsuki. Woof. Fugo. Knight and Akatsuki dexterously raised their front legs to greet him, and Usagi-san nodded. Then Master Usagi and I lightly told each other what we could teach one another, then we hunted the monsters for each other's kicking and magic training. Can't you think of anything more interesting to say? Before Yuuya and Usagi met, Usagi had stepped into the Great Devil's Nest, which is a place he usually doesn't go near. Although it's not a problem for Usagi's abilities, there are still many powerful monsters in this Great Devil's Nest, so he doesn't often visit this Great Devil's Nest. However, today, for some reason, Usagi had come to this Great Devil's Nest. I wonder what's going on here. Normally I wouldn't even go near a place like this because it's so troublesome, but as expected of an existence bearing the title of holy, he proceeded to the depths of the Great Devil's Nest without any hesitation. Then, Usagi's special ears did indeed pick up a faint sound. Territory war. Usagi couldn't grasp what was going on until he could figure out what was being fought over, but with a bit of interest, he turned his feet towards the sound. Then, a human? The sight of a mithril boar, which is one of the strongest in the middle tier of this Great Devil's Nest, and a human Yuuya fighting, jumped into his eyes. No, to call it a battle, the mithril boar hasn't been damaged, but as Usagi said, Yuuya's attacks are not very effective against mithril boar. Mithril boar's body is wrapped in a rare, mithril, that shows unparalleled strength against magic attacks and even has a high resistance to physical attacks. It would be difficult for a mere human even to inflict a single wound. And what's more, the troublesome thing about mithril boar was its overwhelming defensive power, as well as its rush attacks that smashed its massive body at tremendous speed. Normally, if a mere human received that attack, it would turn into a piece of meat in an instant. What? Yuuya was indeed blown away by mithril boar's rush, but he survived without causing his body to burst into pieces. He couldn't hide his surprise at that fact, and even more so at the strength of Knight, who was fighting with Yuuya. Usagi, who once again observed Yuuya carefully, broke out in a cold sweat inwardly, that human is the most unreadable. No, I mean, the most invisible. As for Knight and Akatsuki, Usagi was able to predict the strength to some extent. However, it was only a prediction, so it could change significantly with future growth. However, as for Yuuya, even Usagi, who was bearing the holy title, could not foresee the limits of his growth. I didn't expect that other than us holy holders, there was a being with this much potential. What Usagi felt towards Yuuya was fear and joy. What if I train that guy? Usagi has 2 titles, Holy Ears and Holy Kick, and when it comes to ears it cannot be taught to humans. But when it comes to kicking, which he takes pride in being the best in this world, it's a different story. If possible, he would like to raise him as the successor to Holy Kick, but more than that, he wanted to give his skills to Yuuya, whose bottom of his potential ability is not visible. However, due to the position of Usagi, he couldn't teach the technique so easily. That's because there might be people who would misuse those skills. That's why an existence chosen to be the successor of one who was bearing the holy was required to have a certain level of integrity. When he recalled the troublesome holy restrictions, Yuuya and the others seemed to feel that they were not good enough and were trying to escape from the mithril boar. However, the mithril boar would not be so easy to overlook and continued its attack. And in Yuuya's decision to fight mithril boar alone, and his willingness to sacrifice himself to protect his friends, Usagi found the final piece of his succession. Originally, he had no intention of leaving him to die, but fortunately, Usagi decided to save Yuuya and the others as soon as possible. Thus, Usagi got an apprentice named Yuuya, but at this time Usagi didn't know that when he saw the barrier that was placed on Yuuya's house, he experienced a talent for magic that surpassed even the magic saint and became Yuuya's apprentice, a strange relationship of master and apprentice. Chapter 5, Evolution. Part 1. I got a master and an apprentice named Usagi-san. Since then, I've continued my life of teaching magic while having him observe my kicking. When I was teaching the magic that I inherited from Sage-san, I was surprised to learn that among the many titles of holy like Usagi-san, there is a person called the Magic Saint who has mastered magic, but the Sage-san's magic seems to be even better than his. No, really, Sage-san is too amazing. Well, it was written that he had reached the realm of God while he was alive, so if I think about it calmly, there's nothing strange about it. Anyway, I taught Usagi-san my own version of Sage-san's magic in my own way. And really made me appreciate Sage-san's magic circuit once again. It seems that Usagi-san has never been able to use his magic as much as he thought he could. Apparently, I was naive in my perception. I thought that magic could be used by anyone who trained it. However, it seems to be common knowledge in the other world that it is difficult to learn and understand the theory necessary to control and activate magic unless you become a live-in apprentice under an excellent magician. I've been told that the magic theories that magicians have studied and discovered seem to be an asset to them and that it is normal for them to keep them a secret. I have an image of publishing my research results like the scientists on Earth, but it seems that magicians are not like that. Well, it's not hard to understand that when business is involved, the technology is kept secret. It's hard to get someone to teach you that kind of magic theory. Furthermore, the person who understands it, and who can control magic after controlling the magic power, is extremely rare. There was a soldier who had cast what seemed to be a recovery spell on Lexia-san before, but that might be one of the specialized units. If I think about it that way, I thought it was really amazing that a monster could naturally weave magic into a battle and attack from both distance and perspective in a well-balanced way. Now I'm making it a challenge to find out how I can use magic to my advantage in battle while fighting such monsters. I heard that Usagi-san also asked the person with the title of Magic Saint to teach him before, but he could not use his magic at all. That is why I wondered if I could be of any help even if I taught him. Still, it seems that Sage-san's theories of magic are easy to understand. Usagi-san was happy to learn that he was able to use magic better than before, so I was relieved for now. I'm not the type of person who can say whether or not he is good or bad, so I don't know, but I could feel the power of the kick is increasing day by day. And now, as a break in my training, I had been brought before a certain monster. That is Bururu. Is it really possible for me to win? It's not that you can win it or not. It is that you have to win it. Woof. The other day, I couldn't compete with it, and Usagi-san easily kicked it away, and it was the mithril boar. And if I look closely, it's bigger than the one I fought before. No, don't you think the revenge match is too early? It's only been about a week, you know. There's no way we would wait for a chance for revenge so leisurely. Since it's the same race as before, you should have some idea of their behavior patterns, right? Realizing that nothing I say will work anymore, I activate the identification skill to confirm the strength. King Mithril Boar level 3. Magic 5,000. Attack 60,000. Defense 100,000. Agility 50,000. Intelligence 3,000. Luck 1,000. Skills: Charge, Iron Wall, Magic Reflection, Super Sense of Smell, Magic Control, Earth Attribute Magic. No, it's not the same. In fact, it's stronger than before. I can see why I thought I sensed something different about its dignity and presence. Because it was clearly a different rank. What's more frightening is that even the previous Mithril Boar had that unbeatable status at a low level of level 10. It was now upgraded to an even lower level of level 3 with an even higher status. It was no joke. Usagi-san, it's indeed impossible. Don't worry. I'll save you before you die. No, can you just save me before I get hurt? There's nothing about it that makes it okay. Brr. Brrrr. While Usagi-san and I were arguing with each other, the numbed king mithril boar came charging at me with more speed than the mithril boar. I managed to spin my body to avoid it, but it shook its head tremendously as it passed me, trying to put its fangs on me. Gah! I quickly manifested the infinite gauntlet and blocked its attack, but I was easily blown away and slammed into the black hard tree. Woof! Hey! You can't participate in this fight. He has to get through this much on his own. Booey. Night is stopped by Usagi-san, and Akatsuki is watching such a situation with a not-so-subtle look on his face. Well, seriously. I was hoping for Night's assistance. What's the matter? If you keep going like that, you'll be killed in no time. As I've told you before, there are people in this world who use the word evil in their title. Of course, they are much stronger than this boar. You can't protect anyone when facing such a strong enemy. That is. I don't want that. Night and Akatsuki, and then Lexia-san and Luna. If something happens to the people I know in this world, and I can't save them with my own hands, I will absolutely hate it. I quickly regain my position and take out the absolute spear. Even though I was struck by the black hard tree, thanks to my own way of escaping the impact to some extent, I can still move without drinking the complete recovery herbal juice. Ooey. Looking at me, the king mithril boar, perhaps annoyed by my appearance, charged at me with even greater vigor. In response to the charge, I spun along the side of king mithril boar and let the impact go. The moment the king mithril boar passed by me, I slammed a direct kick at its ass, directed at Usagi-san. Orea ah. Bah. Buggy. The last time I fought the mithril boar, I couldn't do any damage at all, but now in front of me, the king mithril boar is plunging face first into the ground, writhing from the damage caused by my kick. Besides, I couldn't even keep up with the moves last time, but now I'm able to keep up with king mithril boar's movements properly. In training with Usagi-san, my overall leg strength was super strengthened in proportion to the increase in the kick's power. That's why a single step into the ground is completely different from before. I'm able to move at a speed that I couldn't even imagine before. To the king mithril boar, who was rolling on the ground and enduring the pain, I threw the absolute spear in my hand from the stance that I had kicked at. If it was any other monster, I could attack it with magic, but since king mithril boar had magic reflection in his skill list, I couldn't use magic. So in the true sense, I need to make full use of absolute spear and Usagi-san's teachings. Then the king mithril boar, who noticed the existence of the absolute spear, hurriedly flicked the absolute spear upwards with its huge tusks. But I didn't let up in my pursuit. Ha! I was running towards the king mithril boar at the same time as I threw the spear. I took out the heavenly whip from the item box and swung it at the spear. Then, the heavenly whip, which is aimed at the absolute spear, gets entwined with the handle of the absolute spear. I pulled the heavenly whip simultaneously as I leapt into the air with my strengthened leg power. I pulled the spear closer, and I launched a heel drop at the absolute spear that floated in the air above the king mithril boar's head. Oriya. Buggy. The power of the absolute spear, unleashed by using my leg strength forged by Usagi-san's special training, was tremendous, easily piercing the brain of the ultra-hard king mithril boar, not only sewing it directly to the ground, but also creating a crater on the spot with just the wind pressure of the heel drop. The lifeless king mithril boar disappeared as it was, turning into a particle of light, and the spot was littered with drop items. As I landed on the spot, I involuntarily sat there from mental exhaustion. I won. To tell you the truth, I would tell you to take him down with just a kick, but this time, I'll give you an even grade. Are you serious? Even the current battle would honestly have been protracted if I hadn't relied on the weapons that Sage-san left behind. Besides, there's no guarantee I'll win. As I was twitching my cheeks at Usagi-san's words, Knight and Akatsuki ran up to me. Woof tilde. Woof. Fugo, Fugo Fugo. You guys worried about me? Thanks. I'm fine, as you can see. Both Knight and Akatsuki seemed to be worried by the way they were rubbing and licking me. Thank goodness I survived. Well, whatever. Our training for today is over. Let's check the dropped items and return after collecting them. Yes. As Usagi-san said that, I once again gathered the drop items scattered around and checked them one by one. Great Tusk of the Demon King Boar, the Great Tusk of King Mithril Boar. These tusks are made up of mithril that nullifies all magic, and cannot be scratched by a single half-hearted attack. Special technology is required when processing it as a weapon, but if you process it, it becomes a weapon that reflects magic, or cuts through it. Great Hide of the Demon King Boar, the Great Hide of King Mithril Boar. It is a skin composed of mithril that nullifies all kinds of magic and boasts a high resistance to physical attacks. It is not mithril itself, but skin, and is, therefore, lighter than mithril. For this reason, it is used for armor and other protective gear. The armor is treated as a rare masterpiece, even among adventurers. Meat of the Demon King Boar, the meat of the King Mithril Boar. The meat has a slightly peculiar taste and smell, but once you eat it, you will be captivated by its taste. It's a good one if it can be found in the market or auction once every few hundred years. For those who know this taste, this is an ingredient that you want so badly that you can't help but want it at your throat. Magic Stone, rank SS, a special ore that can be obtained from magical beasts. Broomstick of the Demon, a rare drop item obtained from King Mithril Boar. No matter how stubborn the dirt and dust is, it will clean and purify with just one sweep. The dust automatically lands on the broom, so no matter how hard you sweep, there is no need to worry about the dust flying around. Once the sweeping is done, the dust naturally leaves the broom. In addition to trash, it also has the ability to exorcise spirits and curses. Rank SS. No, more importantly, where did the broom come from? The fact that the magic stone's rank was SS was also a surprise, but it took all the impact away from the super capable Daily Necessities series as usual. No, really, the effect of brooms is amazing. I mean, normal brooms don't have that kind of effect on them. Since I was very happy with such a useful broom itself, after collecting it straightforwardly, I thought about the magic stone's rank again. Rank SS. I thought S rank was the highest. What are you talking about? Not only is the S rank, but even the SS rank isn't the highest rank, you know? Really? Even the SS rank is fantastic, but to think that there are even more than that. I can't imagine it anymore. Knight and Akatsuki don't understand more than I do. They tilted their heads and Akatsuki tilted it too much and fell to the side. So cute. As I was being soothed by Knight and Akatsuki in a bit of escapism from reality, Usagi-san crossed his arms and told me, on top of the SS ranks, there are SSS rank, X rank, and L rank. There were more of them than I expected. Even though there was a higher rank, I thought it was at most one. I didn't think that there were that many of them. I mean, most of the monsters encountered near the entrance of the Great Devil's Nest are rank A, but even so, Owen-san and the others said that they were an incredible threat and would be a desperate existence if they encountered them, but what would they do if an unimaginable existence like an X rank or even an L rank showed up? Wouldn't the world be destroyed already? Hi. I don't even want to imagine an L rank. Don't worry, we don't see many of those above the X rank. Moreover, these kinds of monsters are basically not interested in fighting. As long as you don't mess with them, they're harmless. What if? If they mess with you? Every last particle of dust will be erased. Ha! I have to swallow my breath. If I ever meet one, I'll run away. I don't even want to meet them. By the way, It's said that there are X-ranked and L-ranked monsters around the deepest part of this great devil's nest. We're all so close to each other. Well, I guess so. The great devil's nest is revered because powerful monsters inhabit it, so it's not surprising that they're there. By the way, Usagi-san. Well, what rank can you take on? Well, I can manage to fight an X rank. No, I honestly don't know. One thing I can say is that if we fight, we won't be safe at first. And although there is an L-ranked existence with an evil title, we, the Holy Holders, will be fighting against one of them in a group. To begin with, defeating them alone is out of the question. What? The evil title is that strong? Isn't it obvious? They are the crystallization of all the negative aspects of the world. It is impossible for us to defeat them on our own. What do you think? Do you want to be the successor? I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to do that forever. It's impossible. In my mind, Usagi-san is the second most powerful person after Sage-san, but I can't very well take on the duty of fighting an opponent that such a powerful person would say would never win alone. I don't have that much strength in my heart. When I think about it, how strong was Sage-san really? Maybe he's even stronger than that L-ranked one. What are you talking about? Oh, no, it's nothing. Is that so? Oh well. If you have collected the drop items, we'll go now. Yes. When I finished collecting the dropped items and was about to leave, a message suddenly appeared in front of me. Your level has been raised. Since you have reached a certain level, your race will be evolving. Huh? What? Before I could react in any way, my whole body suddenly began to glow. What? What's happening? Woof. Buiai. Knight and Akatsuki try to get close to me, but I'm not sure if they can really touch me, and they are busy moving all around me. As everyone, including me, was flustered by the sudden situation, only Usagi-san quickly regained his composure and explained my condition. Don't worry. It's a preparation for evolution. Evolution? What do you mean by evolution? Just as it is. Since you've reached a certain level, you're evolving to become a better existence. Well, it's incredibly rare for a human body to evolve, but... A quick shocking fact. From Usagi-san's initial explanation, I thought that everyone evolves, but apparently, it's extremely rare for a human like me to evolve. No, more importantly. What's going to happen to me? I won't turn into a monster, will I? Is it the first time you've evolved? Then there shouldn't be so much change, maybe. You gave me nothing but anxiety. It would be very troubling if I grew horns or wings here. No, it might not be a problem if I were to live only in this other world, but I have a life on Earth too, you know. Contrary to my thoughts, my body did not stop emitting light, and since there was nothing I could do about it myself, I had no choice but to be quiet. I waited for a while, and eventually, the light subsided, and I was finally able to see myself. How is it? I was prepared for the intense pain that I felt when I first came to this other world and leveled up for the first time, but I didn't feel any such pain. I took a quick look at my body and touched my face and head, but there weren't any special changes. Is there anything strange about me? Woof. Fugo. Knight and Akatsuki also looked around me, but once again, they both tilted their heads and fell to the side. Adorable. In terms of looks, there's nothing particularly unusual about you. Ah, really? Thank goodness. If this had changed my appearance beyond the first level up, I wouldn't have any more excuses or anything to make. However, you should check your status once. The evolution itself has indeed taken place. Oh. Why, you're right. As Usagi-san said, I decided to check my own status, which I feel like it's been a long time since I've done so casually, and then. Yuuya Tenjou race, human, transcendent species occupation, none. Level, 1. Magic, 10,000. Attack, 15,000. Defense, 15,000. Agility, 15,000. Intelligence, 9,000. Luck, 15,500. BP, 10,000. Skills, Identification, Senior, Endurance, SSR, Item Box, SSR, Language Comprehension, SSR, True Martial Arts, Senior, 9, Presence Detection, N, Fast Reading, N, Cooking, N, M, Map, Senior, Mind's Eye Revision, SSR, Assimilation, Senior, Tame, R, Mind-Body Unification, R, Mental Enhancement, R, Field Book, Senior, Magic Control, R, Magic Culmination, U, Adjustment, N, Kicking Sacred Art, U, 2, Concealment, R. Titles: Master of the Door, Master of the House, Otherworlder, Person who visited a different world for the first time, the Sage's Apprentice, the Heir to the Supreme Magic Circuit, the Heir to Ultimate Sorcery, the Disciple of the Kicking Saint, the Master of the Kicking Saint. There's an increase in a lot of things. There have been times when skill levels have risen without notice, but this is the first time I've seen an increase or decrease in skills themselves or titles increase this dramatically. First of all, I allocated BP with momentum and intuition. As a result, the final status was this. Yuuya Tenjou Race, Human, Transcendent Species Occupation, None. Level, 1. Magic, 11,000. Attack, 17,000. Defense, 17,000. Agility, 17,000. Intelligence, 10,500. Luck, 17,000. EP, 0. All right. Let's take it easy for a moment, okay, me. Let's go through this one by one. Human, transcendent species, a form of human evolution. There is no change in appearance and so on, but the overall status is enhanced. It has a strong resistance to disease. It sounds kind of amazing. I'm genuinely grateful for the enhanced status. Most importantly, I'm very happy about the fact that I have a strong resistance to disease. Even though I can cure myself with complete recovery herbal juice, I don't know what's going to happen. I usually take care of myself, but this is really reassuring. Next up is the skill. The new skill, Mind's Eye Revision, is a slightly better version of Mind's Eye that Usagi-san had, I guess. I understand that it's a result of the integration of foresight and weakness detection skills since they're no longer there, but other than that, I have no idea. Moreover, I've learned kicking sacred art so nonchalantly. Usagi-san has the true holy kick, and such a person has taught me, so it's not surprising that I learned it, but this, kicking sacred art, is unique in its rarity, isn't it? I don't think it's unique when Usagi-san and I can use it already, is that okay? I get back in the swing of things and check out the unfamiliar skills one by one. Mind's Eye Revision. Mind's Eye is the ultimate version of foresight skill, and this skill also gains the effect of weakness detection. Magic Culmination. It is the result of understanding the special magic theory that differs from the normal attribute magic skills, and as a result, you can use magic regardless of the attribute. The effect of magic depends on the user's image and magic power. Adjustment. You can freely adjust the degree of all abilities, however, it takes a certain amount of time to get used to it. Concealment. You can hide a variety of occurrences. When used for status, you can also prevent others from seeing your status. You can also hide magic. All of these skills are immensely useful. I'm especially grateful for the adjustment. After all, with my evolved status, I might have trouble living on Earth. Besides, I hadn't thought much about concealment either. Still, there are people besides me who can use appraisal or identification skills. I wouldn't want those people to see my otherworldly person title, which will be useful when I'm active in this other world. Well, lastly, the title. What I don't remember the most is the title of The Sage's Apprentice. It's true that I inherited the magic circuits and magic theory from Sage-san, but The Sage's Apprentice, a title given to those who have been exposed to the sage's thoughts and have gained knowledge of his thoughts. It has the effect of reducing magic power consumption. The heir to the Supreme Magic Circuit, a title given to those who have inherited the Supreme Magic Circuit. The heir to Ultimate Sorcery, a title given to those who have inherited the Ultimate Sorcery. The Disciple of the Kicking Saint, a title given to those who have become the disciple of the Kicking Saint. Unlock the Kicking Sacred Art skill. The Master of the Kicking Saint, a title given to the person who has become the Master of the Kicking Saint. I see. It's a good thing that I'm recognized as an apprentice because I got Sage San's book and was able to use magic. Although from other people's point of view, it would be strange to call this a master-disciple relationship. I was happy to be able to feel the connection with Sage San. Other than that, I also found out why I was able to use the Kicking Sacred Art, and I need to work harder every day to live up to this title. However, it seems that the worst part of this evolution was the change in my race. Psi tilde. I didn't expect to evolve. What are you complaining about? Normally you should be happy about that. Is that so? That's probably true. Evolution by itself makes you stronger than before. I don't know about humans, but beastmen and elves will be delighted. I see. To be honest, I'm not sure what Usagi-san refers to as elves and beastmen, but I guess it doesn't matter as long as they're getting stronger. It seems this world is still a very dangerous place. But even so, just like Sage San's book says, I'm not only going to be strong, I'm going to get more involved with the people around me. Sage San took the time to give me this advice. As I realized that again, Usagi-san is staring at me. Now that you've evolved, you're even more unpredictable. I wonder what will happen next. It's nothing. Anyway, no more practice today. Go home and get some rest. And also, if you get into trouble while I'm gone, you can try practicing the techniques I taught you, not to mention training against monsters. The experience of fighting against others is essential. After telling me that much, Usagi-san jumped up on the spot just as lightly as before, using the air as a foothold and jumping straight away. If I continue to train like this, will I be able to make such a ridiculous move too? Woof. Bui tilde. At my question, Knight and Akatsuki just tilted their heads. Part 2. The day before the ball game tournament. The decisions for the event were finished in the previous class, but as each of us were planning our strategies and making careful preparations for the ball game tournament, Rio suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth. Come to think of it, there will be a photographer coming to the ball game tournament to take Yuuya's picture, right? Yeah, that's right. Rio-kun, Shingo-kun, what do you mean by that? When Rio and Shingo-kun remembered the conversation with the entertainment company president the other day and asked that question to me, Kigeno-kun, who happened to be listening to the conversation, asked them with a glint in his glasses. The other students were also surprised and turned their attention to us. On our way home the other day, a person from an entertainment agency came to scout Yuuya. Then Yuuya-kun refused the offer, but the agency couldn't give up on Yuuya-kun, and instead of him joining the entertainment industry, they decided to put him in a feature on the Uzai Gakuen, which will be published in a magazine. The staff members are going to come to this ball game since they got permission to photograph the event. I had completely forgotten about it because of Usagi-san and the evolution, but when the classmates heard Rio and Shingo-kun's explanation, they all started buzzing. I didn't know that was going to happen. So there's a chance we could be in a magazine too. We'll need to work extra hard on this one. I was worried about what it would be like to have an outsider come to a school event, but everyone seemed to be in a rather welcoming mood, which I was very grateful for. Then, one of the boys suddenly muttered something. Wait a minute. If that shoot is for Yuuya, then if we bring Yuuya into the team, we have a better chance of getting into the picture, isn't that right? At that word, everyone was silent at once. And then, Yuuya-kun. By all means. Please join us in football. Huh? Of course, he will join the basketball team. No, 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 he should have chosen dodgeball. You are? I am very grateful and happy to be recruited, but in the end, trouble is inevitable no matter which event I participate in. Besides, I wonder if people have forgotten about it. I'm supposed to play table tennis, but... The boys froze in silence at my words. Ah, that's right. Why? Why didn't I win at that time? I want to go back to that day and do the rock paper scissors again. I didn't know what to say to them, because they were all more frustrated than I thought. Then Rio looked at them all in a daze and put his hand on my shoulder. Well, don't mind these people, just do your best at table tennis. Why, yeah. I could only nod, with an indescribable expression on my face. The day of the ball game tournament. The school is filled with the unique and fluffy atmosphere of the event, and everyone is already anxious since the time of homeroom. Today's schedule is only for the ball game tournament, so no one is in their school uniforms, but in PE clothes and jerseys instead. Alright, it's an important ball game tournament for Sensei's bonus. Be sure not to lose. No, it's not like we're fighting for you, Sensei. Everyone nodded at Ryo's calm Tsukomi. Yeah, as usual, Sawada-sensei is very honest. Well, I think she was saying that just to make the place more relaxed, is that right? After the briefing, we headed to the venue for our respective events. And along the way, I met Kurosawa-san from the entertainment agency and the president of the agency. Well, Yuuya-kun. I'll make sure to take pictures of your gallant performance today, ha. Oh, but please don't be strangely conscious of the camera or anything. From what Miyu and Hikari have told me, you're not used to being photographed yet, so just be natural. Well. Confused by the president's words, I shifted my gaze to the numerous photographers behind her. Following my gaze, the president and Kurosawa-san also turned their gaze once to the photographers behind them. Don't be nervous. Impossible. Well, there are more photographers than I expected. I had assumed it would be at most 2 people, but it looks like there are actually about 10 photographers who came. And it wasn't just SLR cameras, there was also some kind of TV station cameras prepared, so it was a pretty large scale. It's going to be okay. Once you're in the entertainment industry, you will get used to this so quickly. No, I think I declined that offer already, so. Ara? I haven't given up yet, you know. I thought she had given up on me already, so I was dumbfounded when she clearly told me that, but really, you don't need to be so nervous today. It's just that the name of the event is a special feature for the Uzai Gakuen, and we're going to be taking photos of the scenery of the school and other students. Well, I would definitely like to have Yuuya-kun's picture, so just keep that in mind. She says that I don't have to be nervous, but if my picture is definitely taken, I can't help but be nervous. Well, it would be all for naught if I lose the game because I get distracted by the photo shoot. So I have to brace myself for it. Sorry. I'll be heading to the venue now. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Yuuya-san. Good luck. After separating from Kurosawa-san and the others, I went straight to the venue. Let's do our best, Yuuya-kun. Yeah. When I arrived at the gymnasium where the table tennis match was taking place, Shingo-kun and the other classmates, who were also competing in the table tennis match, had gathered there as well. Whoa. I'm so nervous. I didn't expect Yuuya-kun to join us for table tennis. Yes. I thought you were going to play football or basketball or something like that. Oh, man. It's not like I'm going to be the one to be photographed, but the thought of a photographer coming here to take pictures of Yuuya-kun makes me even more nervous. In this table tennis tournament, other than Shingo-kun, the rest of my classmates weren't those who were good at sports like Rio, but rather more of the indoor-type boys like Shingo-kun. I, myself, didn't often go outside before I started going to another world, and it's a little comforting to see that many of them are the same type as me. They thought I was going to participate in football and basketball, and the entertainment agency's staff was going to be there, so they thought the photographers wouldn't come here. Was it annoying? That's what I thought, but everyone was very positive about it, and I'm very grateful. There are 2 different types of table tennis tournaments, doubles and singles. I will participate in the singles tournament, and Shingo-kun will participate in the doubles tournament. After a little while, the fixture list was posted, and I went to check it. When Shingo-kun saw the list, his expression grew cloudy. Yuuya. My first opponent is a student from PE class, huh? PE class? Ah. There was no physical education class or anything like that on the field trip the other day, so Yuuya-kun doesn't know about it. When I tilted my head at the words I didn't know, Shingo-kun explained to me gently. To summarize the content of the explanation, it seems that apart from the general class that Shingo-kun, I, and the others belong to, there is another class called Physical Education class where students who are admitted through sports recommendations get together. I didn't know about this class because I never met them in school. After all, they were in a different school building, and they didn't participate in the field trip we took part in. However, it seems that this physical education class took another special class instead of the field trip. It was called Physical Education class, so I guess they were taking a special class that was tougher than our field trip, wasn't it? Well, fortunately, I had some skills, so I didn't have that much trouble with the field trip, but I heard that Ryo-kun was supposed to be in PE class, but he wanted to focus on something other than sports, so he was put in the same general class as us. Ryo, you really do have the specs like the main protagonist of the story. Rather than the existence of another class, Ryo was more surprising to me. Ugh. I would hate to just lose the first game. Shingo-kun walked over to his doubles partner with grief on his shoulders. Gee, good luck. No, I'm worried about Shingo-kun, but I also have to think about my opponent, too, right? I haven't even practiced table tennis in class, will I be able to do well? I was getting anxious now, and before I knew it, it had come to my turn. Come on, let's get some pictures. The photographer followed me around tightly. No, I can't be natural in this situation. Could you please take a few more steps away? I can't do that. Apparently, I don't have the right of refusal. I give up and head to the assigned table tennis stand. And then. Who? So you're my opponent here, huh? There was a man with amazing muscles standing in front of me. He was dressed in a tight, short-sleeved, half-pants gym uniform, and looked taller than me, maybe around 190 centimeters tall. And most of all, he has a sharp and piercing face, like a certain sniper who doesn't allow himself to stand behind. T/N, sorry, I can't get the reference for this. Huh? Is he really a high school student? He doesn't look the same age as me at all. While I was frozen in place by my unexpected opponent, the schoolboy opponent snapped his fingers. Foo. Can you keep up with this delicate technique of mine? By all accounts, he is far from delicate in appearance. If anything, I get the vibe that he's going to say that power is everything. I mean, why would there be a boy like this in table tennis? He doesn't look like a table tennis player by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, isn't there some sport that's more appropriate for him? Doesn't he belong to that PE class that Shingo-kun was talking about? I remembered that all of a sudden, but the boy in front of me methodically checks his racket to ensure that it's in perfect condition, while I am getting even more anxious. Then he glances at the photographers. Phew. It's a little uncomfortable to have a match while feeling the strange stares, but I'm sorry. My classmates took it well, but the boy student in front of me seems to dislike it. What? Don't be so apologetic. Always perform your best in every situation, that's what being a professional is all about. Pro? He doesn't look like a high schooler. Maybe he's a famous player that I just don't know about. But if anything, he's got the dignity of a professional background. He is. Isn't he the sniper? One of the nation's regulars? What? That sniper who always hits that exact spot? Speaking of which, he was also a student at Uzai Gakuen, huh? He's so unlucky to have his first match against the sniper. No, wait, he's really famous. And they even call him Sniper? What a perfect fit. But, sure, as the staff says, I'm not having any luck against such a famous player or anything like that. I don't even practice table tennis in class, so will I be able to compete properly? As I was anxiously holding my racket in my hand, the umpire sensei came over. Yes, let the match begin. Well then. Begin. Then, my opponent took a low stance. Phew. My serve is enough to beat you. When he said that, he hit an amazingly spun serve. The ball spins like a bullet and comes towards me. What a serve. He's aiming right at the corner of the opponent's court. Him being called the sniper is not just for show. Huh. Hey staff members, since when did you guys become a live reporter? They are terrified of the skill my opponent possesses in disregarding their job of photographing. I wonder if that is okay? Regardless, I focused on the ball that was coming towards me. Oh? I was surprised by the momentum of the racket's swing and the unusual rotation rate of the racket, but the moment I focused my attention on the ball he had hit, the ball suddenly seemed to move slowly to me. It had been moving at a normal speed, but now the ball and the movement around me appeared to be in slow motion. However, I had a vague recollection of this phenomenon. It also happened when I almost got hit by the male boxer model who came in late when I took photographs with Miyu-san before. It seems that my body, which is getting used to the speed of fighting in the other world, doesn't feel it's fast anymore unless it is as fast as those monsters. I still can't get used to it, and I'm still confused, but if I just stood still like this, he would have scored a point, so I hit the ball back in exactly the same way he hit it. Poof. Huh? The ball penetrated the table tennis table and went straight through the gym floor. The teacher, the photographer, and I, too, stare at the table tennis table and floor, which have been struck out in silence. Sensei, I forfeit. I gently raised my hand. Part 3. Hey. Did you catch the moment when he hit it? No, that's impossible. I mean, I heard a sound that wouldn't have been possible if you were playing table tennis normally, you know. More importantly, the table tennis table had been penetrated. Yes, I know, I did it. On a level that's irreversible now. The unexpected turn of events caused me to forfeit, but on second thought, I wonder if it was a good idea to forfeit. Although the main reason for this photoshoot was to feature Uzai Gakuen, it was originally supposedly because they wanted to take my picture. So maybe it was a bad idea to abandon the photoshoot, right? Even though such thoughts are overwhelming now, I'm more afraid of continuing on and injuring someone else, and it wouldn't have been a mistake to forfeit the tournament, after all. Because if something with the power that could penetrate the table tennis table and the gym floor with a table tennis ball hit someone, yeah, I'd become the real sniper, instead. As I was letting out a single sigh, the president of the entertainment agency came over to me quickly. Hey, Yuuya-kun. I'd be troubled if you lost in the first round. Moreover, what do you mean by forfeiting? No, but my opponent is a famous table tennis player, correct? So I think I knew I'd lose even if I continued like that. No, you weren't. You were able to hit your opponent's ball back. At least you wouldn't have been beaten to a pulp, you know. President-san, you're observing well, aren't you? However, I didn't expect you to destroy the table tennis table. You must have something to hide, don't you? Ha. There's no way that's possible. This president has a sharp intuition. However, since I wasn't going to talk about the other world honestly, I just laughed and fooled around. Well, that's fine. Anyway, if you continue to lose here, we won't be able to achieve our original goal, so please do something about it. No, Wait, what did you mean by that? So, I asked you to do something about it, okay? Before I could stop her, the president left quickly, accompanied by Kurosawa-san. EA. No way, do I have to somehow participate in another competition or something? I don't know if that's really allowed, though. Anyway, since I decided to forfeit the game early, I'll have to support everyone in the class that's fighting properly until I get to do something about it. First of all, I headed over to Shingo-kun, who was having a doubles match at a nearby table tennis table, and cheered them on, but as he said before it started, his opponents were students from the PE class, so, unfortunately, he lost. By the way, his opponent, who was from the PE class, wasn't muscular like my opponent from earlier, he's just a normal boy. Thank goodness for that, because I wondered what I would do if the standard body type in PE class was also that of a muscular guy. Shingo-kun, who has finished his match, notices me and comes over while dropping his shoulders. Uck. It was no good after all. But you've got some points, so you shouldn't be that pessimistic, you know? Well, if you say so, it's true that I'm not very good at sports, but I did my best, I guess. Also, my partner has helped me so much. It's unfortunate that they lost, but Shingo-kun seemed to have fun in the end, and I couldn't help but smile too. Oh, by the way, how did Yuuya-kun fare in the end? Look, all the photo crew members were nearby, and I believe Yuuya-kun was able to win because of, I forfeited. Shingo-kun's eyes widened as I said that while averting my gaze. Forfeit, you said? What happened? Well. The table tennis table and the gym floor had been penetrated by the ball. Penetrated? Well, that will be the reaction I get. I know very well that it isn't realistic for me to be saying it myself. But it's the truth, so I can't blame him. I don't know how that happened somehow, but thanks for your hard work. Yeah. Right. What are you going to do after this, Yuuya-kun? I'm going to go watch Ryo-kun's match outside, but... Well, actually, as I said before, I had to forfeit the match so they couldn't take a proper picture of me, so they asked me to do something about it. That's why I thought I'd try to enter another event for now. Oh, another game? I wonder if that's acceptable. Well, to be honest, I don't know if it's okay with me either, but I thought I'd look for an event I could participate in while cheering for my classmates in the other events in the gym. So, after I look around the gym to a certain extent, if it looked like Ryo was still competing, so I'll show up there as well. I see. I guess we'll have to split up for now. Thus, Shingo-kun and I parted ways, and I began to look around the gym. And then suddenly, a voice calls out to me. Yuuya-kun. Cade. It was Cade who came running up to me with a small run. As Cade came in front of me, she tilted her head curiously. Yoo-hoo. What's going on? Have you finished your game yet? Actually, I had to forfeit it for a variety of reasons. Really? But it's unfortunate. I wanted to go and cheer you on, you know. I'm sorry about that. What about Cade? I believe you're playing volleyball, right? Yeah, you're right, Yuuya-kun, that means you're free right now, right? Well, I guess. I couldn't see the real meaning of Cade's words, so I tilted my head, and she took my hand. Please. Can I ask you to join volleyball? Cade told me while I was surprised at the unexpected request. I will be participating in the mixed match division, but one of our members got hurt earlier, so we have to play with only a small group of players. But our next match will be in a class with a lot of students from the volleyball club, and honestly, if we don't have enough people, it's going to be tough. What do you think? Will you join us? Cade looked up at me anxiously. For me, it's not a problem to participate. But is it okay for non-registered members to participate? Oh, don't worry, it's okay. Is that so? Well, I'm going to give it a try then. Really? Thank you, Yuuya-kun. Cade laughed, looking really happy. As for me, I was grateful for Cade's offer because I had to participate in some kind of competition again due to the president's absurdity. Cade took me to the volleyball team, and I saw Rin there as well. Ooh, isn't that Yuuya? Could it be that you are a helper? Yeah, Cade asked me to join her. Is that okay? Of course. Right? When Rin called out to the other members, they all nodded with motivation. Well, I didn't expect to be able to fight with Yuuya-kun. By the way, if Yuuya is here, does that mean we're going to have our picture taken? Wow. This will make me not want to lose even more. As everyone was motivated for the next game, the photographers who followed me started to get ready for the next game. Looks like volleyball is next. And it's mixed to gender. This is going to make for some great pictures. Besides, all the girls at Uzai Gakuen are high class. They'll look even more picturesque alongside Yuuya-kun. This is a good target. And as expected, or rather, because the photographers talked about it, my classmates, especially the girls for some reason, had a fire in their eyes. This makes me feel so motivated. We might be able to get a picture with Yuuya-kun, right? I definitely won't show him my ugly self. Each of them were prepared for the conditions, and when the match started, they scored 1 point after another, despite Cade saying that their opponents were mostly students from the volleyball club. Here, Cade. All right. I'm coming. Cade jumped up vigorously to the ball that Rin tossed and decided to spike it beautifully just like that. Then I called out to Cade with a smile. That's good, Cade. Excellent. Wawa, Yuuya-kun is praising me. Cade, you have a big grin on your face, you know. No way. As I watched Cade hold her own face, Rin approached me with a grin. So, how was it? Yuuya. It was amazing. Rin also tossed at the perfect time. No, it's about Cade's breasts. Buffo. Yui. Rin-chan. Rin suddenly walked around behind Cade and grabbed her chest directly. You see, when she hit that spike earlier, it was super shaky, right? No, I'm not looking at it like that. Isn't that weird? This girl's breasts are so amazing. Hiya-oo. Hey, wait, Rin-chan. I'll get angry if you do this any further. In front of Rin, who continues to rub Cade's chest without hesitation, I activated the mind-body unification and mental enhancement skills with all my might and desperately removed my gaze. Thanks, my skills. It's not the way it is supposed to be used somehow, but I quieted down Cade's anger at Rin. Even though we were having such a loose exchange, we were steadily gaining points, and we were steadily getting closer to victory. However, the president, who was watching the development of the game, called out to me. Hey, Yuuya-kun. Don't just support all the time. You need to decide, spike it. The president was right. I continued to be mostly supporting my team, blocking the opponent's spikes and collecting balls that everyone else couldn't reach while trying not to spike during this match. That's because, as you can see from the table tennis matches, it would be a hell of a lot of work for me to compete in a normal game. That's why, as I was pondering what to do about the president's request, Rin and Cade approached me. That's right. Then next time, we'll support Yuuya so that it's easier for him to strike, okay? What? No. You don't have to do that to accommodate me. It's okay. Besides, Yuuya-kun has supported us a lot, hasn't he? So, we'll support Yuuya-kun this time. It's hard for me to refuse when they say that as a pure favor. That's why I was extraordinarily worried about what to do, but time never waited, and the game continued. And then, Rin picked up the opponent's spike and Cade tossed it, but... sorry. That was too high. Cade's toss was raised farther than expected, and if I waited until it fell into a hitting position, the opponent would be able to get the timing of the block perfectly. However, Phew. I reflexively kick the ground and jump up at Cade's ball. My leg strength has increased due to my training with Usagi-san, and even if the ball reaches the ceiling of the gymnasium, I'm confident that I can jump up there and get the ball. I thought about it a lot, so I desperately tried to control my power, then I spiked the ball, which was raised high and aimed at the opponent's court. Ha! As I heard such a grand bursting sound, the wind pressure created by my spike's momentum tore down the volleyball court net. My spike, which I was supposed to have controlled, caused the ball to explode, blowing the volleyball net off. Luckily, no one was injured, but the students were silent as they looked at the volleyball court that had been turned to nothing. I'm sorry. While the photographers, and even the president, who had requested the spike, were stunned, I could only apologize. I knew I shouldn't have spiked it. As I was worrying about what they were going to do for the rest of the game, one of the opponent's team raised his hand. I'm going to forfeit. Thus, the victory was secured, this time due to the opponent's surrender. Part 4. After that, the other classes that were watching our match declared an immediate withdrawal every time they faced our class, so we didn't have to fight until the end to win. Or rather, we did. To be honest, I can't be honestly happy at all, but Rin and the others rejoiced because a win is still a win, and they comforted me, so my heart felt a little lighter. I'm really grateful. And just as we won the volleyball tournament, the winners of other events were also decided, and it seemed that our class won the soccer tournament, too, although I couldn't cheer for them in the end. I didn't do well in the table tennis tournament I participated in, but overall the other events did well, and Sawada-sensei was very happy. She really doesn't try to hide her desire, does she? As I walked around cheering for the other events, I noticed something noisy on the tennis court. When I looked closely, I saw people gathered around the tennis court, and I could even see some kind of stretcher-like object. I'm not sure who it is or if it's okay, but when I went to look at the center of the commotion. Kaori? Yuuya-san. The one in the middle of the commotion was, to my surprise, Kaori. Kaori was sitting there looking listless, and I couldn't help but go up to her and ask her about it. What happened to you? It looks like a serious matter. I participated in this ball game in tennis doubles, and the person I was paired with earlier got injured and couldn't continue the match. When I turned my gaze towards the stretcher, there was a male student there, groaning unconscious. From the look of him, he doesn't seem to be seriously injured, but still, he was unconscious, so it's difficult to continue, isn't it? Then, what will you do? You're still in the middle of the game, right? Unfortunately, I can't continue without a partner, so I have to forfeit here. I found myself opening my mouth to Kaori, who had a sad expression on her face. Well, then, I'll join you. From the looks of it, it was a mixed-gender match, right? Yes, that's right, but we are in a different class, and as expected. Yeah, but at least your current opponent isn't in my class. Besides, it seems that even if someone isn't registered, they're allowed to play. And if your original partner wakes up in the middle of the game, we can just switch again. I managed to convince Kaori, who looked somewhat apologetic, and the opposing team agreed, so I would participate in the tennis match as a limited Kaori pair. Well then, Yuuya-san. Please. Yeah, you can trust me. It seems that the match was resumed by a serve from Kaori, and while I was standing in a suitable position. I suddenly felt a chill and moved my head on the spot, and a tennis ball ran through the position where my head had been a moment ago with great force. I'm sorry, Yuuya-san. Are you okay? I'm fine. Wait a minute. Could it be that this serve was the reason why Kaori's partner was knocked out? It was a small matter, but I was secretly glad that my otherworldly combat experience, intuition, and reflexes were put to good use. Or maybe I would have fallen prey to it, too. After regaining her composure, Kaori carefully served again, and this time she managed to get into the opponent's court. However, The opponent returned the serve by aiming at Kaori instead of me. Wawa. A. It was a great strikeout, and sadly, it led to our opponent scoring. I knew that I would just be a hindrance when it comes to sports. It's fine. Somehow. We will manage it. Although I said so, the opponent will probably come after Kaori more aggressively from now on. That's only natural since they are here to win. Well, then, what should I do? Starting from Kaori's serve again, this time, she entered the opponent's court for the first time, and as expected, the opponent returned the shot close to Kaori. And then. As Kaori was swinging in empty air, I snatched up the ball from a rather tight position and returned it directly to the opponent's court. Then, inevitably, Kaori and I are on one side, and the other side is empty, and of course, the opponent is going to aim at that point. I used the leg strength that Usagi-san had taught me directly, moved in an instant on the court, and then returned the shot to my opponent. The photographers who were following me were surprised to see that scene. Hey, isn't this Yuuya boy really crazy? Even when he followed up on the girl who swung and hit nothing but air was so incredible, but moving around the court in that split second was just. And the ball is precisely aimed at the edge of the opponent's court line. It's sick. To be honest, I wasn't really paying attention to the photographer's situation because it was now just me versus my opponent's team. Nevertheless, I managed to keep my strength in check, and while keeping up with Kaori, I kept gaining points, and finally, we reached the point where the game was match point. And as we continued to rally again, my opponent made a mistake and launched the ball high. The ball was now on top of Kaori, and she was full of enthusiasm as she readied her racket. This time, I'm going to be useful too. With that enthusiasm, Kaori aimed at the ball and swung her racket down with vigor. Unfortunately, Kaori's racket sliced through the air without hitting the ball, and not only Kaori and the photographers, but also the president of the agency and the students around her who were watching the event, were shouting at the scene. I ran to help Kaori out from behind and swung my racket at the ball that bounced up to the highest point in the air, and my racket caught the ball firmly and hit the ball cleanly through the middle of the opponent's team. Wawa. Then Kaori, who had just flailed before, almost fell over with the momentum, and I moved to Kaori's side as soon as I landed and held her. Are you okay? Yuuya-san. Thank you very much. I'm glad that Kaori managed to remain uninjured. Did you get that? You got it, didn't you? That's okay. All right. Now that is perfect. Just then, the president was talking to the photographers with some kind of excitement, but well, it's none of my business. Anyway, the one pitch I just made was the final score, and we were able to win the game successfully. In the end, I could only be a hindrance for Yuuya-san. I don't think so, but... I tried to comfort the depressed Kaori somehow, but no matter what I said to her, she just shook her head. After that game, her partner woke up safely and went to the next game, but her partner fainted on Kaori's serve again, and I couldn't bother them anymore, so, unfortunately, she had to forfeit the game. I don't know what the right thing to say to her would be. But the fact that her serve gave me chills even though I'm supposed to have evolved, let alone leveled up, in another world must be honestly amazing. While I was seriously unsure of what to say to her, the smiling-faced president and the photographer approached me, as if they had gotten a good picture. Yuuya-kun. That was a great game earlier. Besides, we also took a good shot of the scene where Yuuya-kun held Kaori-san in your arms earlier. Apparently, what she was discussing with the photographers earlier was about the scene where I held Kaori in my arms. I didn't particularly care for it at the time, but now that I think about it, I did something incredibly daring. I'm so embarrassed now. I was only a hindrance from start to finish. To Kaori, who was depressed, the president made an I got an idea expression on her face. Right. Kaori-san, if you don't mind, Would you like to take a picture with Yuuya-kun? A. What? Are you sure about that? Of course. The two of you looked so good together in that scene earlier, and I just need a few more pictures of you two. Yuuya-kun would be fine too, right? Huh? Yeah. I'm fine, but... By all means, please do so. Kaori's expression brightened at once, to the point where the depression she had felt earlier went away. No, is it really okay? And under the instructions of the president, Kaori and I line up next to each other. Look, Yuuya-kun. Don't be so distant, come closer to each other. More than this? I don't mean you have to embrace each other, just come closer, okay? The president says so, but Kaori and I are already close enough to touch each other's shoulders. When I looked to the side, I saw Kaori's eyes met with mine, and we both blushed and looked away involuntarily. Geez, your innocent looks are dazzling for an old lady like me, but I don't need that innocence right now, so make sure you have a smile on your face. It's impossible. Kaori and I looked at each other as we blurted out the same line at the exact same time. Now is the chance. Shutter, please. The moment we laughed, it was truly a professional photographer. They were able to capture those smiles without missing a beat. After the ball game was over without any problems, everyone finished changing out of their PE clothes and were about to go home when I saw Kaori standing near the school gate. Huh? Kaori, what's going on? That. Kaori stammered while blushing a little, and eventually opened her mouth with a look of determination. Yuuya-san. Would you like to walk home with me? Okay, but... What's going on? I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you today, and more importantly, I'm really happy that you helped me out of a difficult situation. So, to thank you for that, why don't we stop somewhere on the way home? Apparently, Kaori is going to thank me for today's ball game tournament. Oh no, you didn't have to worry about that. No. I've been helped by Yuuya-san many times. Of course, I don't think I can repay you for all of that with this short detour, but still. Well, since you're saying that much, I guess I should go for it. Really? Kaori's eyes sparkled with joy at my words. It's a good thing that she's this happy, to be honest. Besides, well, just being with Kaori is more than enough for me, and that is worth it. That's. I've never had a friend before, so it's a real pleasure to be invited to hang out with her like this, and it's a precious time for me. I want to have fun with everyone again next time. While thinking like that, Kaori, who froze with a red face for some reason, opened her mouth with a determined look. Yuuya-san. Could you please shut your eyes? My eyes? I'm not sure, but Kaori says that with a serious expression, so I honestly shut my eyes. Then, for a moment, a pleasant scent tickled my nose, and I felt as if something really faintly touched my cheek, opposite to the cheek that was kissed by Luna some time ago. That's enough. When I open my eyes, I see Kaori's cheeks are even redder than before. What is that exactly? It's a secret. While I tilted my head, Kaori smiled somewhat mischievously and in a charming way. Chapter 6, To the City in the Different World. Part 1. When Yuuya had the ball game, Owen and the others had arrived safely at the royal capital and were on their way to report to the king. We have returned, father. Oh, Lexia. Are you okay? The king is relieved to see Lexia safe and sound. Arnold is pleased with a broad smile on his face and immediately gives instructions to the nearby maids. Lexia must be tired after having just returned, isn't she? Get some rest now. I will hear from you later. I understand. Lexia nodded obediently to Arnold's words and left the room with the maid. Then, to Owen, who was left in the room, Arnold asked him with a serious face, unlike earlier. Owen. I can't see the young man who was said to be in the Great Devil's Nest. What happened? It was a lot of things, and we weren't able to have him come this time, Phew. Does that whole thing have something to do with the woman in there? The one who was ahead of Arnold's sharp gaze was Luna, who had been turned into Lexia's guard from an assassin. Although Luna received Arnold's intimidation, the king of the Arcelia kingdom, head-on, Luna herself replied frankly without seeming particularly overwhelmed. It's because I tried to assassinate Lexia. So various dates were delayed, and Yuuya couldn't come. Hey. How? Owen looked impatient at Luna, who informed the king too frankly, and that made Arnold's gaze even sharper. You mentioned the assassination of my daughter, Lexia? Yes. But as you can see now that Lexia is alive, my assassination attempt failed, however. Then, why are you alive? If you're an assassin, would a failed commission be equivalent to death? In an atmosphere where lying wasn't allowed, Luna still wasn't pressured. On the contrary, she remembered that Lexia had approached her about the escort, and she gave a little smile. Of course, I was ready to die, too. But that was stopped by Lexia herself of all people. That's why I'm here now. I see. The moment Arnold snorted in displeasure. He drew out the national treasure, sword Greekle, and then slashed at Luna. However, Luna was in neither hurry for Arnold's action, but instead, she put strings around him and stopped his movement. How? You have discovered the characteristics of my sword in an instant. Yeah. If I tried to stop the sword itself with my thread, it would cut through my thread so easily. So I had to stop your arm. Luna was right, the strings that she had stretched out in an instant did not inhibit the movement of the sword, but made Arnold's arm immobile. As a result, Arnold was unable to move his arm and unable to slash Luna with it. Arnold, who laughed in amusement, changed his appearance from earlier and gave a bitter smile. I know what you're capable of. So could you untie this thread? If you promise you won't attack me again, then fine. As the king and Luna continued to stare at each other, Owen pondered what to do, when the door was suddenly opened with great force. Father, what are you doing to my Luna? Lexia? I thought you were just going to your room. The one who vigorously opened the door was Lexia, who had left earlier. That's why, in front of his beloved daughter, who suddenly appeared, Arnold was extremely impatient. Because, even though he is unable to move due to Luna's strings, from the side, it looks like Arnold is slashing at Luna. Of course, I tried to go to my room. But then I realized that Luna wasn't following me, so I came back. And then Lexia, rekindling her anger, glared at her father, Arnold. If you do something horrible to Luna, I would hate you, father. Hate? Arnold turned as white as ashes and almost collapsed on the spot, but Luna's strings interfered and forced him to maintain his slashing stance. Luna, who was watching such an exchange between father and daughter, snorted, "Humph. Well, I'll forgive you this time." Showing arrogance against the king, Luna quickly retrieved the thread that was blocking Arnold's movements. When Arnold was finally able to move, he sat down in his chair, staggering as he was, but desperately tried to reason and evaluate Luna's abilities. It was only blocking my movements just now, but I guess you could essentially kill me with that thing, right? Yeah. If I put it around your neck, it would fly off easily. A girl who speaks terrible things. Even though in my case, I'm already dying from Lexia's hating on me. I don't care about that. Owen himself, for once, inwardly agreed with Luna's statement. Then Lexia, with her arms crossed, asked Arnold. So, father, you already know enough about Luna's abilities, don't you? Yes, well, you seem to be good enough as an escort. What do you think, Owen? I don't think it's a problem for me either. All right. Nodding at Owen's words, Arnold looked at Luna again with an air of dignity that made it hard to believe that he was the one who had been overcome earlier. What's your name? It's Luna. Now, Luna. I now acknowledge you as Lexia's bodyguard. You shall protect my daughter. For the first time on the spot, Luna bowed her head and left the room with Lexia, prompted directly by Arnold. Humph. I can't stand the hate from my daughter. Your Majesty is too soft on Lexia Summer. Because my daughter is so cute. Well, let's not talk about that for now. So, Owen. That Luna is not just an ordinary assassin. You said that she's skilled, but she's actually a competent person. That's right. In the Dark Guild, it seems they called her Headhunter. What? That famous Headhunter. So that's why she's so experienced. And the reason why the assassination attempt failed is because of the young man living in the Great Devil's Nest? Yes. That young man who prevented the assassination, his name is Yuuya, and he was the one who captured Luna just now. I haven't heard the details, but at that time, Yuuya Dono, who was accompanied by Lexia Summer's recklessness, went along with Luna and Lexia Summer to his house in the Great Devil's Nest. What? Lexia has gone to a man's house alone. Your Majesty. Arnold lifted his eyes at Owen's report, not sure where his earlier dignity had gone. Don't tell me that you didn't stay in that man's house, by any chance. Owen racked his brain, trying desperately to figure out what the right answer would be. But the silence was the correct answer, and Arnold smiled darkly. He may indeed be Lexia's benefactor. But I don't remember allowing him to go that far. I will make that guy be the victim of my sword Greekle. As expected, that's not good. It's not like anything in particular happened. You wouldn't know that. You weren't even there? Cool. I don't know anymore if he's calm or agitated. Owen held his head as Arnold showed his calm side while remaining angry at this point. And anyway, due to Luna's attempted assassination, our schedule was shifted by a day, and Yuuya Dono was unable to come. Then when will I get to meet him? Isn't that disrespectful? As I mentioned before, Yuuya Dono is probably a noble or royal from another country, and if we do something wrong, it could lead to a diplomatic problem. Besides, do you think we can win against an opponent who lives in the Great Devil's Nest? Ganananyu. Arnold looked seriously frustrated. To such an Arnold, Owen let out a sigh. For now, I've told him to come when he can come to the royal castle, so I'm sure he'll be coming before too long. It can't be helped. I guess I'll have to wait a while longer. In this way, Yuuya is being looked upon by the king as an enemy without even knowing it. After the time Arnold and the others were discussing Yuuya, speculation had begun to move elsewhere as well. Your Highness, there is one thing I would like to hear from you. What is it? In a room in the royal castle, a man had received a report from a man wearing a hood. The man was Rhaegar, the first prince of the Alsaria kingdom. Rhaegar sipped on the liquor he held in his hand without interest but stopped moving at the content of the man in the hood's report. About the existence in the Great Devil's Nest. What? With a slight opening in his eyes, Rhaegar urges the man in the hood to continue. What do you know? It seems that there is someone who lives in the Great Devil's Nest. What? At the words of the man in the hood, Rhaegar's eyes widened. You're saying there is someone who lives in that Great Devil's Nest? Isn't that a mistake? No. At the time of the attack on Lexia Summer before, only Lexia Summer survived from the Great Devil's Nest. We didn't know it at the time, but it seems that that person saved Lexia Summer. If there really is someone living in the Great Devil's Nest, where did you get that information from? It's hard to imagine that Father wouldn't regulate the information around there. It seems that they were planning to invite him to the royal castle, and to receive him, Lexia Summer herself went to the Great Devil's Nest with Owen and other guards. I have inferred this from the conversations of the soldiers who were participating as that escort. I see. Owen would have noticed your presence as well, but at the general soldier level, there's no way to be noticed. Rhaegar was surprised at the content of the report, but he agreed. Then the man in the hood continued, seemingly with more difficulty speaking. And there's one more thing I have to tell you. What, you have more? Yes. Actually, It seems that one of the nobles who support your highness had asked the Dark Guild to assassinate Lexia Summer. How? That's a good sentiment. So what happened? It seems that the person hired by the Dark Guild was a terrific assassin, the headhunter, but that. What a terrible attitude. With a skill like that, the assassination must have been a success, right? The person in the hood sensed that Rhaegar was in a bad mood and had no choice but to continue. It seems that the assassination by headhunter was prevented by the person who lives in the Great Devil's Nest that I told you about earlier, and headhunter became Lexia Summer's bodyguard just like that. What? Rhaegar involuntarily stood up from his seat. It's the headhunter, right? Leaving aside that terrific assassination being prevented, why would someone like that become an escort for Lexia? I'm sorry, I have only. You are useless. Rhaegar shouted in frustration and wandered around the room. Damn. Not only is there a troublesome existence called Owen near Lexia, but the headhunter also became her bodyguard? Wouldn't it be even more difficult to touch her? Rhaegar, who had been moving back and forth throughout the room for some time, stopped unexpectedly a little later. It can't be helped. I was still going to save this measure for later, but... Rhaegar turns to the figure in the hood and gives him a cold stare. Hey! You said they're inviting that person who is in the Great Devil's Nest to the royal castle? Ha! When was that? Is he already here? No. Apparently, he's not here this time, but I'm sure he'll be here eventually. I see. Then we have some time to react. The hooded figure asked Rhaegar as he began to think about it. What exactly do you have in mind? Then Rhaegar smiles wickedly at the hooded figure. What? I thought it was time for the father to step aside. What? That meant the murder of Arnold, the king, and his father. To the hooded figure who was exclaiming at such a profane statement, Rhaegar continued with a laugh. What surprises you? Eventually, this will be the king. That's only going to speed things up a bit, isn't it? But assassinating His Majesty is dangerous. His Majesty is protected by several skilled guards, though not as skilled as Owen's. Besides, His Majesty himself is powerful, and most importantly, if this becomes public knowledge, His Highness's own position will be in jeopardy. Did I say anything about doing anything myself? Huh? The hooded figure rolled his eyes at the unexpected words. Certainly, father and his guards must be strong. But you would have no problem with that, would you? That's, yes, but... And I'll even lend you one of my trump cards. I don't know if it will be effective against Owen or the headhunter, but if it's my father's bodyguard, there will be no problem. That trump card is? To the fearful hooded man who asked with trepidation, Rhaegar smiled fearlessly. There is an item called Sealed Magic Barrier that, if activated, prevents any magic from being used inside it and blocks interference from the outside. And I have it. What? You know what? With this, my father's guards will be powerless, because father, who is confident in his sword skills, has only wizards at his side. Therefore, if you use the Sealed Magic Barrier, the only targets you have to worry about are Owen, the headhunter, and my father. If this is the case, you guys can handle it, right? If there is no interference from wizards or Owen or anyone else, we can try, but if we fail, however, your highness will be in a bad position. You could just rub it in. Ha! You know that, right? You said that this person who lives in the Great Devil's Nest would be coming. It would be quick to blame him for all the crimes and have him killed. On the other hand, if we name Lexia as the mastermind, then we can also bring Lexia herself to justice. The stranger and Lexia, who had brought the stranger with her, would be the most likely to be suspected if father died, right? Moreover, if someone who lives in the Great Devil's Nest comes, he'll definitely have an audience with my father. That will probably be with a minimum number of people. No one would believe there's a person who lives in the Great Devil's Nest, and if it were true, they would hide it at first to prevent it from being extracted by other countries. Then, when the time is right, they will make it public. Hence, I can ask the father to leave. We will use the sealing magic barrier on a small number of guards, and if you guys attack, everything will be over. As long as you kill them all of the testimonies about me will come to pass on Lexia and that stranger, and then blaming them for the crime. What? Let's just say to the outside world that the savage living in the Great Devil's Nest has gone on a rampage. The hooded figure couldn't say anything to Rhaegar, who wore a dark smile and told him so. Now, prepare yourself. Although he is not here at this time, that doesn't mean you should take it easy. You must make arrangements to ensure that you will kill my father. There is no room for error on this one. Ha. Foo. I don't know who he is, but at best, he can serve as a stepping stone for me. In the royal capital, apart from the hand that welcomed Yuuya, the side of malice was also reaching out at the same time. While the topic of Yuuya was being discussed in the other world, a magazine featuring the Uzai Gakuen was also published on Earth. At first, since it was a famous school, not many people were curious to read the feature article, but the photo that appeared in the magazine caused a sensation in the world. It was a photo of Yuuya jumping up and hitting the ball vigorously while playing tennis, and it didn't take long for people to identify him as the person who had previously been in the news for his photo with the model Miu. As a result, Yuuya still didn't know that the information that he was a student of Uzai Gakuen would spread, and a waiting list would appear, and the other entertainment agencies and others noticed the entertainment agency that was partnering with this magazine had already signed a contract with him. So, they thought and lamented the fact that they were a step too late in pulling him out, but the more powerful agencies were beginning to think about whether they could pull him out of that contracted agency and into their own on better terms. Yuuya, who had gone from a single feature article on the school to a quick buzz, was once again featured heavily on television and online relations, unknowingly creating a large fan base. The female president, who had been watching such a movement in the world, smiled a sinister smile. Foo. Indeed, Yuuya-kun didn't sign a contract on the spot, but once he fills in the outer ground like this, he won't be able to sign a contract with anyone but us anymore, right? Besides, it's only a matter of time before he gets into show business after making such a big deal out of it. The female president muttered this to herself as she held up a magazine with a feature article in her hand, and then her next scenario came to mind. Now that we've come this far, all we have to do now is make our major label debut. In this way, Yuuya's outer expanse is steadily being filled in without his knowledge. Part 2. The day after the ball game tournament. It was a substitute holiday, and since it was a 3-day weekend from the next day, I decided to take this opportunity to go to the royal castle. If I miss this opportunity, I won't have a chance to go there anymore. I told Usagi-san, who came to the house in the other world that day, that I was going to visit the castle. I see. Well, if you have things to do, there's no choice. Besides, I've taught you the basics. Now it's just a matter of how to train them. That was what he said when I told him that I would take a break from my training. So, let's go to the royal castle today. Woof. Booey. Both Knight and Akatsuki responded to my call by raising their paws. Yeah, they are cute, as always. Oh, but I don't have this world's money. What should I do? If I think about it, this is my first time in a different world city. There's no way I'd be able to buy anything in my current state if I didn't have money. If possible, I want a map to the royal capital, and even if there is no map at worst, there may be an existence that acts as a bus or a taxi like on Earth, so money is essential. There are some materials in the item box that can be exchanged for cash, but I don't know if it's safe to exchange them for money. I already know, but according to Owen-san and the others, and Sage-san's book, the monsters inhabiting this forest should be among the most powerful in the world. If I sold the materials of such monsters, it might attract a strange kind of inadequate attention. How can I make money? Due to the effect of the door to the other world, all the unwanted materials such as magic stones can be converted into Japanese yen, but the reverse is not possible. While I was pondering this, an idea suddenly came to mind. Huh? If materials from the other world can be converted to Japanese yen at the door, and conversely, if Japanese yen and Japanese things can't be converted to yen at the door, why don't I just try to sell those Japanese items in the other world? Woof. I asked Knight and Akatsuki who were nearby, but they just tilted their heads, as if to say I don't know, but I have a feeling that this idea isn't a bad one. Just because I can't redeem the money at the door doesn't mean I can't exchange it at the other world's shops. However, since items from the other world, such as magic and weapons, are weird items that people usually have, it's basically difficult to exchange them for something other than at the door. Well, clothing, armor, and dishes may be sold as antiques. I don't know the level of civilization in this world, so I can't say for sure. Still, based on the atmosphere of this house that the Sage-san left me and the armor Owen-san wore, I imagine that the civilization is around the medieval period. As long as it's tailored to that period and doesn't have electronic devices or anything, I think it will sell. If that's the case, items that could be sold on Earth, like pepper, were worth as much gold back in the Middle Ages, and other things like soap or a mirror. In times past, they wouldn't be as clean as they are today. Even a pinch of soap today can remove dirt and leave a nice smell. However, since there is a concept of drop items in this world, it is really unknown how far the things of the earth can be used. Well, there's no point in even thinking about it, so let's get everything ready. I had some Japanese yen thanks to the other world's drop items, so I bought 10 bottles of pepper, 10 more soap, and 10 hand mirrors from the nearest supermarket. Yes, if there's anything I'm missing, I can just go home and get it. Woof. Booey. So, finally, we left for the city. Since we regularly hunt for monsters around the entrance and escort Lexia and the others back to their homes, we didn't have to worry about getting lost until we reached the exit. While I was walking along the road, defeating a goblin elite or something like that, Knight found a monster I've never seen before. Woof. Woof. What's wrong? Woof. When I looked in the direction that Knight had indicated, I saw a sheep covered in white fuzzy body hair gently eating grass. And after eating a certain amount of grass, it begins to sleep unprotected on the spot. What was that sheep? For now, I activated identification. Sleep sheep level 400. Magic 10,000. Attack 7,000. Defense 8,000. Agility 3,000. Intelligence 10,000. Luck 500. Skills sleep magic R, charge N, sleep healing senior, magic detection R. It was an indescribable status. It would be an amazing threat for the old me, but my training with Usagi-san made me fight an even more dangerous existence than this, and more importantly, my status is now more than the sheep in front of me because of my own evolution. More than that, the fact that its magic power and intelligence are 10,000, above its other stats, it was expected that I thought it would probably use magic. By the way, is sleep magic, as the name implies, magic related to sleep? I also never saw a skill called sleep healing before, and it's a bit unusual. As I was thinking like that, the sheep's eyes suddenly opened, and it turned its gaze towards me. It seems that its magic detection skill has seen through my assimilation. As I thought about that, the sheep immediately got up and charged at us. However, from my experience of King Mithril Boar's rush, its movement was very slow, and I decided to finish it off with plenty of time to spare. I make formless bow appear and put the arrow against the string and draw it down. If I'm going to aim for it, it would be the large torso as a target, but I feel like it might flick the arrow somehow, so I exclude it. If this were a kick, it wouldn't be a problem, but now that it's approaching from the other side, there's no need to jump into that danger. Kicking is a practice, but I'd rather train with other weapons as well. And as if to determine my thoughts, my intuition told me that it was better not to aim at the torso. And while I was at it, I also checked the weaknesses with my mind's eye revision skill, and since the result was that the forehead was the best, I decided to aim at it quietly as well. With a single breath, a single arrow. Ha! Exclamation mark me. Combined with the momentum of the sheep's rush, an arrow pierced its forehead with a force that penetrated through the sheep's brain. Then the sheep screamed and went wild on the spot, but eventually, it turned into a particle of light and disappeared. Phew! I managed to finish it off with a single long-range attack. Woof! When I approached the drop items, I found a palm-sized magical stone, meat, and other items, and a futon had fallen out. Why? At any rate, when I tried to check the magic stone with identification, it was marked as B-class, so that sheep must have been B-class too. Meat of the sleep sheep, meat from the sleep sheep. It has a sticky texture and a strong peculiarity, and its taste can be different in normal cooking. However, smoked meat made from this meat is famous as a very popular snack among drinkers. Wool of the sleep sheep's fur. It has excellent heat and moisture absorption characteristics and is very comfortable to the touch, so bedding and clothes made from this wool are popular among the nobility. However, since sleep sheep itself is extremely rare, its price is extremely high. Horn of the sleep sheep, it cannot be used as material for weapons, but if it is made into a powder, it can be used as a sleeping potion to induce a comfortable sleep. For that reason, it is sometimes used by those who wish to euthanize themselves. It's hard to use any of these things. No, the meat is fine because I personally don't care about the taste, of course, but the wool and horns are fine too. Especially the horns, the way they are used is a bit scary. Well, that's okay. Rather than this material, the problem is this futon, no matter how I look at it. Fugo tilde. It looks like a very ordinary futon, even the quilt is included in the set. However, I knew instantly that it wasn't an ordinary futon because Akatsuki, who charged at it, was already visibly exposed to a slackened appearance. For now, I'll have to check it out to find out what it is, so as usual, I activated identification. Paradise futon, a rare drop item obtained from sleep sheep. It is always clean and does not require washing, warm in the winter and always comfortable in the summer without getting sticky with sweat. It can also be used outdoors. There are two modes, inertial sleep mode and comfortable sleep mode. The inertial sleep mode makes you feel as if you are in paradise, and the comfortable sleep mode lulls you into a comfortable sleep as soon as you get into the futon, allowing you to experience overwhelmingly good quality sleep and wake up refreshed in the morning. The texture of the futon is also extraordinary, and just touching it makes you feel happy. While you sleep, your HP and MP will increase, albeit slightly. As always, the Daily Necessities series. I'm no longer surprised, but the Daily Necessities series is still a blast. It's no wonder Akatsuki has become so limp. And thankfully, it can be used outdoors as well. What a good omen. Woof. Buoy tilde. Akatsuki, it's time to go. Buoy? Be buoy. Akatsuki returned to my feet in a troubled manner, showing his regrets. Don't be so depressed, when we go to bed, we'll all be sleeping together with this. Woof. Buoy? Buoy. With that promise, we continued onward and finally reached the forest entrance. We're finally here. Woof. Buoy. Well, it was long and short. After that, we found another sleep sheep again, and since the sheep were in a group, we got about 10 additional sets of bedding. Well, it doesn't matter how many we have. It's not like we have a problem, but considering that we have a spare set, well. Well, if I had used transition magic to this point, we could have moved faster, and we wouldn't have been attacked by a bunch of sleep sheep. No, this is one of the real thrills in this kind of thing. Yup. Woof. Fugo. Seeing how I was somehow nodding to myself, Knight and Akatsuki nodded their heads. Well, as I recall, Owen-san and the others were headed That way, right. I'm also wondering what's on the other side of the street where Owen-san and the others were headed, but for now, let's head to the town that's said to be near this great devil's nest. When I was taking care of Luna, Owen-san and the others seemed to have gotten some food and other things there. Then I'll get some otherworld money or something and go to the capital. All right then, let's get going. Woof. Buoy. And so we set out for the city of the other world. Part 3. After walking for a while, I could see what looked like a city in the distance. Oh, is that the city Owen-san was talking about? Woof. Buoy. Since I finally arrived in the city of the other world, I walked a little faster and approached the city. Then I saw a line of people standing in front of what looked like a huge castle gate, which is something I don't see very often in Japan. Maybe they were doing something like an inspection. When I tried to get in line as well with the others, for some reason, I got a lot of stares. For a moment, I thought Knight and Akatsuki were being watched, but after seeing those two, for some reason, they looked at me and were surprised to see me, so the cause must be me. Did I wear something weird? I thought I shouldn't scare them, so I took off my Bloody War Demon series armor and put on the shirt and pants that Sage-san left for me. However, everyone just came to look at it and didn't do anything in particular, so I decided not to worry about it anymore. On the other hand, I also observed the people around me and was very surprised to see someone coming in a carriage. I've seen the carriage that Lexia-san was riding in, but that time I saw it from a distance. It's quite impressive to see it up close. I've never ridden in a rickshaw or anything like that, but then again, you don't get to see or ride a horse-drawn carriage very often on Earth. While observing other people without being rude, I was surprised to find someone with specific features that startled me to the point where my eyes widened because that person has some kind of animal ears growing on his head. What is that? Cat ears? No, dog ears. Whatever, but still, it's incredible. And when I looked closer, I saw that he even has a tail. Maybe it's not uncommon in this other world, but people don't seem particularly surprised to see such people. Well, even in Japan, if you go to a kiba, you'll find people wearing cat ears, but those things are just fake. Even though we haven't even entered the city of this other world yet, my excitement is already quite high. As I was spending the normally unenjoyable waiting time without worrying about anything at all, it was finally my turn. Yes, the next one. What's wrong? When I go in front of a man in armor who looks like an official, he looks at me and is surprised to see me the same way as the others while I'm waiting. No, I'm sorry. I'm just a little surprised, that's all. Now, do you have any identification or anything else on you? Huh? IDs? I don't have one EE. No, if I think about it again, that's right, that. I mean, you need a passport to go abroad. I've never been elsewhere before. I don't know if I'm going to get caught if I don't have it, but I have my student ID card. No, that's a no-no. In contrast to me, who was very impatient, the official said with a smile, by the looks of it, you don't have any. If you don't have it, you don't have to worry. Ah, really? Yeah. But you're going to have to cooperate with me on the reason for coming to this city and a little inspection, but once that's done, I'll let you into the city. Thank goodness. I was at a considerable loss. I thought this was the end of my life here. I was deeply relieved, and the official laughed again when he saw that. You don't have to be that nervous, though. Now, first of all, can you tell me your name and why you're here in this town? Ah, I'm Tenjou Yuuya. The reason is, it's simply for tourism. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to do some sightseeing. I really need to leave right away to head to the royal capital, but we can look around for a bit. I see. By the way, are those two animals your companions? Oh, yes. This is Knight, and this is Akatsuki. Woof. Buoy. They both raise one hand in greeting as I introduce them. They're pretty smart, aren't they? Well, I suppose it won't be a problem to get them into the city. Now that we've got that out of the way, Would you mind touching this crystal? That said, the one presented to me was a round crystal that looked like something a fortune teller might use. I'm not sure, but since it was supposed to be an inspection, I touched the crystal without any hesitation. Then the crystal immediately glowed blue. Blue. There is no criminal record. All right, you are permitted to stay in this city. I hope you enjoy your stay. Apparently, he was able to confirm whether I was a criminal or not. That crystal can tell you if you've committed a crime or not. What a useful tool. If we had that on Earth, the number of false convictions would decrease. Even so, it's still convenient. The other world is really amazing. While admiring such things, we were able to enter the city safely. Well, now that we've got it in safely, I'd like to get some money somewhere soon. I'm a tourist, but I don't have enough money for sightseeing. I hope to find a place where I can sell my Japanese items. I took out one pepper and tried to check it with identification. Pepper from Earth. The quality is better than the pepper from the other world, and the value of this one bottle in the different world is about 5 gold coins. When selling it in the Merchants Guild, if you want to negotiate, you should start negotiating at about 15 gold coins and sell it at around 5 to 10 gold coins. It's a more detailed explanation than I expected. And it even tells me the selling price? Isn't this too excellent? I do not know for sure, but the identification skill gave me more answers than I was looking for. I don't know how much this thing called a gold coin is worth in this world's money, but it's very helpful. And it even includes the place to buy it, which I wanted to know the most right now. Apparently, there is an organization called the Merchants Guild, and I can sell it there. Okay, Knight Akatsuki, let's go to the Merchants Guild. Woof. Booey. However, since I don't know anything about this area, I approached the soldier at the gate and asked him for directions. The soldier who was standing at the gate seemed to be acting like the police on Earth, and he showed me the way in a polite manner, which was very helpful. Then we went down the road we were told, and we saw a beautiful wooden building. There are many carriages and people busily coming and going with wagons and loads of cargo. I thought vaguely that this is the center of the logistics of the city or something. As we walked into the neat and clean building, we were met with many of the same stares as we had been waiting to enter the city. I felt a little uncomfortable, but as I looked around inside, I saw what looked like a receptionist's office, so I headed there. Excuse me. Why, yes. Can I help you? The woman at the reception desk looks at me in surprise and then immediately responds with a sales smile. I actually have something I'd like to sell. With all due respect, is this your first time dealing with the Merchant Guild? Yes. I'm actually new to this city, and I don't have any money on hand, so I thought I'd sell what I could for now. The receptionist nodded in understanding at my words. Very well. Then I need you to register with the Merchants Guild first before you can make a sale or anything else. Is that all right? Yes, here they are. Registration. I hope it doesn't cost me anything. I ask a question despite my anxiety. Does it cost any money, or is there any inconvenience for registering in any way? No, there are no fees. Also, when you belong to a guild, you will be issued with an identification card, and above all, each guild will provide you with some accommodations. However, there are cases where misbehaving people are expelled from the guild, but in general, there is no inconvenience. I see, so there are no particular disadvantages to registering with the guild, huh? And it's very helpful to know that they'll issue me an ID card. Also, a guild is an organization that exists in each country and is not interfered with by the country. Of course, since we have branches in each country, we will abide by the laws of that country and cooperate with them in case of emergencies, but we can prevent unreasonable interference from the country. Ooh. I couldn't help but raise my voice, but an organization called guild is amazing. On the contrary, it's very troublesome to make enemies with an organization like that. Well, I don't intend to do anything terrible, so I think it's okay, but I'm a little afraid. More importantly, from what I've heard, It's obviously only beneficial to register, and if I can't sell the pepper without registering, then it's no use. Thank you for the explanation. Then can I ask you to register me with the guild? Very well. Now, please fill this out. That said, what was handed to me was a strange paper made of a different material from the paper I usually use. It's hard to write on it because it's so rough. And the pen is also a quill pen. Wait a minute, I've never used a quill pen before. What? Can I just dip it in this ink? Although I struggled with the unfamiliar paper and pen, I managed to finish filling out the form. The content was only to write my name and hometown, but I had a problem with my hometown, not to mention my name. Well, I ended up writing Japan. It's done. Yes. Yuuya summer, isn't it? Is this place called Japan the name of your country? Yes. It's a small island nation in the east. It was on Earth, though. I see, I thought you were from this continent. If the continent is different, there are places that don't have a merchant guild. Anyway, it looks like there's no problem, so this completes the registration. This is your guild card. What was handed to me was a plate made of a material that was probably iron. There was only one name and one star engraved on it. That guild card of yours, I believe it has a star engraved on it. That star indicates your rank within the guild, and the one star qualifies you as a traveling merchant, but you can't have an official shop at a stall or in the city. However, you can sell your goods through the Merchants Guild. If you want to open a stall, you need 2 stars, and to own a shop, you need 3 stars. How can I get more of those stars? The Merchants Guild increases the number of stars for your contributions to the guild. When you own a stall or shop, a percentage of the sales will go to the Merchants Guild. And for those with 1 star, the amount of money you sell directly to the guild will be converted into a contribution, so you will be able to raise your contribution to 3 stars without too much difficulty. However, from the 4-star level onwards, the criteria for judging is more stringent because it requires trust as a merchant, a track record of sales channel development, and the release of new products. I see. Well, I don't have a problem with the qualification of being a traveling merchant, so I don't need to think about it too much. Well, it's a long story, but may I see what you would like to sell, Yuuya-sama? Oh, yes. I said and took out some pepper from the item box. Then, for some reason, the receptionist opened her eyes and was surprised. Ah, item box, holder. Excuse me? Huh? I'm sorry. It's very rare to see someone with the item box skill. But to be able to use item box is a huge advantage for a merchant. Yuuya-sama is very fortunate to be a merchant. Ah, really? Oh, no, I didn't think item box was such a rare skill. But it's not like there's no one else who has it, so it's okay, right? As I was thinking about that, the receptionist looked at the pepper that was handed to me and shouted. I was greatly surprised. When I was startled by the receptionist's astonishing voice, the receptionist immediately bowed his head. I'm very sorry. I've never seen such high-quality pepper and, most importantly, such a beautiful bottle. Is that so? I knew that Earth's pepper was of high quality. But, I guess the bottle is rare, too. Excuse me, how many of these items do you have? I have about 10 right now, but if you give me time, I can still get them ready as well, you know. I see. Excuse me, I'll have to check with the guild master in a moment. The receptionist bowed and then opened the door behind her and went away. I mean, what's a guild master? Is this more valuable than I expected? Woof. Buoy? The way Akatsuki and Knight tilted their heads was adorable, and I immediately relaxed by them. By the way, I found out later that the receptionist here seems to be using a special magic tool, which works to prevent other people from recognizing the conversation between the receptionist and the merchant. It is said that thanks to this, the receptionist's surprise and the communication between us is unknown to the people around us. They say that information is vital for a merchant, and the tools of this world are handy. The baths are taken care of every time. T/N, I'm not sure what this bath is about. As I waited in a daze for a while, a gentleman-like elderly man with white hair and a neatly trimmed white beard, as well as the receptionist from earlier, appeared. Is that him? Yes. Yuuya-sama, thank you for waiting. This is Reinhardt-san, who is in charge of this merchants' guild. Hello. I am Guildmaster Reinhardt. Hello. My name is Tenjou Yuuya. Fumu. That's an odd-sounding name. Tenjou. Is that your name? No. Yuuya is my name, and Tenjou is my last name? Or a family name? How do I explain this? And if I think about it, people over here and Japanese names are reversed in order. I felt foreign countries have the same name format as this world, right? For some reason, I was quite rude in answering the question with a questioning form, but Reinhardt-san didn't mind it. Ha 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 ha. You are quite an interesting boy. And I've never heard of this Japan country. I often visit this continent as well as other places in my profession, but where is it located? Well, it's a small island nation in the east. I see. Umu. You seem to be of a higher class from what I can see. No. I'm just a civilian. I'm a high-class person, you said. If we talk about a high-class person on Earth, it must be Kaori and people like that. Besides, as someone who also sees the real princess, Lexia-san, I would be embarrassed if someone called me a high-class person. When I was thinking about that, for some reason, both Reinhardt-san and the receptionist widened their eyes and were surprised. I see. So you're not a nobleman then? Yeah? Rather, what made you think that? I asked that as a pure question, but Reinhardt-san and the receptionist just looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Umu. Well, is it common for nobles to hide their status? If you say you're a commoner, then we'll let it be that way. Huh? I don't know why, but am I under suspicion? And he said I was an aristocrat. When I made a dumbfounded expression, Reinhardt-san took the pepper I brought with me. This is, Yuuya-kun, do you really want to hide your identity? As I said, I'm a commoner. As I thought, they suspected me. I mean, whether I'm a nobleman or not. Well, I'm sure there are many ways to be suspected in this world, but being mistaken for a nobleman doesn't happen very often, does it? When I think about it, it's a surprisingly valuable experience for me, isn't it? But if I had to lie, wouldn't it be better to lie and pretend to be an aristocrat instead of saying I'm a commoner? What's the sad thing about having to appeal as a commoner? No, I'm a small citizen, but I'd be an imposing man too if I could. Then Reinhardt-san and the others said, don't worry, you want to hide your identity, don't you? I see. I can't say anything since they give me a very warm gaze. Regardless, Reinhardt-san looked at the pepper and the pepper bottle from various angles for a while, and eventually, let out a sigh. Sigh. I think I've dealt in a variety of products over the years, but I've never seen a pepper of such high quality. Moreover, there are 9 more like this at the moment, and I heard that you could prepare them again if we give you time. Are you sure? Yes. Fumu. Reinhardt-san looked thoughtful for a moment, then he told the receptionist something and had her bring out a large leather bag. Well, this pepper. I'll buy it all for 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins, how much is that? Reinhardt-san and the others shrugged at my question. I'm sorry for being ignorant. Nevertheless, when I looked it up in identification, it said that it should sell for between 5 to 10 gold coins, but that's the highest amount I could sell for. I don't know how it came to such an appraisal result, but as someone who wants money now, I'm grateful. I see. It's not surprising that you don't know the value of the coins since you are not from this country, but let me briefly explain then. There are 4 types of coins in this country, in order of lower value: copper, silver, gold, and white gold coins. Also, 100 copper coins equals 1 silver coin, and so on, so that 100 lower coins equal 1 upper coin. Oh, that's easy to understand. And in this country, it takes about 5 gold coins for the average family of 4 to live unencumbered for a year. Which means you now have enough money to live without working for about 20 years. What did he just say? A family of 4 can live with 5 gold coins for a year? And I can live without working for 20 years? But that's with a family of 4, and if I'm alone, that's 1 gold coin and a little more in a year. In other words, I don't have to work for about 100 years. This time I was greatly surprised. It's not that surprising, is it? I'm sure you're used to handling a lot of money like this. Of course not. Sure, I got a lot of money on Earth thanks to the other world's drop items, but as a former poor man, I still get confused when I'm faced with a lot of money. At this rate, I don't know how long I'll be able to break out of my little citizenship. That's okay. For now, Yuuya-kun will be upgraded to 3 stars with this sale. Even though I'm already full when it comes to 100 gold coins, I didn't expect to get a guild rank increase here. Then the receptionist, who was surprised, collected the guild card that had just been issued from me and went through some procedures. The requirement to become a 2-star is to sell 1 gold coin, and the requirement to become a 3-star is to sell 10 gold coins. And I think you've already received a brief explanation from the receptionist. The requirement to become a 4-star is an achievement. But in addition to that, there's a condition that the number of transactions must reach 50 gold coins. You have just registered and do not yet have the trust and so on required as a merchant, but since you have met the 50 gold coin requirement, as soon as you get that achievement, you will be able to become a 4-star. I see. And even so, I never thought I'd be ranked up to 3 stars in one fell swoop from the first day of registration. I don't have any plans at the moment, but with this, I've obtained the right to own not only a stall in the other world, but also the right to own a regular store. Is that all that's left to buy? Reinhardt-san asks me that while handing me a guild card with 2 more stars on it while I'm stunned. When I came back to myself with those words, I remembered the matter of the map. Why yes. That purchase is all I need for now, but do you have a map to the royal capital or something like that for sale? A map? To the royal capital? Do you have something to do in the royal capital? Yes. I have an acquaintance in the royal capital, and I'm going to go see them, but I don't know the way, so I thought I'd buy one if I could. When I said that, Reinhardt-san and the receptionist looked at each other and told me, looking a little awkward to say. That, Yuuya-kun, I don't know how it is in your country, but it is basically forbidden to make or sell maps in this country. Is that so? When I was surprised by the unfamiliar rule that maps are not allowed to be made, the receptionist replied instead of Reinhardt-san. If the map is handed over to the enemy, there is a possibility that they will read our movements. That's why it's only the military that makes the maps. I see. It was a reason I, who had never experienced war, could not understand. Indeed, if detailed maps and other information were handed over to the enemy, they would use those maps as a reference to place their armies, and there would be a chance that the movements of this side would be anticipated. However, there are adventurers and merchants making maps under the cover since the country can't control them completely. Well, if they are exposed, it would be a serious matter, so I wouldn't recommend it. It's a death sentence at worst. Death. A death sentence. If I think about it carefully, I don't know anything about the laws of this world, and it would be horrible if I were breaking the law in any way, so I should look into the law as early as possible, but I don't have time for that this time. If the map you need is the one used by the military, then if you're lucky, you may be able to buy that map for a very high price from the military. Nevertheless, it's not something to worry about, since you can always earn money if you don't take such a big gamble and make a steady income. Why, you're right. Oh, and if you plan on being an adventurer as well, remember that dungeon maps are allowed to be made and sold. Dungeon? Is there such a thing in this world? Yeah. The information inside the dungeon is the property and lifeline of the adventurer. Buying and selling that information is not forbidden, and if anything, there are merchants who specialize in selling maps of a dungeon's interior. As expected of a different world, there seems to be a lot of professions that I don't know about. Anyway, no one can buy the maps since it's forbidden to create or sell them outside of dungeon maps. I understand. But what on earth is going on? Owen-san says that the road from this city to the royal capital is a straight one. While I was wondering how to get to the royal capital, the receptionist gave me some advice. If you're going to go to the royal capital, why don't you use the rideshare carriage that regularly leaves from the rear gate? Rideshare carriage? Yes. It's a carriage that goes out to the royal capital at regular intervals, but if you're registered with the Merchants Guild, you can ride it for cheap, and with this, you can definitely get to the royal capital without a map. Yes. Besides, there will be adventurers sitting in the rideshare carriage as bodyguards, so it's a safe option. I see. I knew there were things that served the same role as buses and taxis, but if they actually existed, there was no reason not to use them. Besides, if there's an adventurer in the form of an escort, it certainly seems safe. Like the fact that I was surprised by the amount of pepper money, traveling alone in a strange place, even by earthly standards, is dangerous. And there are monsters on the highways, that's precisely the point. For those who have no way to fight, it would be a relief to have an adventurer. Well then, I'll take that rideshare carriage. Oh, yes, you should. They'll be leaving in about 30 minutes, so you'd better get there a little early. Thanks to the skill, language comprehension, it was converted into 30 minutes in my brain. Is this world's sense of time the same? After receiving directions to the rear gate and the means of transportation, I greeted Reinhardt-san and the receptionist and left the Merchants Guild. Part 4. Staring at Yuuya after he left, Reinhardt opened his mouth. Even so. Japan, huh? Guildmaster. So, even the Guildmaster hasn't heard of it. The receptionist looked at Reinhardt in surprise, but it was related to Reinhardt's achievements. Ever since he was young, Reinhardt has been traveling around the world, opening up sales channels for rare ingredients and foodstuffs one after another, and creating specialty products for poor villages to enrich them. Having traveled to many countries and reached the position of Guild Master of the Merchants Guild now, Reinhardt was surprised to learn that there were countries that he didn't know about. Yeah. But the guild card did indeed state that. In other words, he's not lying. Although it hadn't been explained to Yuuya, lying on the guild card was not allowed. For this reason, it was common for them not to lie about information that they didn't want to be known, but rather not to include it from the beginning. But, if there was something hidden, it would have not a small impact on the merchants who put trust first, so not many people would hide it. However, it was surprising to see that Yuuya, who looked to be having special circumstances no matter how one looked at it, had sent out a neatly written statement without leaving it blank. And there doesn't seem to be a single lie in that description, which makes Reinhardt snort. Anyway, as well as this pepper, what kind of technology does it take to make a glass bottle that is so transparent? With the other world's technological power, many glass bottles were contaminated with distortions and impurities, so the clear glass bottles Yuuya left behind were impossible to find. This one bottle is going to be bought by all the nobles. Is that so? Many noblemen like to be seen as fancy. And they show off their family's wealth by collecting and displaying rare items. I don't understand them at all. Don't worry. I am still not sure what a nobleman would think. Reinhardt, who smiled bitterly at the honest receptionist's reaction, looked at the glass bottle again. I guess I could have recommended an auction for this. Well, this time, it seemed like they wanted money right now, including registration, but... That's right. If it's an auction, the pepper will be twice as much as this purchase. Since it's a good time, I'll let him know if he stops by this guild again next time. The receptionist nodded at Reinhardt's words and went straight back to her duties. Let's keep an eye on his movements. Let's keep an eye on what he's up to and hope that it will benefit us. The day may come when he will change the economy of this world." Then Reinhardt muttered a small word and went back to work as well. As I walked out of the Merchants' Guild and walked up to the rear gate's boarding carriage, I saw a lot of people I never see on Earth, such as people with beast ears like I saw at the main gate and a short, muscular man who is as tall as a child. I enjoyed looking at the building's atmosphere and people in the surrounding area with the feeling like I was a complete country person. What a beautiful place it is. Even more so than I imagined. Woof tilde. Fugo. There are things like street trees and flower beds, and the whole place looks clean. I thought the atmosphere was on the civilization level of medieval Europe or so I had a prejudice that the streets were very dirty. As I recall, I think I've learned that in the history of the earth, feces and urine were everywhere around that time. But in this city, I don't feel that way. The air doesn't seem to have a strange smell mixed in with it, and it must be really clean. Rather, the air is cleaner than Japan, where the level of civilization is advanced. Well, I know the air is clean because there is no exhaust gas or anything like that. But it's still strange. Is the water and sewage system maintained? As I walked around with that thought in mind, I noticed a small light flying around the city. The light had colors such as red and blue, and although they were few in number, there were black and gold colors flying around as well. The colored lights were gathering in large numbers in the street trees and flower beds, and they looked like they were somehow dancing. "Hey, what's that thing?" "Woof. Buoy?" I asked Knight and Akatsuki, but they didn't seem to know what I was referring to for some reason. "Huh? Can't you see them? You see, there are a lot of them gathered at that street tree and other places." "Woof. Fugo. Fugo fugo." Knight squealed apologetically in response to my question, and Akatsuki shook his head as if to say, "What are you talking about? E? I rubbed my eyes and looked again, thinking it was an optical illusion, but the ball of light is still there. I looked around to see if the people around me could see it as well, but no one was paying attention to the ball of light. Being curious, I activated my identification skill towards the green ball of light that was nearby. Then, it was displayed as wood spirit, and the other red spheres of light were fire spirit, and so on, and anyway, I knew that the sphere of light was a spirit being. However, for some reason, the skill display that always appears doesn't appear, but why is that? It's a spirit that doesn't exist in Japan, or rather, I have never seen it, but maybe it's so normal in this world that I don't pay attention to it, or perhaps I'm really the only one who can see it. Probably because it's so common, they don't care about it. In fact, the spirits don't seem to be approaching humans, and it probably doesn't affect them. After convincing myself that it was appropriate, we started walking again. After a while, we came to a large plaza. There was a large fountain, several benches, and some sort of food stalls around it. In the square, some people are eating food that may have been bought from that stall, and children are playing happily. This may be the city's recreational area. We didn't have enough time to do a solid tour of the city, but we arrived at our destination as we walked around the beautiful city. Is this the rideshare boarding area that Reinhardt-san and the others mentioned? There is a gathering of what looks like a riding carriage, a strong-looking man with armor and swords at his waist, and a group of people dressed normally, just like me. As soon as I approached the carriage, the man who was looking after the horses noticed me. "Oh, Wilco. A nobleman?" "No, I'm not." The man looked at me and said I was a nobleman, and I immediately denied it. Why is it that they think I'm a nobleman like that? Why do you think I'm a nobleman? When I asked that question to the man, he gave me a puzzled look. "It's because you are wearing such an expensive outfit, and the way you behave gives you an air of elegance. That's why I thought you were a nobleman trying to travel incognito." Apparently, it was because of my clothes and such. I see. It seems normal clothing and behavior on Earth would make me look like a nobleman here. Well, that's fine. You are the coachman, right? That's right, but do you perhaps want to ride in this carriage? Ah, yes. Is it available? Ah, it is. Thank goodness. Ah, and can these boys come along for the ride? Woof. Fugo. When Knight and Akatsuki raised their paws in greeting, the coachman-san's eyes widened for a moment, but he immediately smiled. They're quite lovely fellows, aren't they? As long as they don't go on a rampage, that won't be a problem. Thank you. Well, I forgot all about it until we got here, but there was a possibility that Knight and Akatsuki might not get a ride. Here, get in. We're leaving now. When the coachman-san urged me to get into the carriage, there were people sitting side by side who were going to the royal capital just like me. I took a seat at the very edge among them, and the carriage slowly started to move. The royal capital, huh? What a place it will be, I can't wait to see it. Woof. Buoy. Listening to Knight and Akatsuki's replies, we were heading to the royal capital. Epilogue. Ooh. Woof. Buoy. It's been about 3 hours since we left the city. We finally arrived at the royal capital. We were able to proceed at a moderate speed without any particular monster attacks on the road, but here I experienced the carriage's harshness. I never thought a carriage would be so uncomfortable to ride in. Woof. Fugo. Akatsuki didn't seem to mind too much, but Knight and I were tired of the carriage ride. Because I completely imagined it to be like an earth taxi or bus, and I had even imagined the ride to be comfortable. But in reality, the only roads we rode on were only paved ones to some extent, and the wheels were not made of rubber, so the vibrations were incredibly hard on my hips and buttocks. Fortunately, thanks to the leveling up and my evolved body, the pain isn't unbearable, but it's enough to make me not want to experience it again. And I even thought about using transference magic on the way back, for sure. Considering the travel time was about 3 hours in the carriage, it would have been at night if I had walked to get there. Well, maybe I would have gotten there faster if I ran, but it's not like there wouldn't be people on the road, and I should avoid being conspicuous as much as possible. It may be too late now. Regardless, we finally got there. The royal capital is ridiculously big, and the main gate where the checkpoint is being held is more than twice as big as the first city we visited. We were able to go through the checkpoint while riding in the carriage, and we were able to enter without a problem when I used the ID I got from the Merchants Guild right away. And when we arrived at the desired stopping point, I got off the carriage after thanking the coachman for his help. As expected, the vibrancy of the royal capital is different. The first town was crowded with people too, but this place is far more crowded than that. How can I say it? I even remember the first time I went to Tokyo and was surprised by the number of people there. However, the difference between this place and Tokyo is that even if you look around, there isn't a single skyscraper, and instead, there are many strange sundries. The street is crowded with shops that you won't see on Earth, such as a suspicious-looking shop filled with a variety of items, a shop with swords and other weapons displayed in a disorderly fashion, and a shop decorated with magnificent armor. When I moved my gaze to the end of such a busy street, I saw a white castle that was proud of its grandeur despite the distance between the two. I make a dumb face at that magnificent castle. Could it be that we're going to such a magnificent castle? I'm not in the right place, am I? I should have decided to go to the royal castle, but I almost wavered in my resolve when I saw the castle. How reminiscent of a famous castle in a certain dreamland. However, I can't stay dumbfounded forever, and now that I've come this far, I have to get to the castle as soon as possible, or else I'm going to get sick to my stomach at the fact that I'm keeping the royalty waiting. Having made up my mind, I headed to the castle with Knight and Akatsuki in tow, but I was so nervous that I couldn't see my surroundings any more than I did when I just arrived. When I arrived safely at the castle's gates, one of the soldiers, who was probably a gatekeeper, noticed me. You are not allowed to be up here. My name is Yuuya Tenjou, who was invited by Owen-san and the others. The soldier hasn't been particularly threatening, but he still naturally tenses up his shoulders. That one, it's like that thing where you naturally tense up when you walk past a policeman, even though you haven't done anything bad on earth. I think it's the same thing. As I was thinking about such a trivial thing, the soldier, who had checked my appearance as if surprised, opened his mouth even more hurriedly. Yuuya-sama, wasn't it? I've heard the story about you, but please wait a moment. The soldier left his post at full speed and quickly returned with a person in tow. This way. Yuuya Dono. Oh. It's been a long time, Owen-san. The person the soldier brought with him was, to my surprise, Owen-san himself. I didn't expect you to be here already. I thought it would take you a little longer. I'm sorry. I just happened to get some time, and I thought it would be best to come as early as possible. Was it a nuisance? No way. We are grateful to you for thinking that far. Now, come on over. When Owen-san took me through the gate, the soldiers guarding the gate postured and saluted me, and I could not help but feel a sense of dread as they did so. No, I think they're doing it to Owen-san. When I went under the gate, there was another world beyond it. Fountains, which I don't know by what principle it works in this world, and gardens planted with trees, with many flowers in bloom, and in such a garden, there were many balls of light drifting about, just like the ones I saw in the city I stopped by before coming to the royal capital, and it was very fantastic. Woof tilde. Buoy. While even Knight is impressed by the castle's awesomeness, Akatsuki is the only one who walks behind Owen-san with his chest out and proudly follows him. It's really amazing that Akatsuki doesn't lose herself in such a tense place. I asked Owen-san about something that had been bothering me, though it was true that my nerves had relaxed a bit. Speaking of which, where are we headed now? Yeah, I didn't tell you. We're on our way to the audience chamber. Huh? Audience? An audience? Don't tell me we're going to meet the king all of a sudden? Excuse me for saying this, but I haven't prepared any formal attire for it. I had forgotten all about it with the thought that I had to go to the royal castle as soon as possible, but I'm going to meet the country's head now, and I'm wearing normal clothes that the sage-san left me. Owen-san laughed in response to my panic. Ha ha ha. You don't have to worry about it that much. Even though it's an audience, it's unofficial. His Majesty won't care that much about your clothes, either. Ah, really? Besides, is it safe to bring Knight and Akatsuki to that audience room? That's not a problem either. Knight Dono was the one who saved Lexia-sama, too. It's just Fugo. As he was about to say that, Owen-san looked at Akatsuki with strange eyes. Yuuya Dono. This little pig. Was there one before? Oh, this boy. His name is Akatsuki, and he's just recently joined the family. Buoy tilde. Akatsuki responded to my introduction by raising his paws nonchalantly. He's cute, but isn't he too cavalier? Is everything okay? Owen-san didn't say anything in particular about Akatsuki's gestures, but his cheeks twitched a little. I see. Yuuya Dono has a very unusual addition to his family. Is that so? And although it wasn't family, I was also able to have a master and apprentice with Usagi-san. There are a lot of strange connections, that's for sure. I'm grateful for that, though. I'm sure there's no problem with this Akatsuki Dono coming with you. Also, I don't think there's anything to worry about, but I only ask that they do not be rude to His Majesty. Well, yes. That's right. I don't even remember what to wear, and I don't even know what etiquette is. You see, I never got to meet royalty on Earth. Do I have to bow 90 degrees? Or should I kneel? Which one? For some reason, I panicked at the unexplained confidence that I could handle it, and I was about to ask Owen-san about etiquette, and before I knew it, I was at the big door. I was completely oblivious to my surroundings because I had so many thoughts and reminders on the road to this point. In front of the heavy, beautifully crafted door, soldiers who looked like guards were waiting on either side of it again, and they called out as we reached the door. Yuuya Tenjou-sama has arrived. Huh? Despite my surprise, the door opened, and I had no choice but to follow as Owen-san walked in without a care in the world. No, wait. What am I really going to do? My head spins to its fullest extent more than ever before, yet I still activate the skill, mental enhancement, to calm my mind. Then my vision gradually widened, and I became aware of the scenery around me that I couldn't see before. Looking around the room lightly, there are a number of magnificent pillars standing, and the area we are walking on is covered with a red carpet. At the far end of the staircase, at the top of which was a grand man sitting in an ornate chair. The man wears a bright red cape with a crown on his head. On either side of the man, a black-robed figure, probably the king's guard, was standing by. Looking around a bit more, I saw Lexia-san and Luna's figures right next to the stairs bottom. Both of them smiled when they saw me, and even Lexia-san gave me a big wave. This is... Should I wave back too? No, but we're in front of the king. Having found Lexia-san and the others, I regained my composure again, and when I had made some progress, Owen-san knelt down, so I hurriedly imitated him and knelt down as well. Imitating that, Knight also got down, but only Akatsuki was flustered, so I hurriedly made him get down just like Knight. Your Majesty, I have brought Yuuya Tenjou Dono here. Good. It's just a single word, but his words are so full of dignity that I naturally feel like I will stand tall despite my face being down. Scary. Then, with such a dignified voice, he finally calls out to me. Yuuya, was it? Lift your face. Why, yes. When I look up, stiff and nervous, I automatically see the king's face. He's Lexia-san's father, and he's an amazingly handsome man. So, are you the one who saved Lexia? Why, yes. So, are you the one who was proposed to Lexia? Huh? Huh? What is that? What is he asking me all of a sudden? Besides, he's looking grumpy to me. While I was already in a cold sweat, the king finally stood up, glaring at me. So? No, you're the bastard who seduced my daughter. Seduce? What is he talking about? I don't understand what's going on anymore. I'm just amazed, while Owen-san, who was also kneeling, suddenly stood up. Your Majesty, even though it's unofficial, we're in an audience. Can't you endure it? I can. Then, do it. You are still the king, right? Owen-san, who is talking to the king in a rough tone, says so. No, can you please not confuse me further? I'm not sure I can keep up with this. After finishing the exchange, which was like a rambling exchange, the king sat down in his chair in a sullen manner, and carelessly opened his mouth. Humph. I am Arnold, the king of this Arcelia kingdom. Why, yes. I'm Yuuya Tenjou. And this is Knight and Akatsuki. I introduced myself according to our name's formality and introduced Knight and Akatsuki, but still, the king. Arnold Summer seems to be in a bad mood. Sure, it must be awful for a father at that age to think that his lovely daughter has a wicked bug on her, but it's not like I'm the one who asked Lexia-san to marry me. Is it too much? Can I cry now? I'm already overwhelmed with nervousness, but when I introduced myself, Arnold Summer stuck out his hand. Here. Huh? Arnold Summer furrowed his eyebrows as I tilted my head, unsure of the meaning of that hand. What, you don't know what it means? You come all this way, and you don't have a single souvenir for my little girl? Your Majesty. From what I saw just now, the arrogance is too much. Yuuya Summer is a benefactor of Lexia Summer. Yes, father. And yet, what's your attitude from earlier? When I was stunned by Arnold Summer's behavior, Owen-san and even Lexia-san said that to protect me. But, well, that's right. It's strange that I came all of a sudden, and more importantly, that I didn't have a single souvenir for Lexia-san, the king's beloved daughter. Right? I'm so self-centered that I forget that stuff. I should be more careful. As I reflected on my clothes and etiquette, and the souvenirs there as well, I saw that Owen-san and the others still had a lot to say to Arnold Summer. It's my fault, and I'm really sorry. Is there anything I can give them right away? I desperately thought of the things in the item box and remembered a certain thing I got before coming to this royal city. I got a lot of them along the way, and there's nothing wrong with giving them to Lexia-san. Besides, if I give this to her, she won't dislike it. Right? When I call out to Arnold Summer and the others who are still arguing with each other, Arnold Summer turns to me with a sullen look. I honestly didn't know what would be good for you, Lexia-san. How about this one if you don't mind? With that said, what I took out of the item box was the Paradise Futon. With the effects of this futon, anyone would be happy to receive it. After all, it promises a comfortable sleep. Well, it's called a royal gift, so maybe it's a weapon? Perhaps it would be better to give the weapons out here, but it would give the soldiers a strange misunderstanding if I gave the weapons out here, and it's a gift for Lexia-san. It would be troubling to receive a weapon, but there would be no need to worry about that if it's a futon. For some reason, Arnold Summer's eyes widened when I took out the futon, thinking that, oh, you have an item box. Oops, is that a surprise here as well? I know it's unusual for a merchant guild, but this is all I had to do since I was storing it in the item box. If I'm going to hide the item box, I'll have to think of something to do with it. I took out the bedding, and one of the soldiers takes it and hands it to Lexia-san. What is that? No way, a futon? A futon? Arnold Summer, who saw the soldier handing Lexia-san a futon by his side, looked at Lexia-san's face with a panicked look as it was. Then for some reason, Lexia-san's cheeks were red. Well, Yuuya Summer. You're so bold. As I was tilting my head, not understanding the meaning of this, Arnold Summer turned red in the face and shouted. You seduced Lexia openly in front of me here. What are you talking about? Seduction? What does that mean? Do you want to feign ignorance? Enough of this, get out of here now. I came here because I was called and now he wants you to leave? Owen-san put his hand on his forehead and lamented to me, as I could no longer understand the reason and was just confused. That's right. I had forgotten all about it, but Yuuya Dono is not from this country. So it's not surprising that he doesn't know the customs. See custom? As I paled at some uneasy words, Owen-san gave me a troubled look. Yuuya Dono. In this country, giving bedding to the opposite sex means that you want to marry her or share the bed with her. In other words, if you gave Lexia Summer a futon as a gift, then Yuuya Dono has made that invitation. If this were a different gift, then nothing would have happened. It was my fault. I can't even grasp the customs, that's for sure. So I've asked his daughter, Lexia-san, in front of Arnold Summer's eyes, for the night? As my mind was blanked by the gravity of what I had done, I saw that Arnold Summer was receiving a sword from a robed person who was waiting nearby. Enough. If you don't leave, then you'll be turned into slashing sword Greekle, rust here. Your Majesty, please calm down. Yuuya Dono doesn't know the customs of this country. No, there's no need for discussion anymore. No, calm down. Why did you guys give him the sword too? As Owen-san is desperately trying to stop Arnold Summer from coming to cut down on the stunned Knight, who had been lying on the ground with no regard to the situation until now, suddenly got up, then Knight stares at the ceiling and starts to roar. Goruru. Knight. I was startled by Knight, who suddenly began to roar, and when I turned my gaze to where Knight was glaring at as well. Huh? Your Majesty. What? Suddenly, several men in black appeared from the ceiling of the room. What are these guys? Your Majesty, get behind me now. Lexia, stay with me. Then Owen-san and the wizards who were guarding Arnold Summer stepped forward to protect him, and Luna stood to protect Lexia-san. Who are you people? You who are about to die, you don't need to know. One of the black-robed people told Arnold Summers words with cold words, and as he gestured to search his pocket, he took out what looked like a mysterious crystal. Ha! Hey, stop that guy. Uck. Fire arrow. The crystal held by the black-robed man shone as the robed people made fire arrows appear to stop the movement of the black-robed figure and released them all at once. Sealing magic barrier, Wah. At that moment, the arrows of fire that were flying towards the man in black disappeared. That's too bad. Now no one can enter this place, and no one in this place can use magic. The only people we need to watch out for in your guard are Owen and the court wizards there, but once we've shut down the magic like this, we only need to worry about Owen. My head is so full of people who come here and make no sense to me that they are really for the audience. Stop it already. Come on, Arnold. And now, Lexia. You're going to die here. As he said that, the men in black all at once attacked Arnold Summer and the others. Owen-san and Luna managed to defend them, but due to their different numbers and apparently moderate skill, even Owen-san and the others were having a hard time dealing with them. The people in robes have tried several times to activate magic, but apparently, the man in black is right, they can't use magic in this room right now, and furthermore, they said that no one could break in, so even if they wait for reinforcements, they won't come. Let's see. I was leaving behind a while ago, but it's not good no matter how it looks, isn't it? Feeling this, I immediately gave instructions to Knight and Akatsuki. Knight, come with me and neutralize the people in black with me. Akatsuki. It seems you can't use magic in this place, but Akatsuki's sanctuary is a skill, so it's probably okay, and if anyone gets hurt, use it to heal them, okay? Woof. Booey. Both Knight and Akatsuki responded cheerfully to that, and I smiled. Well then. Let's go. As I said, I used my direct leg strength to approach one of the black-robed men who were closest to me. Eh? The man shouts dumbly, surprised to see me suddenly in his back, but I ignore him and, aware of Usagi-san's teachings, I slam a kick into his torso, holding back as best I can. Ga-ah. The man in black who was kicked by me was blown up, dragged the rest of the group down, and crashed into the wall, knocking them unconscious. Suddenly, a few people had been unconscious due to my attack, which attracted the gazes of not only the men in black but also Owen-san and the others. If I can't use magic, then I shouldn't use it. Or rather, since I'm not used to fighting with magic, it's easier to fight in my current state. Well, to make sure that I really can't use magic, I tried to conjure up flames in my palms to appear. But it came out just fine. What? How can you use magic? The leader of the attackers shouted that at my appearance, but I didn't know that either. I'm just checking it out, and it works. It's a very special magic circuit of the Sage Sands, could that be the cause? After all, it's the magic circuit of someone who seems to have stepped into the realm of God. However, since no one but me seems to really be able to use magic, it seems that I'm the only one who can currently use magic. It's an indoor room, and if there's a fire or flooding, it's hard to clean up. And although I can use all the weapons that aren't magic, like magic, I'm afraid of wielding a weapon poorly and destroying the room, so this time I'm going to defeat them with just a kick. I've only used all the techniques taught to me by Usagi-san against monsters, and it will be a good training exercise. While the black-robed men stared at me dumbfoundedly, I went straight to kicking with Knight, taking away their consciousness one after another. As expected of Yuuya-sama. I can't believe you beat them in an instant. Yuuya, aren't you getting stronger than before? Well, that strength has helped me, though. When they saw me fighting the men, Lexia-san and Luna were saying something, but I couldn't hear them well because I was so focused on the fight. Rather, it's amazing how normal Lexia-san, the princess, is in this situation. What are you? And it's only the first person who used the crystal and looks at me and says so, but I ignore his words and hit him with the last kick. I looked around again to see that the person had also hit the wall and passed out. Knight had knocked down a few people, and Akatsuki hadn't acted particularly well, so I guess no one was hurt. That's good. Relieved for the moment, I asked Arnold Summer and the others, who were still stunned. So, what do we do with these people? Huh? Owen. Tie these men up now. Ha. Instructed by Arnold Summer, Owen-san, and the others, along with the guards, restrain the unconscious attackers. Then, while restraining them, the hoods of the black-robed men were removed, and as they were carefully examining their belongings, Owen-san found an object and froze. This is. What is it, Owen? What did you find? Yes. In this man. There's the coat of arms of His Highness Prince Rhaegar. What? Arnold Summer's eyes widened more than ever at Owen-san's words, and he sat down on his throne without strength and gave one instruction. Put them in a cell and keep them on high alert. I am sorry. But I will return to my room for a moment. Ha! With a dizzy step, Arnold Summer left with his guards. In their place, a new group of soldiers arrived and took the detained assailants under Owen-san's direction. As I helped without understanding, I was just watching the scene with Knight and the others, when Owen-san approached me with a serious look on his face. I'm sorry, Yuuya Dono. Eh? It pains me to tell you this after you have come to the royal capital, but the kingdom is in a mess now. Yuuya Dono. Can you help us for the sake of the royal capital? Or rather the kingdom? Without really knowing what was going on, I was getting caught up in the problems surrounding the kingdom.